Are we in the right one? Nope. Nope. Mother, there's too many of your cry. Brother, there's far too many of you die. Woo, let's find a way to bring some loving here today. To bring some loving here today. Father, we don't need to ask the Lord. We don't need to ask the Lord. Brother, don't want the answer. For only love can conquer hate. No, we got to find a way to bring some loving here today. Sister, don't punish me with brutality. Don't punish me with brutality. Don't talk to me so you can't see what's going on. What's going on? And what's going on? I know what's going on. Mr. Denali's in the building. Let's go. Let's get it kicked off right. Tap that screen. Power tap that screen. Punch me right here in the fort. Where am I at? Right. Hit right there. And let's go share it out to all your favorite people or not so favorite people so more people can hear your voice. We got a lot to talk about today. A U.S. Senator detained for asking a question? What is going on? Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's share it out. Let's tap the screen. Don't forget about the Daily Heartbeat. Hit that. One coin levels you up on TikTok, levels the show up. Mutually beneficial relationship. Let's go. Let's get it. Mr. Denali is in the goddamn building. Let's go. I have the exclusive first interview of Senator Alex Padilla. He was just on CNN. I have the interview. We're going to listen to it. We're also going to listen to Kristi Noem's interview. She did an interview today at 3 p.m. on Fox News. And I tell you, it's not, the math ain't mathing. That's what I can tell you, that the math is not mathing based on what she said, based on what the video shows us. Oh, listen, just don't lie. Okay, you want to do what you want to do, but don't lie, because we have the receipts. The receipts are clear. I understand Padilla doesn't want mass deportation. Kristi Noem, the Trump administration do. But listen, let's be honest brokers. Okay, the man is a U.S. Senator. He went into a federal building, had to go through screening. This wasn't, in his words, somewhere in the park where anybody had access. He says at least 2 or 3 times he identifies himself as a senator, U.S. senator. Okay, so this garbage about anyway, I'm going to let the people talk. I'm not going to do that. All right, Mr. Denali's in the building, and I'm fired up, as Barack was saying, ready to go. Let's go. Mr. Denali's in the building. Share the live out. And we're going to listen to the video. We're going to listen to the interview that Alex Padilla just did. He just did the interview, and we have it here. Mr. Denali, XXL, has the full interview. And we also have the interview of Kristi Noem. She was on Fox News today. We have both interviews, and we're going to go ahead and play them and let their words speak for themselves. And then we'll play. If you've seen the video, you saw exactly what happened. I mean, listen, you just, I mean, these kind of things I don't think are good for the nation, in my opinion. I told you I'm not a rubber stamp for Trump. When I see wrong, I will call it out because I am not in any way a rubber stamp. Wrong is wrong. I don't give a fuck who is doing it. I've told my mother that she's wrong because sometimes she is. People say it's disrespectful. I don't think so. Just because you're my mother doesn't mean that you're always right. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. People can agree or disagree. I don't really care. Charlie, you out there in LA? You've been had a lot of stuff on what's going on out there. I kind of on location report, I might call you. What's going on, Charlie? What's going on, Marvin Gaye? Let's go.
I'm gonna tell you this: Padilla ain't supposed to be a senator right now.
He what?
When you get it, he's not. He shouldn't be a senator. He's supposed to resign.
You want Padilla to resign?
He should have been resigned. It's too late now. But the thing is that he's part of. When you get a chance, look up Padilla, LA City Council, racist comments against black people.
Okay,
and he was part of that.
Got that aspect of it as well. Okay.
He was part of that. So the woman that the lead woman, he's saying he spoke against it. He didn't speak against it. He was laughing. After she resigned and a couple other people resigned, he held out. He wouldn't resign.
All right,
he was showing up to meetings, not even talking.
What we're talking about right now, Charlie.
Well, I'm saying I can't follow him because he was part of that whole racist thing against black people in the LA City Council.
Okay. All right.
So
he
shouldn't even be senator right now.
I understand your point. I don't know about that. I can look into that. Let's deal with this individually. We can deal with what Padilla said. Did he say something against black people? Or is that the monkey comment? I think it is.
Yes, when they're talking about the little boy, and she was talking about the white dude that the white senator. I mean the white senator that adopted
How
a
long
little
ago did
boy.
that
And she was
happen?
calling him a little monkey. This was like 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah. I know of this story. 2 years ago I was not on TikTok. A friend of mine,
it wasn't 2 years ago. You was on TikTok at the time because we brought it up. We brought it up to you on here. So yeah, it was less than 2 years ago.
Yeah, a friend of mine, Ron Burnett, he's out there. He also brought that up to my attention privately. I don't think we covered it heavily. So he just became the senator?
No, he's been a senator, but he's in the community. When they're doing that little so-called redlining against black people, he's part of that. But his community, the reason why he didn't feel he had to resign is because his district is 99% Hispanic. Okay. So they didn't force him out. So everybody else got forced out but him.
So what was he doing on the city council?
He's part of the LA City Council when they, do the districting and all that other stuff and votes and all that other stuff. So
before he was a senator, he was on the city council. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Okay. Yeah, but a senator, if you're a senator out your area, you're part of the city council too.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, and
he was there laughing at the comments, but then he tried to separate himself after shit hit the fan.
Okay, great. Well, we can discuss that.
If it was somebody I didn't have a problem with, I'd be like, yeah, that's some bullshit. But the thing is, he was part of that shit, and everybody wanted him to resign, and he didn't.
Okay. Can we deal with the two issues separately?
Yeah, I guess.
Listen, that's wrong if he did that. I remember the story, but I don't remember doing a deep dive on it. This particular incident, we're talking about him going there, asking a question, and he seems to identify himself, and then he's detained. He wasn't arrested. He was detained, put in handcuffs, and then released. Does anybody have a problem with what happened to him? If we can isolate the incidents.
If I isolated, they shouldn't have did him like that. But hey, man, it's hard to isolate something when you've seen it firsthand.
Okay. All right. Okay. EK?
Yeah, I don't agree it shouldn't have happened, but I don't know how you place that on the people going to place that on the Trump administration. What do you got to do with it? He didn't tell them to do that. Those people reacted wrongly. That's all.
Well, but it starts at the top, EK.
No, I don't. I don't know how you can blame Trump for what some Secret Service people did at a Kristi Noem press conference. So I don't know how you can hold him responsible for that.
Is Trump only responsible for what he does by himself?
No,
or is he responsible for his organization?
He's responsible for policy that he puts out there, but so let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
So was Tim Walz responsible for George Floyd?
Was Tim? He was responsible for. Yeah. Well, yeah. Essentially, he is responsible because I think things start at the top and shit runs downhill.
Okay,
then if for the reaction on how they handled it too.
Exactly. Well, then if you believe Tim Walz, since he was the governor of Minnesota when George Floyd happened, or whoever the governor was,
such a pivot.
If you think he's
okay, let me. Okay, he's not intimately responsible, but because it happened under his watch, he has some responsibility. Not that he should be resigned or anything like that, but if it's something good, then Trump is going to take the credit. But when it's something bad, not my responsibility. I don't know if you can live that way. If he succeed, if the ICE agents succeed in what they're doing, and they have a success rate that they got 100,000 people out, he's going to take the responsibility for that. Is that correct, EK?
Yeah, but because that was his direct policy to do that, to implement that.
Okay,
it wasn't his direct policy to implement these people taking Kristi Noem out. Taking the Padilla.
Well, listen, he did say that Gavin Newsom should be arrested. He
says a lot of shit. He's not going to arrest him. He better not.
I know
he's not going to arrest him.
But are we responsible for the words that come out of our mouth?
Absolutely.
If I come on here and say, anybody who's talking, just drop their ass on their head, and then it happens, they're gonna blame me. Even though Kimmy may do it or Yo-Yo may do it, they're gonna. Mr.Denali over there, he's just dropping people just for saying one word. I mean, am I right about that?
So you're saying your actions have
I'm
your
not
actions
asking you anything right now, man. Please don't interrupt me.
So no, you're not wrong. But again, if you show me where out of Trump's mouth he said, when somebody gets too close or ask a question, I want you guys to rush him, then I would think you have a point, because then he would be responsible, but comes out of it. But nobody seriously thinks Tim Walz, maybe you do, Mr. Denali, is responsible for George Floyd, the way that the Minneapolis Police Department reacted to that.
Not directly, but it is under his watch. Trump is, when Biden was president, things were happening, but he got the blame for it. Whether he was directly involved or not, we blamed him. And people also blame VP Harris as well.
Listen, if they did that, they were wrong. And if somebody blames, if the same thing happened under Biden and people were saying that's Biden's fault, I would be saying that's wrong.
And I didn't even come on here and say anything about Trump. I didn't say anything about Trump. Now
I know you didn't. I listened to you. I know you didn't. But again,
do I think that's
you know that's going it's coming. You know it's coming.
Of course it's coming, because he's the president. I don't know how he can say I'm a boss, I'm taking care of things, but only the things that are positive. When the negative things happen, it's not my fault. I don't know how do you operate in that. You got to take the good with the bad. It doesn't matter. When you're the president or you're the leader, you have to take the arrows going through the door. And you got to take the flowers. You can't just take the flowers and leave the thorns from the roses there.
I'm saying this last thing. By his own admission, he said he was there on other business. So he went into that room. It wasn't like he was invited to come be a part of that. There's levels to this shit, just like in money, just like in business, just like in politics. There's levels to it. Okay. The people that's talking to Trump or the federal people are Newsom and Karen Bass. He has no space to say nothing. He can go to them to ask them to ask them.
Well, he said, this is what he says. He says he's been trying to get a meeting with Kristi Noem, and he's been stonewalled. He said he was there on other business, and he said he heard that she was down the hall, and they said they escorted him in there.
He don't speak for Newsom or Karen Bass, so he has no place. He don't speak for Newsom or Karen Bass.
But
no, he don't.
Wait, hang on, not in this situation. I'm saying, Charles, you saying the U.S. Senator doesn't have a right to ask Kristi Noem a question?
He's not in this situation.
But no. He's a state senator, not a U.S. senator.
State, not a U.S. state.
Okay, state senator. He's not
in this situation.
Wait a second. Now
we got.
I don't.
Oh my God! Can I please have a conversation without being interrupted? Who is saying that they should have detained him? Anybody saying that?
Didn't
No.
nobody say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, great. So he should not have been detained. Yes? Should he have been detained?
Oh hell, I think he should have.
He said he didn't get arrested though, so he didn't get arrested.
He didn't get arrested. He got
detained
detained
and
and
arrested.
handcuffed.
Okay.
Yes, he should have been detained.
Why?
Did y'all see, what was the whole interaction? What was his move? Was she finished talking and said, "Let me take questions"? What was the move? That's all I'm asking.
He came into the room and he asked a question, and then next thing you know, he's being hustled out of the room.
I'm saying, was she talking, or did she say you can speak?
Well, I would say that he was being disruptive. I can say that.
Okay, well, there you go. That's the answer.
What do you? So when you're disrupted, it means you get detained and put in handcuffs.
Yes, that shit happens all day.
He was also tussling with the officers trying to take him.
Can't be that
He left out of there like an angry boyfriend.
Come on, man.
That's how you live,
man.
I gotta go look at the video.
Nobody knew who he was.
See, this is what we're not going to do.
40 seconds into it.
Please stop. Please stop. I watched the video. Did he talk over her? Yes. But I don't know if that's enough to be detained and be detained and handcuffed by the FBI.
May I add something, host?
Can I give you a news flash, Mr. Denali?
Sure.
The same him and all them in city council and all that shit, they do that to civilians all day. Okay. Escort them the hell out the room and saying, you can't talk right now.
Again, I'm trying to isolate the situation. Charlie, I understand what you think about Padilla, and I probably will agree with you based on what I know. But I'm trying to deal with these two things separate. Go ahead, Kim.
Can I confirm something? For one, he is a U.S. senator, and he is also the head of the committee, the Judiciary Committee for Immigration and Border Safety.
I'm done being talked over by anybody. I'm trying to have a conversation. Isolated. I understand that it's very heated and passionate. At the same time, I have to be allowed to have a conversation when I would like to. Hello?
What's up?
You tell me.
He should have told her who he was, or he should have just let her finish talking.
He did identify himself.
Did he?
Yes.
But didn't he overtalk her?
He did overtalk her, but he identified
Okay,
himself.
that's it. Then I'm finished. You just kicked all these people off over talking you. So there you go.
Bye, because I didn't ask your ass to come in either. Okay? You're gonna try to play got me? You can't win. The house always wins. Jeez Louise, you gotta be freaking kidding me. I understand that people are passionate. At the same time, we have to have decorum. I don't care who it is. I don't care, because we have to have a conversation, especially if I would like to have a singular conversation to get something out. I have to have it. All right? Okay. Big Steve, Big Baller, what would you like to say?
I feel like it was uncalled for. I think it was over. They didn't have to go that far.
Okay.
Not putting handcuffs on, you could still,
Well, he wasn't. He was just detained. He was not.
No, I know, but I'm saying once he was pushed out the room, you know what I'm saying? You could have just kept telling him, listen, you got to leave, and walk him out. You don't have to put handcuffs on him.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. EK, you have something if I go to Worm's World?
Yeah, I was just watching the video right now. Looks like he was resisting being removed.
True, he was.
For the part I saw.
He didn't
want to leave. So,
but what happened first? I don't think that warranted him. High probability that the staff was alone. I don't think that.
Again, I mean, that can definitely be argued. But when I didn't see the part of the disruption, which I need to probably see if I can find that itself. But based on what's going on in LA, based on the fact that there were 2 assassination attempts against President Trump, I can see them being on heightened alert given the situation that's happening in LA now.
But you
and the
also
fact
gotta
that he kept resisting to leave.
EK, that's a federal building. You're searched and you are screened before going into. It wasn't outside at a park or, town hall or, strip mall. It was a federal building.
I understand that, but again, probably the reason he was handcuffed because he was resisting.
But I'm saying, what him asking a question warranted him being removed?
Yeah, again, I said that we can argue on that.
Yeah, okay.
Or that can be debated. I haven't seen that part. I don't know how much he interrupted him, so I'm gonna try to find the complete video.
Yeah,
the video that I saw started was him resisting being removed.
I wish I could play videos in, but I can't. But the video is out there. Yeah. It's like when it's
well,
like
I actually can just if you've got it, you don't have to show it, Denali. I can hear it. I can hear the interruptions and know,
Okay,
how much
I'll
it
go
was.
ahead and get it. All right, give me a second. A Worm's World. What say you?
I say the same thing EK says. And you stated the fact too. Decorum has to be set, and it is a very high, it's high tension area that she's in. So I agree with EK. I can argue the fact of him being outburst and resisting, but it's a high tension situation, and with all that's going on, I can see how they're wanting to protect her.
I got no problem with that. I have absolutely zero problem with protection. I want all our officials to be protected because it is very heightened. But he did identify himself. They knew who he was. And, I don't know if interrupting is warranted for that.
But
Especially when he identifies himself as who he is. He shouldn't be interrupting. He overtalked her. It's a fine line. I can see that, but I think it was an over unaliving to the extent of what they did, in my opinion.
But on the same token, Mr. Denali, when you're doing a press conference in a high tension area and another senator comes in boasting, you want to eliminate, like you want to get that out the sight immediately, so you can go back to trying to de-escalate or trying to handle the situation at hand. You have to let President be set that we would not have this outburst here. Whatever going on in the streets, we are dealing with, but it would not come here. And I think that was the whole overall oversight of what went on. We're not going to be disruptive here. The protest is out there. We're going to have decorum here in this area, in this place.
High tension area. Well, you know what? I'm going to play it.
The state itself, California.
Give me a second.
Itself.
1 second. I'm going to play it. It's the first 15 seconds. I've been trying. I think this is where it started. And
Denali, can I set the tone first before you do that?
Set the tone. What tone do you want to set? Let him talk for a second. What tone are you trying to set, sir? Unmute yourself.
Just trying to give a pretext as to what Senator Padilla was doing. I'm in California, and I'm in California. I'm in Sacramento, and they're running it over and over and over and analyzing the video. Senator Padilla.
Sir, my question is, were you there?
I was not there.
How can you set a better tone than myself just because you live in California?
I didn't say that. I'm saying
Okay, sir.
Just trying to provide.
Sir, why do you think you can set a tone better than myself? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What information do you have that I did not give?
Because the video doesn't show the initial entry of Senator Padilla entering the room.
Where can I find the video that you saw that can set the tone?
It's on local television.
Okay, go ahead and give me what happened when he.
All I was trying to do is
I understand. Go ahead. Let's hear that.
Okay, Senator Padilla went into that interview, that room.
Yes.
And he was responding specifically to Secretary Noem's misinformation that she was providing. So he interrupted and tried to correct her.
Okay.
That's when her security
Okay, thank
force
you.
started
I
converging.
have that portion once he started to interrupt. Thank you.
And that's when they started converging on him.
Thank
That's
you.
all I wanted to
Okay,
say.
gotcha. Well, here I'm going to play it, and if we get taken down, then we can just go to XL because I think this is important to give it context.
You know what I do? You know what I would say is we were conducting a press conference. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians.
Because the fact of the matter is, I have a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
I also want to talk about specifically.
So that's the videos that I have where it started. It seemed like was he over talking her? Yeah. I don't know if that caused that. Then if you go also, we'll go ahead and play. Where is she at? This is her.
What I would say is we were conducting a press conference to update everyone on the enforcement actions that are ongoing to bring peace to the city of Los Angeles. And this man burst into the room, started lunging towards the podium, interrupting me and elevating his voice, and was stopped, did not identify himself, and was removed from the room. So as soon as he identified himself, appropriate actions were taken. But I would say that, I had a conversation with the senator after this. We sat down for 10 to 15 minutes and talked about the fact that nobody knew who he was. He didn't say who he was that until he was already had been lunging forward and people were trying to detain him for quite a period of time. And that this, we're leaders, we're public servants. And if he had requested a meeting, I would have loved to have sat down and had a conversation with him. That coming into a press conference like this is political theater. It's wrong and it does a disservice to this country and the people who live here. So we sat down, had a conversation. We probably disagree on 90% of the topics, but we agreed to exchange phone numbers. We'll continue to talk and share information, and I think that's the way it should be in this country. I wish he would have acted that way in the beginning instead of creating a scene like this.
So those two things, in my opinion, don't match up. I didn't see any lunging. He identified himself 3 times.
What is she talking about?
Well,
she knew who he was.
She has to know who he is.
He interviewed her 2 times before she was while she was in the nomination process.
I didn't see anything. Well, I mean, listen. I think that they said in the interview that she, as the Secretary of Homeland Security, going into a state, should know who the 2 senators are, and her people should know. He was escorted to the room, so I'm saying, come on. Anyway, Kimmy, go ahead. What would you like to say?
First, apologize to you.
No, it's not necessary.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
not necessary. Just please, just go ahead.
But I'll just do a commercial, and then you can drop me down and
No, go ahead and say what
'cause
you listen. I'll take you to commercials right now. Go ahead. This is
okay.
important.
Well, earlier what I was gonna say is that that he is a U.S. senator,
Right.
not a state senator, because someone said he was a state senator.
Had me
And
like I was
that
crazy or something. I was like, what?
right, and then also that he is the head of the Judiciary Committee for Immigration, Safety, and Border. So, and I also saw the videos, and he did announce himself several times. For them to say that they didn't know who he was, that makes no sense to me. How could you not know who he is? I just don't believe that. So I don't think it was cool. I don't think it was cool. And people are saying he barged in. He didn't barge in. He's in a federal a building. He did not barge in. So it was uncalled for. That's all I wanted to say, Denali. I was just trying to set the record straight about the him being a U.S. senator.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Joe Schmo. Joe Schmo.
I'm here.
Yeah, what would you like to add, sir?
It was absolutely warranted. As him being a politician, he should go about things in a political sense. These people are trying to spur protest. and he took it upon himself to go in a room. It's not about being welcomed. It's about being appropriate. Inappropriately entering this room, where I guess he allegedly has a dog in the fight, to show some form of protest by approaching this podium like he did. And he was totally out of line. And it's a total farce on the American people, because a politician does legislation that changes things, not run up in buildings. So we have to remember that. They're trying to make everything seem as if it's protestable because it's against Donald J. Trump. But these people have been duped. That's all I got to say.
What people you saying been duped?
The people who believe that Donald J. Trump was not acting in accordance with the Constitution and his presidential powers, because he was.
I mean, that's a different story. We're talking about a U.S.
No. It's all part of it, right?
No, I'm saying I'm dealing with this particular incident
where
the U.S. senator is detained for seems to be asking a question.
Yeah, he basically did a Mexican white man Jasmine Crockett imitation. That's what he did.
What does that mean?
And they stuffed his ass out of there like they should have.
So you think that he should not have been allowed to ask a question?
Of course, in the right setting. But when a woman is making a statement about her part in a government action, regardless of how he felt about her, it's a time and place for everything. Of course he could ask a question.
Sir?
No, that's not the place.
So what, we going to wait till you meet in the hallway or something?
Yeah, he should have met her in the hallway after she said what she said.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying at a press conference, the U.S. senator of the state should not have been allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, he's not a reporter. You know, he could have presented his forum outside of what was going on and had the question asked.
Okay,
it's the proper channels to do everything.
Listen? His point is that he's been trying to get a meeting with her and that she has not accepted his meeting. He said he was there for another thing. You can believe that or not. And then he asked the question. Yes, I agree that he did overtalk her. But I don't know if over-talking her was warranted for him to be detained and then put in handcuffs.
Yeah, you know, that wasn't Rocky and Apollo Creed. These people are politicians, and there's a proper way to do things, and he improperly entered that room, period.
Do you think that she lied and said that he lunged at her?
He was lunging. He was like a boyfriend that wanted to stop the wedding or something. That's what he looked like.
I didn't see any lunging.
Listen, they were holding him back. If they took their hands off him, he'd have failed.
Sir, that's not lunging.
All right. Okay.
All right.
EK, you got your hand up. What?
Yeah, so at the beginning, I didn't see a lunge at her, but I saw him forcefully resisting being taken out. And at the beginning of that, you'll see the guy, one of the Secret Service agents or whoever, telling dude, he's pointing at him, telling him to hold up, don't keep coming forward. Okay. And that's when somebody else stepped in and they started to try to remove him forcibly. And I don't know what happened in the hallway, if he continued to be forceful or not, but I think if he had turned around and walked out, he probably would not have been handcuffed.
I agree with you on that, EK, that he was combative, I might say. You know, of course, and he's in that moment. He's like, okay, I'm not saying he did it on purpose, but he got the attention that he wanted, and there you go. But I don't think that he lunged at her, and I don't think she was in fear of her life. You know, but in my opinion, listen, it is political theater. He is a U.S. senator. I think he had every right to ask her a question, especially by his account. He's saying that they have been stonewalling him and not answering questions. Because he said he's been trying to get a meeting with her. So we'll see what happens, what comes from it. I have a challenge with him being detained, not arrested, but handcuffed. And he identified himself. And she said he did not identify himself, but he did. So, you know, at that point, cooler head should have prevailed. Like, okay, this is a senator, you know, and you're in a federal building where you know there are no weapons or anything, like, because you can't go into a federal building and not be searched and all your belongings scanned through the scanner. Okay. Who else? Still Schmo, and then your guy down at the bottom here. True Blue and Facts. True Blue and Facts.
Yes, you asking me now, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Here's what I've seen when the senator said that it's keep getting left out of this equation is he came in the room and he sat there. He was in the room long before he asked the question. And this is his account of the event. And there's people who's affirming this, but there's video of it that he was in the room before he attempted to ask the question. His account was the reason he wanted to ask the question because she was putting out misinformation. Now I can almost believe that because the thing she was asserting on the podium, as she asserted his account, or rather what she alleged he did, we clearly heard that was not the case. Now some people are interpreting it as she was lunging at her. I seen him trying to stay in the room as opposed to trying to go at her. He was pushing back against the people trying to take him out as opposed to trying to get to her. I didn't see anything in any videos I've seen, and I watch numerous of them, that he was trying to go toward her, anything about her other than trying to correct the information. You pointed out something earlier as well when you say who gets the overall blame when we talk about administration. Keep in mind that in the first administration, he set this platform when he say back in the day, this is how we used to treat people. So the idea that people are now taking on that idealism, I don't think that's a far stretch to say that's why he being the president, be associated to these type of events, because that was one of the things that he suggested even during his first candidacy when he first ran.
All right. Anybody else have it? Charlie, you got something else? I know you don't like the guy. I get it. But just, trying to deal with it on a case by case.
Well, I'm just saying places you belong, no matter who you are, it just comes down to different situations. Can you imagine any reporter that's allowed to be at the briefings every day? Can you imagine one of them saying, oh, because we know they all lie, Republicans and Democrats, our House speakers lie. Can you imagine a reporter getting up that got the right to be there and started saying, look, you're lying, I want to correct your statement and all this other stuff? What you think going to happen to him?
He's going to get kicked out because that's disrespectful.
So I'm saying, bro, there's levels to this shit, man.
And
so
they done that
even
before,
for him,
though,
even I don't not like him, huh?
You think
Bitch, hold on, what you say?
Official.
Reporters have been removed.
One at a time.
The
One at a
governmental
time.
official.
Charlie's talking.
You think he
Sir,
deserved to be
Charlie's
detained
talking.
and not arrested, but handcuffed, Charlie?
Say what?
You think he deserved to be detained and handcuffed?
No, I don't think he deserved to be detained, but I think he deserved to do what he's supposed to do. Like I said, he's not the lead in this. He could be a U.S. senator all he wants to. The people that's communicating with the government right now, the federal government right now, is Newsom and Karen Bass.
No, I think that he, as a leader in the Senate, she will go to the Senate and have hearings, and he'll be questioning her.
At the Senate, right?
Correct.
So take that shit to Washington.
Okay.
Don't create chaos in California.
Okay, so listen,
It is his home state, though.
As a former police officer.
It is his home state. He wasn't in Texas
level.
talking about California. He was in California. She's in his state, in his jurisdiction. He was at a federal building. I don't know. I think, a little leeway is given, I think.
But he won't interrupt Karen Bass or Newsom like that.
Well, I mean, they're on the same side. I mean, we get the political theater of it.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's all good, man. Whatever. I don't like him as a person, so I'm kind of biased.
I know. I was trying to deal with it. Excuse me, individually. Mr. CMB. Mr. CMB, you're on mute, sir.
Yeah, sorry. I
No
got
problem.
birds screaming, so I was trying to stay muted.
I'm gonna shut up.
Maybe you can get Denali to talk to them because they're animals. They got their own language.
That's true.
Because, I could yell shut the fuck up to them and they might shut up for about a minute.
If we put Denali and them in the cage together, what do you think?
Actually, it's funny because I let mine out of the cage, the birds, and they love going over to the bulldogs, and the bulldogs are like fucking snoring or whatever, and they go back in the back of their paw in the back, and they fucking they not hard, but just enough to make them jump their ankles.
Okay. All right.
Hilarious.
What say
So
you?
what's the guy with the black shirt over here?
Alex Padilla, U.S. Senator.
And what are they doing with him?
He went into a federal building and he overtalked Kristi Noem, and then they escorted him out. He resisted a little bit, and then they detained him, but they did not arrest him.
Well, I mean, he's just gonna, he's just gonna get a little lecture, and then they're gonna let him go.
They did. They let him go, and he had a 15-minute conversation with Kristi Noem, and they exchanged numbers or something like that, and they moved on. But I'm just saying, I don't know if he should have been detained for asking a question.
Well, yeah. I mean, anybody could be detained for anything by law enforcement or military and law enforcement. I mean, that's part of Geronimo, quiet! Shut the fuck up!
What is it? What is this? Dr. Doolittle over there?
I told you he's all fired up and he was screaming.
I know.
That's why I kept on mute. Yeah, he's
excited about Mr. Denali too. So
yeah. But at the end of the day, the Newsom and the other lady, I mean, I'm sorry, but I gotta call it.
This sounds like Jurassic Park over there.
They're ignorant.
Is that a dinosaur?
You sound like a
Tyrannosaurus Rex over there. Pterodactyl. Oh my God! Can you feed those birds? Put a muzzle on their ass.
Man, they got fucking 20. They live better than most humans, man. They got everything in their fucking cage.
And it's still crime. It must be that bird privilege. It must be that bird privilege.
No, you know what it is? It's at night when the sun's setting. Since they're birds that come from the Amazon, that's how they call their flock. So at this time every night, they like screech and screech because that's what. Okay. I guess their generation.
I'm gonna send you a parakeet muzzle. Okay, listen, get them under control, CMB. What is going? It's like a. They sound like dinosaurs. If you ever see those birds, they're not that big, and they sound like dinosaurs.
Hey, host, can I add something?
Sure. What was his question, though? What was his question?
Well, Padilla's?
Yeah, what was his question?
I don't know if I heard the question, but he did ask a question. I don't know what the question was.
Can I add something, host?
Go ahead.
He was not. His question was trying to get away from the misinformation he was alleging that she was putting out, because what I'm noticing is a lot of times when we're in these forums, and yes, they're very political, but I think we lose sight of, like, for example, even if we were just using an example of the protests, we can argue that the agitators should be arrested, and I'm 100% agreement in that. But I don't think it should change the narrative of what the protest is about. And that was his argument about the way she was categorizing them framing the protest, their reasoning for being there. And that was his pushback. And they had a pushback against him for even wanting to have that conversation with her. Even she admitted they had a 90% disagreement with each other, but the truth still matters. If you're going to describe things right, left, or in between, I think we should use truth as opposed to just hyperbole.
Did you hear the description she gave? What description she gave?
The description? Are you asking me or are you asking someone else?
Yeah, I'm asking you, because you saying nobody knows what he asked, but you saying she was giving misinformation. What misinformation
No.
did she give?
No, what I said was that was his position as to why he was speaking. He was saying she was putting out misinformation. Now, as to what misinformation he was referring to, we'll have to go back to the senator. But that was his rationale for interrupting her, because he alleged she was putting out misinformation.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll refrain until I hear the whole story.
All right. Well,
Because,
here
yeah,
he is
that
right
makes a
here.
difference.
He had a little press conference after he was, I guess, released from detention.
I learned that Secretary Nome was having a press conference a couple of doors down the hall. Since the beginning of the year, but especially over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could learn any new additional information. And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground. And I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable.
All right. That's his take of it. You heard Christy Nome's take of it, and you guys go ahead and decide. I mean, you know.
Optics is
I just think it's two different things, man. When he's talking about, yes, everybody got the right to peacefully protest, but he negate the part that was some agitators out there, and they got addressed. So I understand, like, what's the misinformation? They both can be right. Everybody got the right to peacefully protest. The minute you start throwing rocks and destroying shit, that's a wrap for them.
We had peaceful protests in downtown Las Vegas last night. 94 people were arrested, sir.
94 people by who though? By
What?
who?
What do you mean? What do you mean? By who? Who placed the
Who
arrest?
they arrested by?
The security guard at the casino, brother. Come on, man. Wake up. Are you
So
serious?
that's what I'm saying. So that's not federal. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Who arrested
We
them?
know police.
You talking
Hey,
about the
look.
flashlight cop at the casino? Come on, man.
Big Steve.
You're not
Big
even
Steve.
thinking, brother.
Big Steve, listen to what you're saying though. Your argument ain't with Trump on that. Your argument is with security company
Told you,
of
man.
the.
Never mind. Go ahead.
No, you know what I'm saying though. I like separating things, bro. Just like Denali say, he want to separate it. Let's separate it. I blame Trump for all the bullshit he be part of, but just like with LAPD, all the rubber bullets that was flying, pew-pews that was flying around LA, that's LAPD. So if anybody got any lawsuit, my tax money going towards that if it goes through.
Yeah, but when you're arresting peaceful protesters, then I mean that's no different.
They shouldn't do that, and that's a lawsuit all day. They can't do that. If they do that, that's a lawsuit all day.
I understand, but I was just trying to illustrate a point. I'm not seeing any protests where you don't get some level of agitation. That goes all the way back to the civil rights. The difference is there was a national spokesman at that time and can tell the people, if you're not about the actual premise of the protest, please don't get involved because you're going to change the narrative of the conversation. And that's happened whether it was in BLM, whether it was even when you take J6, for example. A lot of those people went over there in good faith, but there was a bunch of agitators that should have been dealt with. It's the same thing. I'm not showing any hypocrisy about it. What I'm saying is if we don't allow peaceful protesting and people to ask questions, even in press conference, the information that's been spewed out, how do we know it's correct?
You're right, and I think our politicians I mean, we got so many people that follow anything the politicians say or media say. That's the problem. because she could be writing saying there was violent protesters, and he could be writing saying it was a peaceful protest. But the thing is, both sides are saying two different things, which both can be true, but it's not portrayed like that to the mass public.
Yeah, and like I like to speak with people like Mr. Charlie because he's from like California, and all we see on the news is the breaking in the stores and all the burning and it's crazy out there. So I would like to know: are there any peaceful protests, or is like all the cities?
No, there is. I'm gonna tell you this: there is peaceful protests. Just like I said this before when the shit started. LAPD, our mayor and our governor should have jumped on this shit from Friday. This shit would have been over by Sunday. But the thing is, they playing the politics, and Donald Trump step in and say, well, if you're not going to protect my federal agents, which is ICE, FBI, and the Homeland Security, then I'm going to send federal approved reinforcement that I can send. Okay. And that's the problem. Like, this situation can be handled by LAPD and surrounding police agents, period. Okay. That's who's doing all the dirty work right now.
All right, great. New York hates Trump. How you doing, brother? He's back in the building, the MAGA Slayer. What's up?
Oh, man, what I'm hearing, my goodness, how you guys doing today?
Everybody's doing great. What your voice is important as a former correction officer. What, and you're for law and order. What say you?
This is what we been warning you guys about before the election. We knew it was gonna come to that. We knew it was gonna come to this point. We know that. You know what I'm saying? You know what's funny? I'll put my experience, what I went through in 20 years as a correctional officer. Look, let's emphasize for a second. I know the guy that's gonna own the house so every inmate could eat. He runs the freaking house. I've dealt with this shit for 20 years. And what I'm seeing right now, as my experience as a correctional officer, what I'm seeing right now, so with the type of suppression that's going on in this country, we are in a fascist state. It's inhumane. No, freedom of speech is being attacked right now. Babies, we're talking about babies, infants, are taking out this goddamn country because they're undocumented. Foster care kids, bro. When are we gonna stand to the fact, MAGA? When you gonna step up and say something against your president? When? We are getting tired. Our benefits, our middle class is almost gone now. They're taking everything away from the middle class and give right back to the rich. We're sitting back in. Simping for pedo? A man that was in the Epstein list? A man that's been convicted for 34 times?
Did you feel that same way when you're beating down inmates?
Hang on. Wormsworth.
No, I'm sorry.
Was you there? Wormsworth. Let's keep things separate. Let's not conflate issues. Okay?
Sir, can you rebuttal anything I said right now? Everything I stated is straight up facts. And you're older than me. I'm shocked that you don't understand this shit.
I'm sorry. You're down inmates.
I don't get this.
Well, Mr. Wormsworth, can we separate the two? I think New York he's accepted that he has done wrong, but that doesn't mean, can we just speak to what he's saying as opposed to what he has done in the past? Can we do that?
But what I'm saying, I understand where you come from, Mr. Denali, but don't sit here and play we're so concerned when you yourself are not, hey, you're not an angel. So everything ain't equal justice.
If you have any sins, you can't speak on anything, correct?
You know what? I'm going to speak on it, man.
Hang on a second. I'm trying to ask Wormsworth a question. If you have any sins in your past, you can't speak on anything, correct?
No, I stand on my, no, hold up.
Not you, New York. Let me find out from Wormsworth. Wormsworth, if you have sins in your past, that means you can't speak on anything, correct?
Exactly. It's because that shows you're imperfect.
Well, nobody can say anything then.
Exactly.
So,
but hold on, I'm different from him.
Hang on. So because you have sins in your past, that means you can't speak on individual topics.
You can't sit there and judge what someone else does when your own past has led you on astray.
So
Everybody.
What did he say that was wrong?
Oh, MAGA, they're taking infant babies. Well, you were beaten.
But I don't want to listen. I don't think that's fair to bring up someone else's past when we're talking about an isolated incident. I don't know if anything he said that wasn't true. Is there anything he said that wasn't true, Wormsworth?
These incidences are isolated incidents.
I know. This is the question, Wormsworth. I love you. My question is, did he say anything wrong? Anything misinformation, non-factual?
I don't know. I haven't seen nobody with infant babies going anywhere. I haven't seen nobody with infant babies.
Okay.
I haven't seen nobody with milk in hand or strollers loading them up to vans. Mm-hmm. I have not seen any of that. None of it.
Well, listen, we've done the research. Trump is not a PD hero. We know that. The lawsuits have been thrown out of court. We tracked them down. That's not the case. So let's not. I didn't hear that.
Where's the Epstein files?
No, listen. Then Cash Patel's supposed to release them. We went through the week. Listen, New York. You brought up the case. We found the case log. We found the case number, and it was thrown out. If it's thrown out, then there's nothing to it. If that's the case, you want to bring up Biden with his diary. Listen, I'm not interested.
I'm not even here to talk about that. To be honest,
I know. I'm just saying that I'm interested in the facts of the case, and I don't know if anything you said is non-factual. We can speak to that. I don't think it's fair to bring up his past because
I would like
to rebuttal past.
I would like to rebuttal something this man said to me
Go
about
ahead.
my past.
Go ahead, and then we'll go to EK.
So let me tell you something, right? I was not a perfect man. I was never a perfect man. Matter of fact, I was shipped back to my mother's country to meet her family because I was really bad here. But I'm gonna tell you something, right? But one thing that makes me different, I face my demons, bro. This is what makes me a better man today. I understand what sympathy is like. I understand what empathy is like. I understand what it is not to have nothing. I know that. So I face my demons. But then on top of that, I speak about the shit that's inhumane, bro. This is not, how can you face God and ask this God for forgiveness, knowing the fact you're partly involved with what's going on right now, sir? How? You're doing the devil's work. You're doing the devil's work, bro.
Okay.
That is a fact.
Okay. Wormsworld, and then we'll go to EK. Wormsworld.
Because I am not doing nothing. I'm not doing no devil's work. I'm not doing the Lord's work.
You partly involved. Did you vote Trump?
You gotta let him finish. No,
I'm gonna ask. Can I know that?
Go ahead, and then we'll go to EK.
And yes, I 1,100% voted for Donald Trump. 1,100% voted for him. I'm not doing devil's work.
You doing the devil's work. You're partly involved, sir.
New York, let him finish,
bro.
Yes, I can break down scripture that would tell you that Kamala Harris was working for Satan and daggone Biden, because no man is perfect. Trump isn't perfect. The government ain't perfect. What is going on now? It may not be perfect, but just like you had to have your day of reckoning, somebody would have their day of reckoning, and they will understand what they are doing now. If it's good or bad, they would get their day of reckoning. I am not here to judge what no one else is doing. I'm looking at it and like, I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't do that. Oh, that's good. That's good. But I'm not going to sit here and blurt and condemn whatever going on when I don't even have all the facts. I see stuff on TV, but then I say, hey, Charlie, is it like that on TV? Because he's there. Media will show you something that's going to keep people eyeballs on the TV.
Yo, I'm going to do God's work, bro.
I would not have known there. I would not have known.
You're going to hell. Going to hell?
I would not have known.
Bro. This man, yo, really?
Why do you say he's going to hell? New York. Why are you saying he's going? What did he do?
No, I'm doing God's work now. He's going to hell.
I'm saying, why would you say that Wormsworth's going to hell? What did he do?
He accepted and partly involved with the shit the inhumanity that's going on today, bro.
Okay, all right.
I
I don't know about that. Listen, no one on this panel is anybody else's judgment and will decide anything like that. EK, what would you like to say?
Denali, can you drop me, Denali?
Okay. EK?
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak to Denali. So
you got it.
I got two things. The first thing is for Big Steve, and then I want to talk to New York Hates Trump. Got a challenge for him, which I know he will refuse. Hey, Big Steve, you said 94 people got arrested last night in Las Vegas, and where were they, on the Strip? Where were they at? Okay, so they downtown. Were they just peacefully standing on the sidewalk with signs? What caused them to get arrested? Were they blocking entries into casinos? What were they doing?
I think so.
Okay, well then, if you blocking that's not a peaceful protest. Because you said they were peacefully protesting and 94 people got arrested. If you blocking people's thoroughfares and allowing them to have freedom of movement, that ain't peaceful protest. If they standing on the sidewalk, not anybody's way with signs and they got arrested, I'd be with you. But apparently that didn't happen.
So wait a minute. So did you see them block off the 101?
Absolutely, and that's not peaceful either. People got to get to work, and that's why they should have been arrested.
Did they arrest everybody that was on the freeway?
No, but they should have.
Okay.
They absolutely should have. I got to get to work, or I got to get to the hospital because there's an emergency, or I got to get to a funeral, or I got to catch a plane, and I got a bunch of people who I might even support what they protesting for, but now I'm screwed. You can't block people's ability to move around.
Correct.
You're taking away my freedom.
And just to back that up, Big Steve, just to back that one thing up, no, a lot of people haven't got arrested, but our police chief already came out and said they're going through social media, they're going through all the videos, and there will be more charges brought to people, no matter they had masks on or not. So they got tracking systems. So there will be more arrests. We're not going to hear about it on social media because they're not going to pump it up. But he already said they're going after all the agitators. And then what's trippy, real quick, just a side note, I didn't understand why they got the IRS down here in the FBI, but that's part of it. They're going to try to track if there is any money being funded to this stuff, and like the people agitators.
Charlie, the reason they had them down there is because there was the whole thing that kicked off the whole thing was there's a Department of Justice investigation about a company that was money laundering and cheating the government out of money. That's why the FBI and the IRS were down there in the first place. Right. They say they $80 million and they cheated the government out about $17 million.
It's a several-pronged approach.
And so now, to you, Mr. New York Hates Trump, I challenge you to a debate on Denali's platform on anything you want to debate on for some money.
Whoa. A debate? Well,
yes, he can choose the subject.
Oh, wow.
For whatever amount of money you want to put up. Since you so, come off of mute. You accept?
EK. I mean, like you're not, your IQ is not there.
So that's a simple. That's an easy yes.
No, listen, we're not going to get into a whole thing. He challenged you to a debate on any topic of your choosing, which is extraordinary. Do you accept? Yes or no?
You know what?
No, for God.
When?
Just say no. Just say no.
Yes or no, and we can work out the logistics. It's either yes or no, New York.
I think I'll debate him.
You say yes.
Yes, I'll debate him.
What?
Okay, we're gonna debate. Hey, hold on. We're gonna debate for $250. How's that? Is that good enough for you, New York Hates? $250.
Nah, you cannot call numbers, bro.
Well, you call a number then.
What does that mean? Oh.
How much you want to debate for?
I'll debate you for 6,000.
Okay, bet.
Denali, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
6,000.
Okay, I'm with that. I got side bets.
Listen. If you're not involved in the bet right now, don't say anything. This is between
Denali,
New York.
I'm gonna send you $6,000 right now. I'm gonna cash out you 6,000 right now.
Hang on, New York.
Slow down,
New York. Let's find out. EK. You said 250. He said $6,000.
Yeah, I'm not betting $6,000.
Okay.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Because
why?
Because it's crazy. Why won't you? Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do 1,000. I'm not doing $6,000 on the debate.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
not doing it. That's crazy.
Hold up. You like to call numbers. Let me
I
call
called
numbers too. You give me an
$1,000.
opportunity to call
I
numbers.
called
I'm calling a number. I
$1,000.
start with 6.
All right, listen, New York. I'm gonna $6,000.
That's crazy.
I'm a cash
Hang
out
on,
to
New
you
York,
right now.
New York, New York. You're the MAGA slayer. I don't know if EK identifies himself as MAGA, because I don't. But,
No, I don't. But
right.
I identify myself at $1,000 right now.
He already
Mr.
backed
Bluebell, not your fight right now.
I
New
know.
York-
I know
okay,
he's gonna
listen,
back
listen,
out.
Listen,
But no, we're gonna lock the money in now.
It's
We finna
$1,000.
lock.
Do you accept it or you decline?
Nah, 1,000 is too low for me with EK,
Oh,
bro.
get the
First
fuck
off, you gotta
outta
be a MAGA.
here.
And
I
on top
think
of
you're
that,
playing games,
listen,
New York.
No,
Just
no,
because
no,
you
no,
play
no.
New York.
No, sir, hold up. Let me ask. No, last time I came here, $500 with this girl that I bet I did not agree with, and then on top of that, no, since anybody's calling out numbers, I'm calling out a number. He gave me an opportunity
Listen,
to call out a
I'm
number. I'm
betting
calling it. I
$1,000.
say
You take it or
6,000.
not? I bet
No, I'm not taking
$1,000.
1,000. I want to take 6,000.
I'm not
Okay, well,
betting.
then I guess
I'm gonna go high.
there's no debate. New York, I don't know. Listen, the
No,
last time
what
the
you
rule
mean?
about-
6,000?
He backed out the
6,000
last
EK?
one that they had.
You
backed
got
out the last
listen.
one.
have
Okay,
money.
give me 1 second. New York, I think. Listen, you can say 6,000. EK said he was at 250.
Nah, I'm going for 6. He asked me, yo, you throw up a number, and I threw up my number. I put up 6,000, and I said it to you right now.
I don't think anybody's gonna do that in New York. Come on.
Nah, fuck this. No, oh hell no. We going high. Yo, listen. I choose when I want to go high and low. It's
I mean, that's true.
my
It is your
destiny.
choice. But
It's my destiny.
listen, I think EK has declined that.
Yeah, everybody knows he's scared to bet $1,000. He's scared to bet
money. I can
Can
smell
I
a
say
This is
motherfucker
how
from New
I
York.
keep my
New
money.
York. Can
I
I
can
say?
smell a
Hang on one
motherfucker.
second.
with
I
money.
got you. New York.
DK, that name
New
sounds
York.
rich.
New York. Can I say something to you, as your brother?
Yes.
I think that saying 6,000 is essentially saying no.
No. Oh, can I send it then?
No, I'm saying that no one's gonna do $6,000 on a
Yo, hold up. No,
debate.
he asked me for a number, and guess what?
I know, but
it's my
you,
number.
okay, you countered and he went up. Why don't you just do it for the 1,000? You can shut EK up.
No.
All right, well then it's all okay. Then there's nothing else to talk about because there's nothing left to talk about. Listen, your challenge has been declined by EK. I think nobody's gonna do. No, come on, New York. No one's doing
He's
being
disingenuous. Hey, Denali, don't let nobody send you no money like that, bro. Your ass will be audited the next time.
Yo, hold up, Charlie. Let's be honest here. Last time I came here to the panel, right? He asked me for $500. I said no. It's not because I don't want to pay $500. It's because the fact that I have to know what I'm doing. It's a debate. I'm comfortable.
Listen, New York.
If I'm comfortable with myself,
New York,
doing something else, I'll do it.
New York. You have the. He put it in your court as far as the topic. You could pick any topic, and he's doing it for $1,000. Why wouldn't you do it so you can shut
That
him
is too low for me. If I'm gonna lose,
there's
nothing. I'm gonna
New
lose
York.
big.
There's nothing left to talk about. Then I'm done with it because I'm not going to go down a 30-minute rabbit hole.
$1,000 is peanuts.
I'm not going to go down a 30-minute rabbit hole for nothing like I did the other day. I'm not doing it. Listen, I love you, but I personally think by you saying 6,000, essentially you saying no. That's what I did.
He gave me an opportunity to put up a number.
know.
And I'm
He's
showing
saying
my
no.
number.
Because
I
you know what,
Denali,
listen, I'm done with it.
right now.
I'm done. If you're saying no to 1,000, I'm done.
No, I'm not gonna battle EK for 1,000. I'm gonna battle him for what I feel like.
Okay, so it's over.
Mr. Denali.
It's over. Listen, it's over, and the people will decide what they think of it. That's it.
All right, so let them decide, man.
Mr.
Let them
Denali.
decide. Yo, yes.
Is this the same man who would not? I sent my 500 the other day, and he wouldn't do 500, but he wants to do 6,000 today.
Correct.
Sweetheart,
okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, that is the same Arcade Trump.
Okay, make that make sense. Can anybody?
Disingenuous.
I can't.
Does that make sense?
Oh, you're the same lady.
Listen, hold on.
Whenever I'm on a panel putting up bets, you the one that never say nothing. You don't have the balls to actually. Oh, actually, you don't have any balls. You don't.
Okay,
you don't
I
have
sent
the
my
guts
money
to
the other
actually
day,
bet
New
me.
York. You didn't send yours.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
we already had that conversation. The 500 on the table against Louisville, you rejected.
But now
it.
you want to do 6,000.
EK
Yeah, right.
gave you, and EK let you pick the topic, and you're saying no. So here you go. EK, did you want to say something? Because then we can just move on. Because this is, I'm not.
Yeah, we can just move on because if I said 6,000, he would say 10,000. He don't want to bet. If you're gonna win 6,000, why wouldn't you win $1,000?
Correct.
That makes no sense. Like
Put
he
it
said,
up.
like Yo-Yo said,
Put
you
it
didn't
up.
even hold on.
Put it up.
You didn't even no,
asked me
because
for a
you're
number,
gonna back
sir,
out
sir,
just like you backed out of Yo-Yo for 500.
Okay, and EK, which one makes more sense? A debate where it's subjective, people's
Yeah,
opinions?
he dropped. He ran. Did somebody drop him or did he run?
One thing, he a real New
He
Yorker.
ran.
Real New Yorker
EK,
put
which
money
one
up.
makes more sense?
He didn't put
Something that's
money up, Big
subjective?
Steve. He ran from $500 from
He
Yo-Yo.
did.
Yo-Yo. Now he want to put
500, Big
6,000.
Steve, and he didn't.
Yeah, he did run from. He didn't want to do the 500.
I sent
Now
the
he
money,
wants
Big
6,000. I gave him a break. I said 250. He say
You asked
6,000.
me-
I say
you asked me for a
1,000.
number. Did you ask me for a number? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes,
he did,
yes,
but we know.
yes.
Come on,
All right.
New York.
So guess
You're not-
what?
Who
I
gonna
feel
listen, I'm going to tell you
$6,000
again, New York. You're not.
dude.
New York.
I
You're
feel
not.
Plus, you would
confident
lose it
enough to put
anyway.
up 6,000.
You would
Sound
lose
like
it
a-
anyway.
Sound like
So
a cat
put
I
it
know
up.
from the block.
Put it
Sound like
up.
some of the homies I know from the block.
Put it up.
Run them CeeLo on you. Let's run
He's
this
not
CeeLo. Where
going
the 3 dice at?
to. Steve, are you putting money up?
No.
Okay, then be quiet, please.
Okay, EK, which one makes more sense? Putting 6,000 up for something that's subjective, people's opinion of who won the debate, or actual like trivia tests where you're on your own, it's up to you, where you answer the questions right or wrong. Which one makes more sense?
I'll put up
The
2,000
trivia.
of that
The
6.
trivia.
Where it's 100% on you, right?
No,
Yo-Yo.
Bell. He ain't gonna take
I'll
the money.
put
It
up
ain't the money. It ain't
2,000 of
even.
the 6. I'll
It
put
ain't
up
even that.
2,000.
Yo, let me ask you a
I'll put
question.
up
Yo, aren't you
2,000 of the
conservative? Yo,
6.
are you conservative?
What?
I
She
will put
conservative,
up
right?
2,000.
Hang on a second. Okay. Lula,
I
you're
will
saying
put up-
what?
I will put up
aren't you a
2.
conservative?
I
Can
will
you
put
please
up.
be quiet, New York?
I will put up 2,000 of the 6.
Wow.
Sound like 5 bet to me.
I'll put up 2,000 of the 6, EK.
What?
Man, I don't want y'all doing that, but I mean, okay. I'll tell you what.
Oh shit.
New York hate. So my people can get some of your fucking money. You got 6,000. 2, 2, and 2. Send your money, motherfucker. Because I'm going to send mine right now.
Yo, so it takes 2 people to put up for you.
It don't
Are you gonna do it? Okay, New York.
Are you going to do it or not?
New York.
I bet he
Please.
don't do it. I bet he
York.
don't do it.
All right, let's do it. Let's
give
do
me a
it. So
second,
I'm gonna
EK.
6,000
New
right
York.
now.
There's
Hold up.
6,000 on the table. Yes or no?
I'm gonna put it up right now. Yo, listen, I want to see the cash first. Matter of fact, they go first.
No.
Okay, I'm going to send mine right now.
What? Mr. Denali XXL's in the building.
I'm going to send 2,000 right now.
Send it.
You said you were going to send 6,000. We still see you having
Hold up,
teacup.
I want to see it first, and I'm gonna send mine.
What you mean you want to see it first?
Louisville.
Send it.
Just Louisville. Just relax. New York, if you're doing it, you're doing it. They called you out. You do it or not. You know that they go for it. New York, no more talking, bro. Like you called it out and they challenge you. Wow. I don't think the room has been this quiet ever.
He's just talking because his mouth works.
Yeah.
The LA courts sided with Gavin Newsom on returning.
Okay, now, Steve, why are you?
Mr. Denali, I'm going to send mine when New York sent his because I'm not doing it again. I sent 500 the other day. He didn't do it. So as soon as New York sent it, I'm going to send it.
I want to see the whole thing. Stop capping.
Never mind. Forget it. I'm
No,
done.
no, no,
I'm done. I'm done.
Yo, hold up.
New York,
You know
I'm
I'm good for
done.
mine. Denali,
I'm done.
Mine,
Listen,
bro.
let me.
I'm
New York.
good for mine.
See, because
You
we
know
can't
that.
keep
New York,
doing
then
this back
send it
and
then.
forth.
New York, send it.
No, hold on. I
Hey,
want to see them first.
Denali, what's your
They go
Zelle?
first.
What's your Zelle?
They go
What's your
first.
Zelle, Denali?
Hang on a
I
second.
want to see it first.
What's your Zelle?
Okay, hang on.
I ain't playing games. I know the type of games y'all be playing.
They're not playing games. I know that.
All right,
Listen,
so
You're
send
the
it.
you're
I
the
wanna
one
see it
playing
first. I send
games.
mine.
Hey, New York hates. Me and Lulabelle gonna send ours. Then you send your 6, then Yo-Yo send hers.
Yes,
How about
it takes
that?
two. It takes two. It takes 3 people to
No,
help.
it don't.
Don't
It
worry
took
about
2.
how
It
many
You're a
people
ain't.
it
liar.
takes.
What
Don't
difference
worry
if it
about how
took
many people
200?
it takes.
New York, if it took 200, what difference does it
I'm
make?
gonna tell you right now, New York, you're losing credibility with people because, like, you know, Yo-Yo's good, you know, EK's good, and you know.
All right, so no, I want to see it.
Okay. I mean, it's up to them.
All right. Hey, Mr. Denali,
What
put your
makes
Zelle
you
up
so
there.
credible that you need to see ours before we see
They
yours?
know mine. They know my credibility here, bro.
No,
We
we
don't
don't.
know
You backed
shit.
out of
What do you mean?
$500.
What are you talking
Low
about? We know
ball.
your credibility. You don't
You
have
backed
no
out of
credibility.
I
500.
just sent maybe 10,000 here.
I think he's.
Mr.
Hey,
Denali, what's
Denali.
your Zelle?
It's right there.
Hey,
It's
EK. Hey, EK.
Yeah.
Don't waste your time, man.
Okay, I'll
Don't waste
send
your
it if
time.
he's gonna send his. I could do mine. I got
Yo,
Zelle.
okay. So this is
yo.
the thing. Okay.
Don't
Give me
waste your time.
Lulabelle. Give me a second, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
New York, are you going to send it?
I'm with it if I see it.
If you
Why
see
does
what?
he's such a liar?
Well, see what? What are you talking about, New York? You put a
I want to
thing
see
up
them
on the
send
tape.
that bread first, and then
Oh,
I'll
my
put
breath,
mine.
my brain is hurting.
Okay, well you saw the 500 the other day and still didn't do it.
Give me
You're
a
such a
second.
I
liar.
didn't see. First off, I didn't really want to bet with you, to be
Okay, we
honest.
got that. We're not on that. Are you going to send the $6,000? Yes or no?
I got you right now. I promise on everything I love, bro. You know me. I'm not like that. I'm not that type of guy. I want to see it from their side, because MAGA broke to me. That's a fact.
Hey, Denali, drop me down. I'll come back up later, man.
All right.
So Denali, can I send it based on your phone number? Because I know your phone number.
No.
Okay.
Just that you see that hurricane, that email. That's what's associated with my Zelle.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me go write it down.
Hurricane.
Write it down right now.
At gmail.com.
CMB, you gonna help them?
Hurricane. What's that? 4023, Mr. Denali? I can't see it.
Yeah, at gmail.com. Just send $1, just before you.
Yo.
Well, I already sent to you, Zelle, before, I think.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think
Did
I'm
you
in.
say,
I think I'm in
Lulabelle?
your contacts.
Hey, yo.
I'm getting ready to send it just so he'll send it.
Yo, hold on. We need to see some good faith from him before we send anything.
Lulabelle.
Yes.
I got this covered. Let me just take care of this, okay? You take care of what you're supposed to take care of. I will take care of this.
Okay, cool.
Mr. Denali, what's the topic of the debate? Is it politics?
No, listen, it's New York's choice. That's what EK said. He said, your choice of topic.
My choice of topic is the 2020 election has not been proven, and I'm gonna put $6,000 on it.
Then go ahead and
What
send
on earth is going on in here?
Christ.
He says his topic is going to be the 2020 election and it has not been proven. What kind of damn debate is that supposed to be?
The 2020 election, supposedly it was stolen. It's not proven to be stolen, and Donald Trump got the House, the Senate.
Okay, New York, stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Everybody's got big balls and think you gotta do it.
Hey, Mr. D.
Hey,
and that shit is subjective. So I mean, how do you have a debate about something that's subjective?
Mr.
That's what I was
Lulabelle,
asking.
we've had debates on here. Please, let me take care of that, okay? It's a 3-panel. Nikkei knows how it works, so please. All right.
Was this bet going through?
Is what? I don't know. Listen, we're waiting.
I'm telling you, I got a nonprofit that could use all that money, people.
Miss MC?
Yes.
Please, give me a second, okay, dear?
I know. Okay.
Big balls. Big balls. New York hates Trump.
Oh, it should be in your Cash App right now.
It's there.
Where you at? Where you at, Mr. New York? Talking all that shit. Where you at? Send your
Yo, so
six.
we got the whole 6,000.
You got
I
to
knew
show
this
some
was gonna
good
happen.
faith before we send anything.
Nah,
You got
I'm
to show
waiting for the
some
whole
good
six.
faith. You need to send.
I
You
tell
need
you
to
what.
send
I
something.
tell you what. New York, send your 2,000.
No.
Send 2,000.
I bet it.
Send
on
2,000.
My head is hurting. New York. Why are you making this so more? New York, why are you making this more difficult for me?
Cause he don't
Send
want to bet. It's
2,000, New
bullshit.
York.
It's
Send
bullshit.
2,000. Big baller, send your 2,000.
I bet on 6.
Oh man, you a bitch, man. You a straight up bitch.
Lulabelle, you sending your 2?
It takes 2 people
Listen,
to
I
help
got
you.
two.
I
I got two from. Okay,
I'm doing it by
Lulabelle.
myself.
Listen, Lulabelle. Don't go back and forth with New York. Either you're doing it or you're not. That's the question.
Oh, I'll send it. I'll send it right now.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. Let's do it, and then we're gonna see what New York is gonna do.
Okay, I'll send mine too.
Okay.
Lula, let's
He
send
ain't
it
gonna
to
do
see what
nothing.
we do, Lulabelle.
All right, let's see. I mean, New York is on the. He is
And hold
definitely on the
we
hot
have to
seat.
decide. They're correct because I don't know how you can do it. First of all, I never thought the 2020 election was stolen anyway. I've been on record with that, so that ain't gonna work, partner.
Oh no! This is what my debate is about.
Oh,
Okay, well, I'm
hey,
waiting to
y'all
see
don't
what
send
y'all
no
say.
money. Don't send no money. Don't send
I'm getting
because
it,
I've
Lulabelle.
been on
I'm
record
done with
saying
you.
I don't think it was stolen.
I'm done.
So
with
how
you,
am I
New York.
debate against something that I already believe to be true?
Yeah, that don't make any sense, New York. You gotta
Come up with something else.
He's scared to do a trivia.
You gotta
with
come up with something we
He's
both
scared to do
disagree
trivia
on.
with you, EK.
Oh, he don't want no trivia. Are you kidding me?
No. We have to
That's
talk
what I
about the
just said.
2020 election because everything
New
that's
York. He
going
doesn't
on right
believe
now
that it
is
was
based on that
stolen.
too.
So how can he debate if he doesn't believe that? That don't make no sense. He doesn't believe it was stolen.
Man, the weakest dogs always bark the loudest.
Sure do.
Talking all
and I'm
that
balking.
shit.
Damn,
I
was
doubled
just
what
about,
I said I
was
wanted
just
to
about
bet
to
you.
hit send too. This sucks.
Hey, New York, I doubled what I had already agreed to bet you on. And you can't send your 2,000.
I bet
Or
on
drop off the panel.
6,000.
And if
No,
you
but
lose
New
it,
York.
you're eliminated for this live for 6
I don't
months.
mind losing 6 bands, bro.
New York.
Then
New
send
York.
it.
Believe it or not.
Hang on. New York. Do you realize EK believes the same thing you believe? So how can he debate it? He doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe that
Yeah, but
2020.
but he's a I don't understand that. He's a MAGA.
He doesn't believe it.
Trump, and
Again, he doesn't believe it.
Mr. Denali, is my
defending-
2,000 in your account? Yes or
Yes,
no?
it is. It's there.
He was defending
New
he
York.
was,
He doesn't believe that the 2020 was
He was
stolen.
defending the 2020 election.
He doesn't believe it.
And I never
doesn't
said
believe
it was
it.
stolen. You can never find. I'll tell you what. I'll pay you 10,000 if you can find any record of me saying it was
Yo,
stolen.
bro, it takes 2 people to help you. You can't even come up with
Dude, it ain't about 2
6,000
people.
by yourself.
You so phony. If I send my 6,000, it's just gonna be sitting there because you don't even want to
You
send
can't.
2,000.
I dare you.
He wouldn't even do 500, EK. He wouldn't do 500 the other day. He was scared to do that.
Listen. Tell you, New York, I love you, but you fucking up my show.
He really is.
You're fucking up my
Damn,
show.
Denali, really?
No, because New York, they're
talk
sending
shit.
him. Hang on a second, Yo-Yo. Ooh, okay.
Did he drop?
He dropped. No one dropped.
think I'm coming
Hey,
in to
Denali,
fuck
send
it
me $1,900 back. Keep 100 for your problems, man.
This dude here is like
Bitch ass nigga. He's a bitch ass nigga.
Damn.
And he's bringing the street out on my
That's
ass.
the second one. That's the second.
Big
place
Steve,
up,
what
New
do you
York.
think? Big Steve, what you think?
Y'all
I don't
talking.
know. I
Don't
thought he
ask.
was from New York.
He's a phony
Mr.
ass,
Denali,
fake
guess
ass
what?
N-word.
Guess what, Mr. Nally?
Steve, no respect.
You think he's
Wow.
a fugazi? You think he's a fugazi?
Yeah.
Guess what, Mr.
Mr.
Denali?
Denali, send 19, keep 100 for your effort. This
Guess
month,
what, Mr.
Steve,
Denali?
Steve, keep it 1,000, Steve.
lady come in
Yeah.
and fuck it up.
Guess
Big
what,
Steve,
Mr. Denali?
keep it
Yeah.
1,000.
Yeah.
Keep
yeah,
it 1,000.
Cats I know from the street, we don't do that.
Mr. Denali, I
No,
got
there
his
would
balls.
be serious consequences. Am I lying, Big
absolutely.
Steve?
Yeah. That's right.
Mr. Denali, I got his balls in my purse.
Hey, but listen,
Tell him
Denali,
that.
I want y'all to understand that we got to be careful, man, because we just had 2 people here in Vegas over, social media were killed right in front of them.
Okay, what do we talk? What, Big Steve? What we're talking?
I'm just saying, man.
Why do you bring that up?
What do you mean? Why?
We're talking about something else.
No, I'm just saying because people take this stuff serious, man, and get carried away.
Here.
Okay, all right, no problem.
Those are white.
Only when you got two
White
serious people, Big Steve. New
I
York
know,
is
but
not.
I'm-
He's
Hey,
not
Mr.
serious.
Denali,
Yes.
can you make a picture like you did with the ant thing and with me having his balls in my purse, please?
Yeah. I mean,
I got his balls in my purse.
This is the second straight one. I think his credit score is going down to 480.
You know what?
And he ran, which makes it even worse.
I would say this. It's interesting because white people are diabolical.
What?
We happen to be.
What are you talking about?
Let me say this. White people.
Ain't none of us white, huh?
What?
I am. I'm
What
white.
does that have to do with what we're doing right now?
Where did that come
I'm
in?
just telling you, white people are diabolical.
That was so
Black
random, Big
people-
Steve.
Oh my God! What does that got to do with anything?
Oh my God! Nobody wants to let me fucking speak.
Because you can't tell us what it has to do with anything.
Because what you're speaking is craziness, so stop yourself.
No,
Mary Catherine.
we can. You know, I mean,
I'm about as the whitest person up
you know
here,
what,
so please
Denali?
don't.
I love how you all of a sudden don't care anymore about what anybody's saying. I'm saying white people are far more diabolical. Black people
What does that got to do with anything?
Are you a self-hating white woman?
No. Black people are far more.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God! Shut up. Let me finish.
Well,
No, I'm not letting you
far
speak.
more.
No, you're going to be talking about me. I'm going to get to talk.
Oh my God!
'Cause I'm Irish white,
Catherine.
sweetheart. I'm
Oh,
Irish
God.
white. I am like listening, glowing in the dark.
No, white people
So
can be
please.
diabolical, dude. They're
What does that have to do with what we
The only
talking
one
about?
that's diabolical is you.
Oh my God!
So go drink your wine
White
and hush
people
yourself.
aren't diabolical, and black
No, we're
people
not.
are emotional.
Mhm. There are some, I will say that, but there's diabolical in every race. So why don't you
No,
go?
black people are far more emotional than they are diabolical.
What?
What?
That's right. I
Man,
said what I
can-
said. Black
listen.
people are more emotional, and white
Oh,
people are
God.
more diabolical.
Can you drop her, please?
I muted her.
Yeah,
If
this
you
is
keep
crazy.
talking crazy, I'm a dropper.
This is crazy. You think you're gonna come up here and talk about
Nothing that was
us?
true.
What are you talking about?
White people are a little more diabolical. Black
How
people are
about you
more
get off the racial stuff? How about that?
Right.
Mr.
The racial
Denali, can
stuff,
you
but
check
that's
your
what I
text
just
messages?
said.
Oh my God, I'm getting.
There's a message for you to check your text messages.
I thought you said you weren't gonna let this go on for 30 minutes, Denali.
All right. Okay. All right. Wow. See, this kind of shit just gives me a headache. I mean, New York. I'm just.
Right.
Wow. Wow.
Crazy.
That's 2 straight times. I mean, his credit score has plummeted.
To 480.
Did that.
Yeah, 480.
480.
All right. Okay. Paul's in the building. Paul.
I came in late. What was going on?
Oh, listen, we're not going back.
Well, we're not going to spend another. Listen, New York Welcher. New York hates Trump. The Welcher guy. He came up again, and then I said it. I called it. I said him saying that number is essentially him saying no. So
What did he do? What was the bet?
Oh,
the debate between EK and
and he didn't
New York
want
hates Trump,
to do it. Oh, okay.
Well, he did. EK said 250, and then he said 6,000, and then EK said 1,000. No, I want to do 6. So EK, Lulabelle, and Yo-Yo came up $2,000 apiece,
Wow.
and he still said no.
Yep.
Wow.
He's just his credit score plummeted to 480. I'm sorry. We thought that we had something there.
And Paul,
EK sent something, and
I sent my money.
yeah, you did. EK, listen, he's got a 850 credit score here. You, Lolo, and Lulabelle as well. I mean, I don't know what's going on with New York. He just
Yo too now. Yo says she sent her bread, so you gotta give her props.
Oh, he did. He just said
My
it.
finger was on the trigger tonight, but I sent my bread the other day.
why is Big Steve chirping? Why is he chirping in the background? This don't forget. Big Steve, Big Baller, be quiet. He's chirping. What? Yo-Yo knows how I feel.
Mr. Denali, is Kimmy around?
Who?
Is
She's
Kimmy
in the
around?
comments. Why? What's up?
Oh boy. So we got. I hate to do this, Kimmy, because I know he's your relative, but
Oh, you talking about Corey?
Oh dear God, help us! I mean, the way that the Democrats are spinning this is.
Hang on a second. We got it. We have a. Hang on one second.
Okay.
EK and Golden Calf. Golden Calf coming through. Go ahead. Kimmy's gonna come after you, but go ahead.
I know, but come on. I mean, the way that the Democrats are spinning this thing, first of all, we all saw what was going on. Kristi Noem was making her remarks at the press conference, and all the reporters and everybody else in attendance was sitting there listening to her. And this guy is just going to roll into the press conference, demand that she answer his questions while she's in the middle of her prepared speech. And then when he gets taken out, the Democrats are going to call Trump an authoritarian and that how he has no respect for the Constitution and that Padilla was absolutely legitimate and should never have been taken out the way that he was taken out. Come on, man. I mean, it's just like, what are the Democrats going to do aside from these shenanigans and these media circus type actions to try and get attention? I mean, my goodness, the guy couldn't sit there with everybody else and just wait until question and answer time came around. He had to roll in there and just demand things. And now the Democrats are saying that he was mistreated. Explain that to me.
All right. Kimmy's here. Kimmy?
Hi, Paul.
Hey, Kimmy. I'm sorry, but
I don't care. You don't have to be sorry. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. I think he was mistreated. Even Denali, who voted for Trump, think he was mistreated. I don't think he had to be. And so they said that they did not recognize him, which to me is pure bullshit. How? Sorry, my phone rang. How could you not recognize him? That's what their excuse is. He identified himself several times, and his statement is that she was giving some misinformation, and so he tried to correct it, and then he was pushed down on the floor and handcuffed. I don't agree with that for anybody, whether it would have been a Republican or a Democrat. I just don't see that anybody needed to be treated that way. I don't.
But anybody who's going to disrupt the press conference like that, they're going to be treated that way regardless of whoever they are. I mean, you can't just roll in there. I mean, regardless of whether he felt as though he was not correct in what he was saying and that he considered it to be misinformation, it was just absolutely inappropriate what he was doing. I mean, we see this all the time when people are making remarks in a public setting and then somebody decides that they're going to interrupt things, they're hauled out of there.
All right, let's hear Cory Booker's word. We don't have to explain it.
It was in the federal building.
Let's hear Cory Booker's words.
I never thought I would imagine having to stand here and discuss what I saw today. A United States Senator in his own community, in the city in which he grew up, elected under the authority of the people, stepping forward to get answers to legitimate questions. And we see him being thrown to the ground after being removed from a room forcibly and put into handcuffs by multiple people. This, to me, is such an abuse of authority. It is a violent act, and there can be no justification of seeing a senator forced to their knees, laid flat on the ground, their hands twisted behind their back, and being put into into restraints. If you see the video, at that point, he's not fighting, he's not pushing. But this is a pattern and a practice. This is not an isolated incident. I remind people that in my own community, in the city of Newark, we had a congresswoman and a mayor at a facility. The mayor invited into the gate the Congress people, invited into a conference room, and then the mayor asked to leave, who did leave, and then numerous agents run out to arrest that mayor. Now, the judge in this case said it was outrageous, reprimanded the Trump administration for the arrest in and of itself. We see time and time again with this administration trying to precipitate a response by the misuse and the abuse of force. This is more akin to authoritarian governments. When you see a democratic nation having their executive begin to arrest mayors, begin to arrest judges, begin to arrest a United States senator who is simply asking for answers to their questions, to remove them from a room forcibly, to throw them to the ground, to put them in restraints. This is something that we should not tolerate. And by we, this is not Democrats and Republicans. This is we in this body. We have a constitutional obligation to provide oversight to the executive, a constitutional obligation to ask questions, to make inquiries, a constitutional obligation to check and balance the authority of the executive. And so here we saw before our eyes a senator in their district, in their state, asking questions, and we see him being shoved out of a room, but it did not stop there. Shoved to the ground, shoved onto his belly, and have his arms pulled behind his back. This should outrage every United States senator. This should outrage every United States senator, Mr. President.
All right, there he is. Kimmy, do you want to respond to it or?
Good job, Corey. Fabulous. Ditto to everything he said.
Can I rebut? Can I rebut Denali?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's start with all of the I don't know if you necessarily want to call them mistruths, but this whole idea that President Trump is just arresting judges, arresting members of Congress. Let's set the record straight. There were 2 judges who were arrested who broke the law. We heard from the Democrats for the last 4 years that no one's above the law. No one is above the law. Those judges broke the law. They deserve to be arrested. That Congresswoman in Newark, she assaulted a nice officer. She has now been indicted and she could face several years in prison. So this idea that President Trump is some authoritarian dictator just going around arresting people for absolutely no cause is complete BS. So, Corey can stop with that. Was the senator manhandled? Yeah, he was. Maybe they didn't have to put him in handcuffs. Once he was removed from the area, they probably didn't need to do all of that. But to blame all of that on President Trump, and that's the problem that I have. Everything that happens in the country is all of a sudden President Trump's fault. President Trump had nothing to do with what happened at that press conference. That's on those officers. That's what they decided to do. That should not necessarily reflect on the Trump administration. So that's a big problem. And if, Cory Booker's trying to say that this is not about, Democrat, Republican, it's about being American. Well, what you're doing by talking about it in this way is making more division in the United States. So I'll end my plane.
All right. Anybody?
Denali, I would like you to tell Paul what you said earlier. What did you say earlier? what did you say earlier? Because he said Trump was not there. And what did you say? If good things happen under Trump, then he takes the roses. So if bad things happen, he's got to take the thorns, right?
I think
These
it
are
starts at the
his
top.
people, right? Did you say that?
I did say that.
Okay, I want
It
you to
starts at
repeat
the
it for.
top. I mean,
I want
shit
you to
runs
repeat
down.
it for Paul.
No,
Repeat
I'm
it for
saying,
Paul.
Paul, if it were good, the fact that people are being deported, raids are happening, those are good things for the administration. He loves to take the flowers. You got to take the thorns that come along with the flowers. You just can't take the flowers and leave the thorns there. He's in charge, so things that happen, he's responsible. Not directly all the time, but it's the tone, and the tone is set by the top of the food chain.
I can agree to that to an extent, but this idea that he's going to point the finger at President Trump because of what is going on what went on in that particular circumstance, I don't think that's helping anything in the country. It's just not.
Well, I mean, listen, I think it was a black eye. I don't think it should have happened. Yes, he was over talking her. I'm not sure if that required him to be forced out of there. And now he was not immediately going. They did have to push him out. But I'm not sure. He identified himself 3 times. I'm not sure if that required him to be put on his belly and put in handcuffs. I mean, that seems a little.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think that was
And
probably
then
a little bit excessive.
and then they said they didn't recognize him. They didn't know it was him.
Well,
Like,
and then
what?
she lied. That's the thing for me. I'll play her interview. She lied and said that he lunged at her, which didn't happen. He lunged at her. Come on, listen. You want to get him out of there, get him out of there. But the lying for me is kind of the rough part. You know what I mean? No one lunged. There was none of that happening. Come on, that's just. Here's our interview. Everybody
U.S.
mute up.
Senator Kim
Everybody mute up.
L.
Everybody mute up.
First update, everyone, on the enforcement actions that are ongoing to bring peace to the city of Los Angeles. And this man burst into the room, started lunging towards the podium, interrupting me and elevating his voice, and was stopped, did not identify himself, and was removed from the room. So as soon as he identified himself, appropriate actions were taken. But I would say that, I had a conversation with the senator after this. We sat down for 10 to 15 minutes and talked about the fact that nobody knew who he was. He didn't say who he was, that until he was already had been lunging forward and people were trying to detain him for quite a period of time. And that this, we're leaders, we're public servants. And if he had requested a meeting, I would have loved to have sat down and had a conversation with him. That coming into a press conference like this is political theater. It's wrong, and it does a disservice to this country and the people who live here. So we sat down, had a conversation. We probably disagree on 90% of the topics, but we agreed to exchange phone numbers. We'll continue to talk and share information, and I think that's the way it should be in this country. I wish he would have acted that way in the beginning instead of creating a scene like this. What I would say is we were conducting a press conference to
you think that's an accurate statement by her? I mean, we got to have truth. Come on. Right. Okay. All right. Let's go to Hawkeye. Hawkeye, my good friend down in Mississippi. A lot going on tonight, Hawkeye. Ooh, boy. What say you, dear?
So, I haven't actually seen the video. I've just been listening, and I've listened to the things you've been letting us hear. Me personally, I'm a Trump supporter, but I mean, if the dude
They're saying they can't hear. Can you, in the chat, can you hear Miss Hawkeye? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear. In the chat, can you hear the panel?
Can you hear me now?
Hang on. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Hawkeye. Because somebody said they can't hear anything.
Okay, so what I said was that me personally, I think that they did too much. I think that if he was
asking a question or if he was out of line or whatever she thought. I mean, they could have told him, sit down, wait your turn, we'll get with you in a minute or something. You know what I'm saying? I think that was a little overboard what they did. But, and then I also come up because I was hoping Real Lady was up here, and I'm not going back to that, but I was just going to tell her how a dumbass she sounded like saying what she said. So I was going to let her know real quick that she don't speak for everybody. So, anyway, if she comes back up here, that's what I want to
Who
tell
are you talking about? Who come back up?
not Real Lady, not whoever the what's the name, Trump you or whatever she is.
Oh, Trump you. Gotcha.
When she made
Lady
a
Liberty.
mistake, she made a lot of, yeah,
Right,
I thought
Lady
that,
Liberty. You talking
yeah, I
about
thought
white
that
people.
was a damn real stupid ass remark. Yeah, so I was gonna tell her like, look, you don't speak for everybody and tell her to dumb ass time. But anyway, this right here, I think that did too much. Everybody had the right to say something, ask questions. If he was a senator, he had the right to be there. I mean, I would think. So, I think that they really did more than what they could have instead of maybe giving him a warning. You know what I'm saying? Like, sit down, chill. We'll get to you in a minute. And that's it.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Denali, you could drop me. I thought I missed Real Lady when she said Real Lady.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't come up yet. I don't know if you guys, Miss Real Lady is going to be coming up here.
I think I said her name wrong, Denali. It was Trump you, but she's got the other account.
Yeah,
So,
Lady Liberty is Trump you, but Real Lady will be coming up. She came up last night and said that she had some things that she wanted to dispel, and she's coming up here in a second.
1 second, Hugh. Give me 1 second. Miss Real Lady,
Mr. Denali.
on purpose?
Yeah, I did.
Mr.
And that
Denali,
was,
did you get my Cash App?
Come.
Did you get my Cash App? I just sent a Cash App a little while ago.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let's hear this Real Lady.
That
wasn't.
It's like it coincided.
I sent you the message. No, that wasn't. I wasn't paying for no overtime. I'm tired right now, and I listen at this bullshit. But tomorrow, I'll be rested up, and I am coming up tomorrow when I sit in this comments and hear some of the bullshit I hear, because I want to address some of it. But right now, I'm just tired. But you can drop me. You can drop me.
Okay, All right, Miss Real Lady.
Write it down. Write it down. I don't need to write it down.
I'm coming watch tomorrow. Whoa, Miss Real Lady, she's got some stuff. Okay, all right, Miss Real Lady.
What time you coming, Miss Real Lady? What time you coming? I want to make sure I'm good.
Same bat time, same bat place.
We're gonna send the bat signal out for Miss Real Lady tomorrow. She's gonna get her rest, and she's gonna come up. And I assume Miss Real Lady is going to school some of you people out here. I guess I'm gonna send the bat signal out for Miss Real Lady when we start. I'll get Kimmy to send you the bat signal, okay, Miss Real Lady?
All right, drop me, Mr. Denali.
Okay. There you go. Whenever Miss Real Lady's up, she's driving the bus and she's gonna school some people. So we look forward to that when it happens, okay? And yes, Miss Yo-Yo. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo, always coming through. What's that?
People are saying Israel attacked Iran. What did it say in the comments?
Yes, Tehran. Yes, that did happen. We'll get to that.
You can drop me. Thank you. I'll be in
There's
the
a lot of news today. A lot of news happening. Whoa, boy, oh boy. It's you turn your head and you're gonna miss something. So I think I skipped Miss Mary Catherine. She had something she wanted to say. There was a lot going on in the room. Let's see if we can get Miss Mary Catherine back up here. And speak up, Miss Real Lady. Here she is, Miss Real Lady.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you ready to come up? Or you?
I had to turn my phone up. Yeah, go ahead and get Mary Catherine and let Mary Catherine say what she need to say.
No, go ahead. Go. You're up. We're going to get Mary Catherine.
You a
I mean,
mess,
okay.
Mr.
Do you want to do it now or you want to do it later?
I don't want to go. Let Miss Mary Catherine go ahead and say whatever she want to say, cause I got two particular people on that panel I wanna. Cause
Who
I
is it
thought
that you
about it.
want on the panel? Do you want to speak to specifically?
Lulu and Mr.
Lula Bell.
Paul
Lula Bell.
and
Who else?
Paul and
And
Paul.
Paul. And they're
Yeah,
both here.
yeah,
So go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
You're a
Miss,
mess.
do
You're
you
a mess. That's
want to
okay.
put you on the
That's okay.
spot?
But you know what? I thought about, like you say, when I came up last night. Like I say, I tell you all the time. I sit in the comments,
I know.
and I know a lot of y'all see my little comments when y'all talk about certain things, and it just really irks the hell out of me.
Okay.
And with Lula Bell old black ass,
What is it about? What did Lula Bell say last night or anytime?
how he always putting his well, I ain't gonna say his people. They say all skin what they say, kinfolk ain't skinfolk ain't kinfolk. But
Okay.
he always putting black people down. And y'all just talk about politics. I had a few things I want to say to the white ladies too, but I say, you know what? I thought about that all day, and when I heard that I was gonna be coming up with that, I say, you know what? I'm not even gonna worry about addressing them because they say what they say, they feel how they feel, but my problem is with us black people.
Okay.
Like I say, talk about politics. Stop always, never nothing positive to say about black people. Your own people. It's always negative shit. And that really irks the hell out of me. You got so much black excellence out here. Y'all always talking about the ghetto and this and how we act and all that. Everybody don't act like that. And then the Paul, to me, want to be white. Wish he was white. That's the way I see it.
Are you saying Paul wishes he was white?
Yeah, the way he act and talk. And I sit and listen at him, and I can say he always calling somebody damn lunatic. And I looked that shit up. I said, I want to see what the hell that means. And that's mental illness. So he calls us that we got mental illness. Just like I told y'all, the same way y'all feel about us, we feel the same damn way about y'all supporting the shit y'all support. So we need to leave all that out and just talk politics and what's really going on out here. And it's so much shit, like I keep saying, it's so much shit going on out here dealing with Trump and with no more wars, all that shit y'all say y'all was voting for. And all this shit is happening under Trump. So, like I say, it's BS. And, but like I say, I wanted to address them too. Talk about politics. Stop always putting your people down. My people down. You might not feel like my people down.
Okay. Anything else before because you have to give them a chance to respond.
Yeah, they can go right ahead.
All right, Mr. Lula Bell.
Yeah, I'd be very much interested in her telling me what it is that I've said that has riled her up.
Her point is that she thinks that you put people. Well, she
said I put black people down. So I'm asking her, what is it that I've said that puts black people down?
That's all you talk about, Lula Bell. Black people.
Well, I ask you.
I think what he's asking for is a specific remark, one or two that he has said, and in your mind, comes across as him putting his people down. So you can talk to you directly.
So much, especially out of Paul mouth. I hear so much. And Lula Bell last night, it was a subject on y'all was talking about black liberals and black this and black that. And I had a problem with the white ladies, speaking on that. Also, how y'all know how black people feel. You're trying to speak for black people, and then you saying something, but I hear it all the time. About you, like you say, talking down about black people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm still waiting for you to tell me something that I've said.
He's asking for a specific comment that.
Well, you know what, Lula Bell? You can act. I can't tell you nothing specific. You know what you said. Say how you put black people down. I ain't got to say that. And everybody
Well,
else heard you.
you're the one that said
So
it, so you're the one that needs to give me something that I said.
That is fair, Miss Real Lady. If you can't put a charge on somebody, when people put it. I know. I'm just saying that is fair. If someone comes here and says,
I
"Hey,
hear
you
you.
do this,"
But
I
like I said, I hear
afterwards.
so much shit out your mouth that like I said, I ain't keep that in my head, just no specific shit you said. But like I say, this is where I hear from your mouth.
Okay.
It's always black people. And just like I say,
Okay,
I be trying to figure out with so many white people on the panel, you would never hear them talking about their damn people. They got some ghetto, some trailer trash. They got all that shit just like we do. But we always putting it on our people. So I just don't get that. Like I said, y'all need to stick to politics and stop talking down on people, on our race of people. Because we got some nothing but black excellent out here.
I don't. Okay. All right. Okay. How about Paul? You said Paul. You say he tries to be white, or you think he's white, or he wants to be. What was the comment?
You get on my damn nerve, yeah.
Paul. Okay. Do you have something specific that you think that Paul has said that leads you to that belief?
Hold on, Mr. Denali. I got a alert. Some child missing in Miami.
Okay. And I don't think I'm coming at but just if
no, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm just saying, both of them know what comes out their damn mouth on a daily and on a regular. And
all right.
And like I said, and Paul with all that damn, like I said, that lunatic shit. And like I say, that and I looked that up. That means mental illness. So he feel like the liberals got mental illnesses because we think a different way or feel a different way. And like I said, we feel like y'all got that damn problem too. So
do you think that it's you think they talk about color or there's more political lines?
Color. Especially when he over there on his other live. That's all they do is degrade black people.
Paul does that?
Yeah, him and his other people.
Okay. All right. Well, got to give Paul an opportunity to rebut that. I don't think he agrees with that. So let Paul go ahead, Paul.
Yeah. So real lady epitomizes exactly what my problem is with black liberals is that what I have heard from black liberals on TikTok is probably some of the most vile, disrespectful, hateful, unbelievably, and I call it insane things that they have said about me. Because of the way that I speak, because I'm intelligent, because I'm an attorney, they think that I want to be white. Yeah. That's one of the main problems with the black community. And I've heard my entire life.
You think your eloquence, the way that you...
I've heard that from so...
That's not it. That's not it at all.
Let's ask Ms. Does it have something to do with the way he presents?
That's not it at all. That's not it at all. It's the shit that comes out his mouth. Okay. It's the shit that comes out your mouth. It ain't got nothing to do with
all right. Well, she's saying it's not because of how you present it. It's the words, the sentences that you're putting together.
Okay, so let me address that. So one of the biggest issues that I find with black liberals is that they refuse to accept responsibility for the problems in the black community. They will constantly talk about slavery. They'll constantly talk about Jim Crow. They'll constantly talk about years and years and years of discrimination. We now live in 2025. None of us were a slave. None of us have experienced extreme discrimination. And none of us in 2025 are experiencing racism on a daily basis. So this idea that the white man is the boogeyman, and I say this all the time, making it sound as though there's some kind of racist epidemic in the United States where white people are waking up every day thinking about how they're going to make a black person's life hell. We make our own lives hell. Look at the violence in our communities. Look at our young people and the way that they act. They have absolutely no moral compass. They have no guidance. And the parents are acting the fool just as much as the kids are. And yet the black liberals can never point the finger or take accountability for what is going on in our community.
Okay,
And
Paul,
well,
let me ask you
can
this.
I finish? I did not
Okay,
interrupt.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I did not interrupt. So the problem that I have is because I point the finger at black people, and I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist, and I'm not saying that black excellence doesn't exist. What I am saying though is we make up 13% of the population. That's a problem. We don't need to be worried about what white people are doing. We don't need to be worrying about the white community. They're the majority. The problem is when you are a minority and you only make up 13% of the population, the things that you do, which are quote unquote bad, are going to be absolutely exemplified to an exponential degree just because of your small numbers. That's all I'm saying. I just wish that we would take more accountability for what goes on within our community. And if you think that makes me a self-loathing, wanting to be white black person, then I guess you can have that opinion.
Okay, Miss Real Lady.
Okay, and I keep hearing this 13%, and I'm like some other people that I listen to. I think we're more than 13%. Y'all, we stuck. Why are we stuck on 13%? And they told me how they get that is through census, and I've never filled out a census in my damn life. So it's like y'all keeping us at 13%. I've been hearing that a long time. We're more than 13%. And my thing is, but you on panels with, you're not on the panels just with black people. You on the panels with white people. Okay, they don't got no problems in their communities. You know, they don't come out and degrade and talk down on their communities. And I know they have the same problems we have, probably even worse. So you on the panel with, I can see if it was just black us, it's just a black live, us black people talking to each other, but it's not like that. My problem is you got white people that you're speaking to and talking down on us daily. So that you talking down on us, and and disgrace, like we are just a disgrace and we got so many problems, instead of trying to say some positive shit. Sometimes we got nothing positive. Come on. You talking about, we got to we don't hold ourselves accountable. Each and everyone have to hold their own self accountable. I can't hold you accountable for what your child did or this person over here did. So all that holding each other accountable, and sitting up here on this political live, that can say what we're going through right now in this United States, and there's a lot of shit going on. Let's keep our mind on that, and like I say, and try to come together. And just like I say, but we say shit, we wrong. We don't know what the hell we talking about. Everything y'all say is facts, and we just is the word for it. That, like you say, we mental ill. That's crazy.
Okay.
For you to even come out with that, be saying shit like that.
Can I respond?
Hang on. Let's just stop for a second. Why do you think that a lot of us in the black community don't fill out the census?
I don't know, Mr. Denali. I have never filled out one.
Have you had the opportunity to fill it out?
And they said it used to. I can remember back in the days, maybe my mom did one or something. I can remember people used to come to the house with a little, a clipboard. But me, as my age, I've never filled out one since I got grown.
Has anybody ever come to your house to ask you, because they usually canvass neighborhoods, but that's never happened to you in your adult life?
Nope, never.
Okay, all right,
never.
Okay. All right, I know a lot of black people don't fill out the census. They think it's some kind of, I don't know. There's a lot of folk tales that are passed down from generation to generation about things. But the census is very, very important because it helps to understand who's in the country and things like that. So I encourage everybody to fill out the census. I encourage everybody to register to vote because, I've been called 3 times as a juror. I've served twice. And, a lot of people, not just black people, but I hear it a lot in the barbershop. I'm not going. I'm like, well, if you're not gonna serve and be part of the system, how are you complaining about it? You don't even know how the system works because you don't want to be a part of it. But that's a whole other thing. But I'll let you go
Right.
ahead and finish with Paul, and then we'll open it up. Lulabelle, you didn't have anything specific for him, so I don't think
No,
Lulabelle has anything
I
to
want to.
no,
say.
but that like I said, if
I
he
want to
stick to
respond.
Well,
politics,
I need to respond though to what I've
okay.
heard thus far,
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
when you make accusations like you've done, and somebody asks you to be specific, and you say that there are a lot of them, you should be able to come up with at least one or two items, and you can come up with literally nothing. What it really boils down to is that we have a difference of opinion, and you don't like what I think, and I probably don't care very much for how you think, but that doesn't make you correct in trying to correct me, because the majority of our community is just like you. The majority of our community is in your particular mindset. And if you look at our community is on the verge of being left in the dust. But most of the people in our community, they think like you.
I'm trying to figure out why you feel like the most of our community we gonna be left in the dust. I mean, like I say, I see black excellence all around. You know, so how you feel we finna be left in the dust? I mean, what are you saying?
It takes a lot more to be successful and survive in this world than someone having a degree. Degrees have nothing to do with intelligence. There are a lot of black people with degrees. They got more degrees than thermometers.
Okay,
But
now we're
that
not
does
intelligent.
not, that, I didn't say that, you did.
Okay.
So don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
No, it takes much more to survive in this world than having some degree that someone says you passed the test, but you can't grow no food, you can't build no house. Take your PhD and go build a house with it, or create some crops that you can feed your family with your PhD. Most people with a degree can't do nothing in terms of surviving in the world. They might be able to do some calculations, etc., but they have nothing to do with surviving in this world.
I don't get that you feel that about black people that we couldn't go right now if something happened that we couldn't grow God, you know, we wouldn't know how to do that because of the degree. That don't make sense. Cause I
Well,
mean,
let me be real clear, sister. If right now you had to depend on people that look like you to provide you with food on which to live, if the people that we buy our food from said you can't buy nothing here no more, our asses wouldn't survive a month.
okay, I get where you're coming from now. Okay, yeah, we don't own shit. Okay,
Right.
okay, I get that. Okay,
And the reason that we don't own it is because we decided that what someone else had looked better than what we had, and we weren't willing to make what we saw there, we weren't willing to build it where we were. So we decided to leave where we were, and in doing so, we have absolutely nothing in terms of businesses. I know in urban areas, black
what,
folks own absolutely nothing.
where did we leave from, Louisville? Where did we leave from? Because we had, if I'm not mistaken, I can remember a history saying that we had a few things once upon a time, and every time we get those things, they come in and burn it down and take it. So
You
how
know,
where you?
I've heard that, many times that, when we build something, then they come and destroy it. That's no excuse, in my opinion, not to build something else.
Wow.
If
Okay.
that's the excuse that you're using not to build something else, it's not a good excuse. Build something else for them to burn down. So you're supposed to suffer because they may burn something down again? I don't
Okay.
get that.
But I can't believe I don't know nobody. I mean, but I can't believe that it's no black person that own a somewhere that we can buy food from.
Name them.
I'm hearing you, but it's
Name them.
you instead of
Name them.
you instead of
Black people do.
putting
Black
us.
people
I
do
mean,
not
instead of
own a
putting us down.
sister. Black people do not own a supermarket in the entire United States of America.
Alexa, come on.
Did you hear what I just said? We do
Why
not
you?
own a supermarket anywhere in America.
We got a few banks, don't we?
I just, how does bank become supermarket? You can't eat a bank.
No, well, you can't eat a bank. Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying about what the black people don't got or can't do.
I didn't
But
say we couldn't do anything, so don't keep saying I say we
okay,
can't do.
why you ain't riding in your neighborhood gathering up and getting together? You can send $2,000
Oh,
across the internet and
so
start
what
something
makes you
for them to catch on to.
what makes you think that's my job? Black people don't recognize people like me as leaders. They look at people like Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson,
No,
and people of that ilk. That's who black people look to for leadership. And they black, brown, black and brown, black and brown. Now it ain't so much
no
black and
grace,
brown
honey.
no more, is it? Huh?
You give us no.
That's who
You give us
that's who
no
y'all
nothing, honey.
recognize as leaders.
Wow. I don't recognize them that leader. Hell, I ain't never
Well,
I don't think I
who
ever
do you
spoke their name out
recognize
my
then?
mouth. So
Who do you recognize?
um
Who do you
God,
recognize?
the Almighty,
Oh, okay. Well, I
Almighty,
tell you. All
and
right. Well, wait for
the
God
Lord. That's
to
it.
lead you then.
Okay. He has so far. He has so
Okay,
far. And I
good.
think
So
I woke up
you
this
we in
morning.
good shape with God leading us, right? God
Yeah.
done led us into a good spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
He,
good.
he don't let us where we want to be.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so
Whether it's good or
that says it
bad.
all. That says it all.
Yeah, but like I say, you see right now you talking to me, you instead of diminishing us, But okay, I got you.
Well, tell me what lie I told. I'll be interested in hearing.
It ain't about a lie you told, because I can't say you're lying that we don't got this, we don't got that. But it's
Okay.
you instead
So
of
does the
it ain't
truth
nothing
have any
positive you
value?
can say. It's nothing positive you can say about black people.
Is the truth positive?
Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone.
No,
I'm gonna leave
no.
that.
Is the truth positive?
I can't believe the age you is and think like you
Is
think.
the truth positive?
No,
Can
it
I
ain't
say
positive.
something, Lula Bell?
Oh, okay. The truth ain't positive. I would
No,
expect you
not
to
I
say
guess
that.
not always.
I
Well,
I
the
want to
truth is
say
always positive.
um I just want to say something. As a black woman here on the panel listening to this, because I can hear what she's saying, that, and I hear both of what you and Paul said, right? Of course, we know that we have some things that could be better in our community, right? But when we bring it to a public platform with other communities, it seems like we're the only people that are knocking our community down. And you don't hear other people. We're never lifting our community up. We're never talking about anything good in our community. It's always just the negativity. And what about we talk about solutions or things we could do to make it better instead of just talking about the negativity?
So
Or
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
EK, I
Kim.
would
Go,
love for you
Kimmy,
to
go
speak.
ahead.
No, yeah. Because like, um, you know, men like yourself, Lulabelle, Paul, EK, you know, you guys could be good mentors for our young men because you guys have good life experiences, you're successful men, and we need more of that in our communities. So instead of just talking about, because it sometimes feels like we are just beating it with a dead horse. Bam, 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 bad, 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 bad. There's never no positive, positive, positive. There's never any solutions. And you don't hear people in other communities doing that to their communities. It's only us. And that is what I think Miss Real Lady is saying.
So Kim, I get that, but for us to pretend like other communities don't see and know what's going on in our community, and if we only talked amongst ourselves, then who they wouldn't know, is ridiculous. They all know what's going on in our community. I don't care if we got 3 white people in the live and I'm talking about this is going on and we need to do this and the solution is this, that, and the other. Maybe we should bring back shame to this behavior. Maybe we shouldn't be patronizing drill music. Maybe twerking is not the classiest thing to do. I don't care who really hears it, unfortunately, and I know it hurts. And Miss Real Lady, you're old enough to remember that whenever we saw a heinous crime or some stupid ass stuff going on TV, everybody in the family said, damn, I hope that wasn't a black person doing that. You remember that, Miss Real Lady? I'm sure you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Because there was a
crazy,
time.
Every time something crazy happened, a white person did it. So no.
No, that's not
Miss Real Lady. He's saying that.
And that's not true.
It was a white person going to our schoolhouse.
Miss Real Lady.
No, Miss Real Lady. Miss Real Lady. I'm 51. I know you're like.
And you remember it, the Denali.
Yeah, well, not in my household. Not in my household. No.
I agree with you, EK.
I can tell you in my household, and even as me as a full-fledged adult, when I hear a news story, I'll be like, please don't be black. Please don't be black. Please.
Nope.
Oh, no, black person that doesn't do that.
We still do that. But EK, I agree with
Miss
you.
Real Lady saying, hang on. Miss Real Lady saying that's not the case.
Yeah, she said she never heard it in her household.
Nope, never.
Okay.
Never.
Well, yeah.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
But EK, just one second. I just want to tell EK.
No, but
hold on. Hey, so my name's Duryea. I'm 48. I live in Seattle, Washington, and right now we got a manhunt going on for a Caucasian male who unalived 3 of his daughters. What you will not hear on these lives or any other lives is that particular topic being said. So what I want to say to you is, all the brothers and sisters on here, Paul and EK and Lulu, you guys need to listen to these women, man, because I don't hear nobody talking about the white dude that just knocked off his 3 daughters. You know,
because I don't care about that, Dre. I care about my community.
Hey, I understand you care about your community. But
so why are we focusing on a white dude who killed his family then?
Because
it lessens what goes on in our community.
I'm giving you a prime man, you know what I'm saying. I'm giving you a prime example.
No, I don't, because I don't. Listen.
And I don't know what you're saying either.
Shut your mouth so I can finish my sentence.
No, you don't tell grown folks to shut their mouth.
Well, won't you grown folk listen up then? Be respectful.
All right, go on.
You be respectful.
I'll definitely have a response.
Let him finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm 48 years old. You just a couple of years older than me. Quit it.
All right.
Go on, Dre. Go on with your finish up.
Actually, he's 20 years older. But anyway, Duryea, go ahead and finish. I mean, go ahead.
My point is what the sisters was trying to tell you is that they don't degrade our people. We degrade ourselves. So take that as a learning curve, and instead of keep on degrading each other, let's do what she said. Let's lift each other up. And then because amongst your sentence you said but, so I knew right when you said but, everything that she told you just went out the window. You can't listen to somebody and then say but. We all know what the but means. The but means that you're not really understanding.
All right, Hawkeye, okay. I'm going to rotate you out and I'll bring you back up. And
so forget but, Duryea. Forget but. What I was saying is, and if you watch any of my videos, you'll see I'll point out some nonsense going on in our community, and not every time, but most of the time I said, well, if we did this and this and this, then it wouldn't happen. I find it really ironic, and Lulabelle and probably Paul would agree with me, every time we point out dysfunction in our community, people like you point to the other community who you claim is oppressing you and say, well, look what they do. I don't care what they do. When the leading cause of death in the white community or the Asian community or the Latino community for young boys between the age of 12 and 45 is homicide, then we can talk about them. But until then, some white dude who unalives 3 of his daughters, which is awful, it don't even make the radar for me. Because every
every weekend in Chicago, especially in the summer, more people in one weekend in one city that look like me and you are unalived by people who look like me and you than a whole year of cops unalive and unarmed black people. Yet we can go for 2 years riding $2 billion worth of damage and untold lives lost in those riots because some dude on F was unalive by a police officer, and he's wrong. The guy who did it is wrong, and he's locked up for a long time. Yet we can turn the country upside down, but every single weekend in cities like Memphis, Detroit, Philadelphia, I can go on, New Orleans, Chicago, I can go on and on and on. There's more people unalive, and we don't hear a peep. And when we talk about it, people like you say we're putting down black people. No, we trying to uplift black people and get them out of that nonsense that we involved in. I land my plane.
But we don't talk about the solution, EK. I don't hear anybody. I don't hear. Okay, EK. I don't hear people talking about the solution. And what happens when we do that? I go over to a white panel, and you know what they do? They talk shit about us because they heard us talking shit about
Yeah, I got to
us.
get in on
Cam,
this.
I don't care.
Why
does that bother you? Don't focus on that other panel. Focus on what we can do as a community.
Yeah, I got to get in. I got to get in on this because a lot of this was
Go ahead, Paul.
towards me. So I talk about the solutions all the time. All the time, I talk about the solutions. One of the things that I always talk about, and Miss Real Lady was talking about, why don't we own black businesses? Byron Donalds got absolutely pilloried by the black left and the white left when he made that comment about the black family and the black community during Jim Crow. He wasn't saying Jim Crow was a great time for black people, because it wasn't. There was all kinds of discrimination. There was all kinds of racism. There was all kinds of oppression. All he was saying, you have to look at what we were like as black people during that time. And I talk about this on white lives and on black lives all the time. When we were in the Jim Crow era, we went to church. We were getting married. We had fathers in the household. We had more fathers in intact families in the black community than the white community during Jim Crow. We owned our own businesses. I say this all the time. We have to look at when the black community was prospering. And I always talk about my faith. And many people may not agree with me, but one of the things that I have said repeatedly on every live is that if black people got back to the church, got back to raising their kids with Christian morals, we wouldn't see the madness that's going on in our communities. We wouldn't see all of the unalivings. We wouldn't see every single day on social media our young people acting like they don't have any kind of sense. I talk about the solutions all the time. I sit on a board of lawyers in New York City where we mentor minority law students. I'm involved in trying to make our people better, and I talk about the solutions all the time. The problem is that people on the left, and I'm not trying to, point at you, Kimmy, but other people on the left have been on these lives. All they do is point at white people. And like EK said, I don't care what's going on in the white community. And the problem is that we do only make up 13% of the population. So anything that we do, whether it's good or it's bad, it is magnified. And that's just facts. That's the way it is. And if you're wondering why our percentage is still at 13% for so many years, talk to the people in the Democrat Party who support ABs. Because we unalive our children at a much higher rate than any other ethnic group in the country per capita. And that's a fact.
That's what
it is absolutely a fact.
Y'all think everything y'all say is facts, and it's not.
It's Real Lady.
You live in deep denial. Real Lady, you live in deep denial.
Miss Real Lady, let me explain something to you. You need to know your history. You need to read up about Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, who was a eugenist. She wanted to destroy black people. And that's why you have an inordinate number of Planned Parenthood clinics in black communities, because there was an effort on her part to make sure that black people did not reproduce. You need to learn your history, and the party that you support supports the unaliving of black babies.
Paul, Paul, hey Paul,
Can I say real quick?
Paul, real quick, Paul. Not there was, there is.
All right. Let's get Chuck in here. Chuck.
Yeah, so I just wanted to come up and just comment a bit on the topic you guys have been talking about. All you guys are professionals. I know Paul says he's an attorney, and I know all you guys are very professionals, and I'm sure you network with other professionals. You run in circles of black professionals that you feel highly of and speak highly of. The only thing I would ask is that, and no one is saying that you can't talk about, and you should talk about, the ills that of our community, the ills that hurt our community. What I would ask you to do is there a way to balance that with all the black excellence that you guys see in your circles? Because I'm sure you network with black professionals, you run in black circles, you see black excellence every day. What I would ask you to do is, can you balance that? And I won't call it negativity. Can you balance those horror stories that you tell about the black community with positive stories that you can tell about our black community in the circles that you run in, that you see every single day? Paul, I'm sure you see black professionals every day, and you can tell as many bad stories you can tell about our community. You can tell one or two good ones. And I would ask you not to avoid the ills of our community and not to hide that, but also balance that with the positivity that you see in our communities as well. And I think that's what we're saying, is that we're not candy coating. We're not trying to hide the bad things that occur in our community. They exist. We have to acknowledge them. We have to embrace them. But balance that, guys. I mean, I live in a community, a subdivision of all black professionals. The cheap, and I'm not trying to brag, but the lowest house in my subdivision is $500,000. I live around black professionals, black excellence every day, and for every horror story I can give you a black positive story. So what I would ask you gentlemen to do is to dig deep into your soul, and actually, if you can find, for every one bad black story that you can tell, find two positive ones. And maybe we can start turning this thing around. Maybe we can start turning this narrative around. Because when I get on these panels, I hear black excellence all around. Denali's panel, other panels that I get, I hear smart, intelligent black people. Let's try to share those stories as well, gentlemen. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Mr. Denali, can I say something?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I came up just because I'm listening, and I find it hypocritical that the same people that are wanting positivity are the ones that are telling the black people that voted for Trump they're tap dancers, they're coons, they're this or that. But then they come up and say, stop talking about black people in front of white people, but then you're calling us coons in front of white people. You're calling us tap dancers in front of white people. So you don't mind putting us down in front of white people, but we can't say what we want to say in front of white people.
No,
I just find that hypocritical.
Yo, I would say any black person that's doing
let her
that,
finish her point,
they're out of order.
You gotta let her finish her point. She did not interrupt you.
No, I get it. I'm just saying they're out of order.
I know what you're saying, but you're doing it. Let her finish her point. Like you were able to give your full thought. Let her have her full thought. Thank you.
Okay, so the same people saying that put other black people down in front of other races. But yet you're saying, don't talk about our race in front of other races, but you can put us down in front of other races? I just need somebody up here to make that make sense to me. And that's the only reason I came up, because I find it very, very hypocritical. And you guys, you have to hear it. I know you hear it. You hear it in here.
But
Okay.
I've never called you any of that,
I didn't say
Yo-Yo.
you, Kimmy. I'm saying it happens. So what I'm saying,
I
I don't
thought
hear
you
I
said
don't hear
people on this
anybody
panel
calling them
though.
out. No, what I'm
But
saying
you,
is I don't hear anybody calling them out. But
I
if we say
do. I
something
think that's
like,
crazy.
But
okay,
one thing, yo, they do it on both sides. So it's all the BS. But they do it on both sides. But I'm talking to us. If you not, I don't get that you're not gassing what I'm saying when I'm saying us black people. Like you say, Mr. Denali has a diverse panel. Okay, let's talk diverse. Like I say, but I be sitting just sitting here listening, and it just that's all I hear, us just talking about it. Then the white people, they chime in on us, and that damn show irks me. So it's like, come on,
but I mean
I'm
it's
it's I hear
hypocritical
it
because,
constantly.
but you
I
say
hear
that,
it
but then you
constantly.
just did it
Well,
tonight.
be better, be better,
But
be
you
better.
just
That's all
did
I can
it,
say.
I
Miss
think
Miss
what
Real
Miss Real
Lady. You
Lady,
just did it. You said that he thinks he's white. You just did it to Paul tonight. But yet you said
Well,
we're up here, we shouldn't do this in front of other races, blah, blah, blah. But then you just offended Paul.
Well, if I offended you with that, Paul, forgive me, okay? But just like I say, and he kind of pointed it out. And when he said what he said about the way he speak and stuff, he sound like a white man. He do. That's what my part about it.
What
But
does a white
forgive me,
man
Paul.
sound like? Somebody
That's
speaking
what
in
I'm
Come on.
saying.
Telugu,
It's
real
like
lady?
it's hypocritical. All of it.
If I didn't see his face on that picture, come on, EJ. That's all I'm saying. He sound like a
But
white
all
man
I'm
to
saying,
me.
real lady, listen.
But
With all due
forgive me for
respect,
saying
and I
that. But
mean
if
that, I'm
that's
not,
the
I'm
best
not
you can
finna, I'm
do,
not. Hold on. Yeah,
no.
no, it's not. What it is a typical stereotype, and it's negative when a man is being positive. What you're saying, if you speak proper English,
No, he not
then
being
you're
positive. I
sounding
don't care
white.
what he say. How he say it.
What?
He not saying I don't he's saying it all
The way
educated
it's
and all
supposed
that,
to.
but it's still the same thing. He puts black people down. He
So
always
speaking
talking down.
speaking
So I don't see
educated
how
is
you gonna
speaking
fix
white.
that.
No, I'm
Yes.
asking you. So speaking educated and correct dialect, that's white. But speaking ebonics, that's black, right?
Apparently.
Okay, just like I said, if that's what you got out of that that what I threw at
No,
That's what
Paul
you
explain it to
about
said.
me.
the
It's not
white.
what I got, it's what you said.
Okay,
No,
and like I
Miss
say, I
Real
was
Lady,
wrong for that.
explain it
I
to
was
me.
wrong for that. But
Okay,
other
then
than
I
that,
accept it and I
it's
won't
All
even
right,
talk about
accept
it
that.
anymore.
Yeah, I dropped
right.
it.
I
But
was
it's
wrong
not
for
what I
that. But
thought, it's what
other
you
than
said.
that, I have not ever. You would never see me in the comments, saying calling nobody coons and this and that.
No, I
Only time
believe
I
that.
comment is when I hear something I do not like, and it's usually about y'all how y'all talking down on us.
If the truth, if
That's
it's the
usually when I
truth
say
though,
something.
some people can't handle the truth. Maybe you just
It's
can't handle
not
the truth.
about it's not about it being the truth. Like I say, but you gotta like I
It
said,
is
you
the
got
truth, Miss
a
Real
It's the
Lady,
diverse.
but you
truth.
Okay,
don't
but you
believe
got a diverse
the
panel.
statistics.
If we were
You
lying, I can understand you being upset, but
you
it's the
keep
truth.
saying black, but Mr. Denali panel is verse. They don't do it. They you
Well,
got white
that's
people on
on
that
them. Maybe
panel.
they don't have the issues we have in our communities. That's on
The
them.
hell
We
they
don't
don't. The
care.
hell
Me
they
and EK,
don't.
and Cody
Worse,
don't care about their
worse, but they
communities.
don't do it.
Well, we'll worry
No,
about
Miss
our
Real Lady.
community. They can worry about theirs. That's what we're saying.
Miss Real Lady.
Why
Hold
would
on,
I
yo.
comment on
Miss
their
Real Lady.
community?
I
Miss
don't
Real
get what
Lady.
y'all don't get.
I don't get
They
what you
do not
don't
Get
get.
what
have
I'm saying. Come
Miss Real
on,
Lady,
that's
they don't
crazy.
have the same problems in their community that we have in ours. We have
Why
different
would you think
problems.
that the fact that you think
Worse.
they do
Because
is a
I'll
problem?
tell you why. The example I just gave you, the leading cause of death for white young men is not homicide between the ages of 12 and 14. Don't you think that's a serious problem? If it turns out to be, if it could be proven to you that that is true, wouldn't you think that's a problem? It
Big
should be
problem.
addressed.
Okay,
That's a
y'all.
problem.
You know what? I can see here, Mr.
And
Nally.
not
I
talking
think he
about it
get.
is not going to make it go away.
Facts.
I think he kind of getting caught of this conversation, and I want to show the move on. And like I
No, we're
say,
fine. We're fine. I mean, I think
if
these
y'all don't
conversations.
get it, y'all don't get what I'm saying, and I'm sitting here as a black woman, and I sit in these comments, and I hear this on a daily basis. You know what? It just like I told you, pro TikTok. My granddaughter put this on, like I put, and I just so happened to get on there, and I could not believe when I got on here. Like I said, I was on the messy side first. I'm in my own little world, little country world in here in Florida. And like I say, it's stuff you just asked me, I've never heard. And it's like to sit and listen. I just can't believe that I listen at y'all thoughts, the stuff y'all say. I just imagine us that divided black people out here in this world. Because where I'm around, I don't see a lot of that. You know, divide division in this areas that I live from black people. We're not divided like that. But just get on this internet and hear the stuff y'all be saying about our people. And like I said, nothing positive ever. Never.
Miss Real Lady,
Never.
do you think I could believe
Never.
when I got on TikTok and I've been called the names from other black people that I've been called? Do you think I was shocked? Because I was. I'm not called that in my
You know
everyday
what?
life.
Yo,
I got on TikTok and people call me those names. So you don't think I
I'm
was
not
shocked
gonna
too?
do that. I wouldn't do that. Me myself wouldn't do that. But if some of the stuff I've heard come out your mouth and stuff, I sit here in this room and listen and say what I want to say
And
about
guess
stuff I hear
what?
come
It's
out your
always
mouth.
reactive. I never start
And
anything. But I was
but
raised that no one is ever going to disrespect me. So I never start it, but I will finish it every time. So someone always calls me a name first and I react. I
you
never
talking
come
about
up
when
here
I told you I
disrespecting people
thought
and calling
how
people names, Miss
classy
Real
when I
Lady. And if
first
you say
watched
I
you.
have, you're lying.
Right, but
So
like I said, when I first started watching you, I say that's a real classy lady,
And
you
I
know.
was until black people
And
started attacking me, calling me
Okay,
names,
yo, let
and
her
then
finish. Let her
I
finish.
had to come out.
Let her finish her full
no,
thought.
why you had to come out, yo? That's what they talk about. You
And
bring
as,
out
and as, if you haven't
that
noticed, I haven't been
ghetto that
coming up recently. I don't know if you haven't noticed, but I realized
I
that,
hear
Miss
what
Real Lady,
happens
and
to
I've been
you.
Okay,
sitting down and commenting
everybody
more.
can't hear if two
Okay.
people are talking at once. Miss Real Lady, what is your point to Yo-Yo?
No, there's no point. Ain't no point, Mr. Denali. But I just went like yo, like I say, when I first started watching her and I listened to her, I just said she's a real classy lady. But then I even said that to her one day when she went off on somebody and got real nasty and ghetto with it. And I said, damn, yo. I didn't look
Was
at
it
you like that.
unprovoked?
No, it wasn't.
I can't. It should. You know what? On this, she shouldn't have let nobody. Now you know what I can say. Now Candace can't. Now Jack said
Well,
she
hang
did some
on.
shit with her.
Miss Real, before you move on. When you heard Yo-Yo go off on somebody,
No, no,
was it
not. She shouldn't have let. No, I wouldn't have let
no,
that got me
listen,
out of character.
Miss Real, you know I
No,
love you. Was it
no.
unprovoked? And I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm asking you, was it provoked or unprovoked?
She didn't like what they said.
It was okay. All right.
It
And
wasn't
Yeah,
even
so
like
I
what
guess
they
you can
said,
say
Miss
okay.
Real Lady. If you're
She can
gonna
say it was
speak, tell
provoked.
the truth. It's name calling. I don't care about disagreeing and people disagreeing with me. It's when someone calls me a name is when I snapped out. I don't just get upset if someone disagrees. Who cares? This is TikTok. If someone calls me a name or disrespect me in that way is when I snap out. I don't snap out because somebody disagrees with me. I don't care.
Chuck, can I say something to you? By the way, I appreciate what you said. I've got a lot of posts, and a lot of them have to do with positive in the black community. But I will take what you said under critical analysis and try to post even more. Maybe every other one will be a positive one. But again, my whole purpose is to try to uplift the community, and the way to do that, you can't do that if you don't first acknowledge the serious faults that we have in some of our communities. You live in a upper middle class community, so I was the first black to move in my subdivision, and I'm in Illinois. I don't know where you are, but the average price of a home when I bought it 20 years ago was $750,000. Since then, we had an executive from Citibank move in. I had a very high person in the Boeing Corporation move in. There was a NBA player that moved in. So now it's fairly mixed. It's probably 25 or 30% black. But I was the first one to move in, and my neighbor, who turned out to be my dentist, thought I played for the Bears. You know, he wasn't used to black people being able to afford a home in that neighborhood. But now things have changed. Well, and lastly, what I'll say is, Miss Real Lady, the problem with ABs in our community, right? The Centers for Disease Control, CDC, which tracks these statistics, say that approximately 40% of all the ABs in this country are from black women.
black women, and if you break down the 14% or the 13%, but let's just say 14% that Paul uses, that I believe is a correct statistic, that and women are only half of that. So 7% of the population are having 40%. It's 39.5 to be exact, but basically 40% of the ABs. That's one of the main reasons. The high homicide rate is another reason that our population hasn't grown over the last 2.5 or 3 decades. It's stayed stagnant. And one last thing, in New York City, you can look this up. There are years where there are more ABs of black babies than live births in the city of New York. That's unacceptable.
EK, I follow someone that like I say, everything that y'all say, I don't know why y'all think it's gotta be facts. You know, I get y'all, got y'all statistics y'all look at, but like I say, everything y'all say is facts and everything we say is false. But I follow someone that does this too. You know, they have shit. Y'all know
Certificate.
No,
no,
statistics, but we got it. We got you, real lady.
Statistics.
We understand.
They can they what you're saying is totally different, and like they say, they want us to believe that we got the highest AB rate, you know, and they break it all down and they show they work too, you know. So it's like, okay, I hear this over here, but then you say this, Paul say that. What make what y'all say got to be fact versus what I'm hearing somewhere else?
So, do you believe black women are the most educated people in the country? I bet you believe that statistic, right?
No, I've heard enough that no. What you say is Asians? No, I've heard that enough. No, and I mean I've really not heard that talked about a whole lot. But
what
is
I think
you haven't heard that talked about.
but on here, Mr. Denali is probably like I said, there's a few more panels that I visit and sit and listen to, but on here I've heard that.
Miss Real Lady, you cannot just discount a statistic because you don't like it. That's not the way the world works.
But they show statistics too. When they're talking, they show their statistics. And they talk about it and say that they want us to believe that, you know, like I said, with that 13% and you know, all that, like you said, what about the biracial kids? You know, one drop black, one drop, they black. So we're still saying we 13%. And which that person said we're not, and he has a chart where he's I think he said we like I don't want to quote him. I want to say 20-something%.
Oh, but Miss Real Lady, but even if let's say we are 20%.
It's more
than
20.
Does that change Mr. EK's stats that he can't
that's right. That his tax that we don't have the highest in and say, you know, look at it. We only and what he said kind of made sense. Okay, we only 13%, like y'all say, but all the Caucasians is high percentage.
I know, but Miss Real Lady,
and
whether
for us to think that we're having more than they are, that's don't even
per
sound.
capita.
Miss Real
I
Lady,
think
hang on 1 second, please. Hang on 1 second. If it's 13 or 20, the stat is still the stat.
Okay. But they show different stats, Mr. Denali.
The percentage doesn't change.
That's what I'm saying. 50%, whatever you use your own number, the stats are still the stats.
Okay, but Mr. Denali, what if like I say, if I'm looking at what they're showing me, they saying they got stats and statistics, and what they're showing me, and then EK and Paul saying one thing, how do I know what to believe? I mean,
where did this guy get his stats from, Miss Real Lady?
I think people have to do their own. Don't trust what I'm saying. I generally, when I bring up stats, I usually bring up the origin of it, and then go fact check it. I mean, you know, I make mistakes all the time, but I'm just saying.
I'm sorry.
Whether it's 13 or 20, the stat is still the percentage is the same.
Hey, EK, they're probably showing her total numbers overall, and they're not showing her per capita. That's probably
that's probably that may be it. But again, Ms. Lulabelle, there are plenty of states in this country, and I've traveled across this country where you'd be hard pressed to find a black person in the whole dang state. It's full of white people.
Wyoming,
Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota,
New Hampshire, Vermont.
Oh, can I just say one
Maine.
thing and then you could drop me down, Mr. Nelly? Miss Real Lady, I want to say you're absolutely 100% correct because I said the other day to Mr. Nelly that there's no way I should let someone I do not care about or love get me that upset. Did I not tell you that, Mr. Nelly?
That's true.
So you're 100% correct, Miss Real Lady, when you told me that. Do you remember you saying that?
Yeah.
That I
Yeah.
shouldn't let anybody get me that upset. And I don't know if
Yeah.
you noticed, but I haven't really been coming up that much since I got into it too chill. I haven't really been coming up as much because I'm like, I shouldn't be letting these people get me this upset. It's like I shouldn't let it be this much into my life. Like, you know what I mean? So I haven't been coming up that often. So I am, working on that. You know what I mean? And you're 100% correct. So I just want to tell you that.
And I
It's
mean,
something that I'm working on. You know what I mean?
the real question is, when is it okay to be critical, respectfully, of the black? Is it ever okay, or Ms. Real, are you saying it's just not enough positive to counterbalance the
Yeah,
negative?
right. I mean, this is what I hear. I mean,
Let me
when I
just respond because there was a lot of conversation that was taking place around me. So what Miss Real Lady said, she claimed to say she didn't say it, but she said it. I've heard it my entire life that I talk like a white person, that I want to be white, that he's too. This is one of the biggest problems that we have in the black community.
I agree.
Miss Real Lady is the epitome of that. She is the epitome of what I've experienced for my entire life. And whenever I was in school, sitting in the front row, raising my hand, getting straight A's, I was never ridiculed by the white kids. The white kids could care less. I was ridiculed by the black kids because the black kids thought that I wanted to be white,
Right.
wasn't talking like they talked, that I wasn't acting like they acted, that I wasn't hanging around and getting into trouble like they were. So I wanted to be white. That's one of the biggest problems that we have in the black community. Miss Real Lady, you can either recognize that or not recognize it, because if you don't recognize it, then you're part of the problem. You're not part
okay,
of
well, I'm not gonna be. I don't like to be in part of problems, but I told you. Forgive me for saying that, but like I said, if you didn't have that picture up there, and you just, I would think you was a white man. Yes, I would. That was just a jab. But I'm sorry about that. But other than that, it ain't got nothing to do with how you talk intelligent and all. It has nothing to do with that. Why I said that. It was the way you do. You talk like a white man. I'm sorry to me. And then,
All
but
right. Well,
that's not me. That's not me. I'm sorry.
okay. All right. Samson is up here, my guy over in down.
So now you can drop me. Good night, everybody. Well, I'll be
Duval,
listening.
Good night, yo.
I'm not going to
County.
bed. I'm listening. Bye.
Duval County. Samson.
That's it, Mr. D. How's
Duval.
everybody?
Duval.
That's it. How's everybody doing? Glad
Doing
everybody
good.
having a
We've
good
been
time.
listening. There, a lot's been going on.
I've been listening a long time. I think one of the issues, Miss Real Lady, is that we all live in different demographics, and by doing that, you meet different people. While Paul is a very intelligent man, it's a lot of us just like him, speak like him, act like him. He's not a monolith. It's a lot of black men just like him. You just happen to only meet him right now, but if you go other places, you'll find that there are a lot of them. One of the things that me being a man that came up and wanted to do better for my life and wanted to understand how I could make my family life better, I achieved those things, but then I got to a point to where I said, okay, I got most of the things I want. I can do a lot of the things I want to do, but when it's time for me to leave, what would I leave behind that would be able to be used by someone other than my family? Because being a person that want to bring up, I guess when you get to a certain age, you realize that all the glamour and all that stuff, it don't mean nothing. It's all vanity. And then you try to do things that can help other people. So in my business, I try hard to help young men and try to educate them and try to push them in the way that I know that will make their life better. But I also understand that they was behind the bar. They didn't get an equal playing field. They didn't have an equal chance to do things as their co-partners did or the other people did. So I understand that too. But I still know that that's not a yoke around their neck. It doesn't hold them down. In other words, I try to teach them to let them know that those are the things that will make them stronger if they push forward. So with all of us being intelligent men here, all of us being men that have achieved a lot of things, I can tell you from someone telling me this, that when you're gone, all the stuff you got is going to stay here. They're not going to put none of it in the ground behind you. And the only thing that's going to make you continue to be talked about and people saying good things about is what you do for others. And that's what I try to do. And I think we all have something to offer, not only just our race of people, but any other race of people, because all people have frailties. And they get to a point where people start to understand. I understand what Ms. Real Lady is saying. I sometimes feel that way too, but I also have to realize that there's a problem, and we got to know where the problem started at, and in a way that we can fix it. We have a lot of things go against us. It's just the truth of the matter. We didn't. We had things introduced in our community that broke up the men, made the men not want to be fathers, made the men not want to be providers. It made the men want to be whores. It made the men want to do all kind of things. And the young men coming up, that's what they saw, and they thought that's what they were supposed to do, because there were very few men like Paul, E.K., Lulabelle. They didn't see a lot of guys like that, especially down here in the South. They didn't see that. So they imitated what they saw. If you take a kid right now that don't know anything about what I do, I'm an air conditioning contractor. He don't know nothing about that. But if I take him with me enough, he'll start to understand, and he'll start to catch on, and he'll start to see that, hey, you know what? This ain't as bad as I thought it was. I can do this too. And I'm only saying that to say that each one of us have the ability to offer that same thing to them. And I just hope we found a place in our heart at some time when we feel that we've achieved everything that we want to, that we'll look back and understand that these kids don't know anything about. When they come up, they taught what they taught. They taught to hate people. They're taught to dislike people, just like they're taught to love people. And if we give them more love than hate, I think we'll have a better community for kids to live in. We'll have a better world for them to live in, because hate only leads to self-destruction, man. It's not going to survive. It's not going to survive. And I know people that's being educated know about the Roman Empire. They was just like the United States. They was the most feared military on the face of this earth. But if you look at them now, there's nothing, because they imploded upon themselves. They imploded upon themselves. And if we don't understand these things and get to a place where we understand that we got to love and help each other, even though they don't look the same, they don't talk the same. Paul is very eloquent in the way he speaks, but teach somebody else how to do that. Paul, you can teach them just like you teach your child when some of your kids' friends come over, if you see another kid somewhere. I'm not saying you don't do it. Mr. E.K., you got a lot to offer. Mr. Lutherville, you got a lot to offer. It ain't gonna always be easy. Sometimes it's gonna be tough. Cause I'm telling you, man, sometimes these guys, I try to teach them about this stuff. They make me want to put my head against the wall. But I don't give up on them. I just say, you know what? I'll try again. And it get tiresome. But in the end, I hope it pays off. Because like I say, when my time comes, the only thing gonna keep me around, my kids gonna talk about me, and they gonna love me. But I hope somebody else will too. And I'll land with that.
All right, thank you. We talked about a lot about excuse me, ABs. According to the CDC, Black women have 2 to 4 times higher rate of AB ratios compared to white. Hispanic rates are 1.6 to 2 times higher. Just to bring that in, stats.
Let me
we
say
talk
Yeah, I
something
get
real quick, Mr. Denali.
and I just,
I'm sorry, what was that?
Let me say something real quick. I just wanted to respond to brother saying that people are being taught to hate, and just let me say that the contempt that I have for the other people, I was not taught that contempt at home. That contempt that was created in me was created by them. This is sometimes called to or referred to as the hate that hate created. So our families don't teach us to hate. They teach us to hate based on their behavior.
I am with that.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Denali, let me say something. I'm gonna drop. Samson, I really appreciate what you just said. Like you say, with to Paul and EK, like you say, and if they, I don't know if they doing that in their community, but this is a whole. We living in a different time than, like Paul was saying about how it used to be. Paul, that'll never, we'll never get back to that. So I mean, we can pretty much count that out. We'll never get back to where we were
You didn't say that,
with.
real lady. You should not. We should not say that. That's a defeatist attitude.
Well, let her finish.
Oh,
Her
sorry,
point.
sorry.
Hold on, let her have her.
Well, I don't. Well, you say how I think. Well, I don't think we will ever. This, like I say, a new generation, just new everything, and I think we, like you say, each one of us got to be responsible. Like my daughter, my daughter, if my grandkids make it, with their children, to try to just, like I told you, you keep worried about talking about our people, talking about our people to hold them accountable. We got to hold ourselves accountable. I think that's where we at now. It's not, you cannot hold black people accountable for what they decide to do in these days and times, because the world is different now. It's not what it used to be, and I don't think it will ever be what it used to be. So I think we can. I'm willing to guarantee you it will never happen again in our lifetime. And we just got to be where we at, and just like Mr. Sampson just say, kids around you that you can mentor and teach what you learn and try to make better around you. That's all you can do, but not instead of talk down and the negative, and like I say, some positive, put some positive in there about what the black community, because that's not everywhere. Because like I said, we got some black excellence out there. You got parents that got kids that going to Harvard. That Mr. Lulu say we can't. Well, he said we don't own nothing, but okay, I won't get on that. But that. But y'all just, I guess, see that what y'all see on these phones and this internet. And if like I said, we didn't have the internet, you wouldn't even know none of this. A lot of that stuff is going on, but it's a lot of good out there too. So just like I say, let's kind of stick to politics and stop always going back.
Excuse me.
And just belittling our people, please. That's all I ask.
Okay.
You can drop me, Mr. Denali.
Okay. No, hold on, Miss Real Lady. Hold up one thing. First of all, you're correct. There's a lot of good that comes out of the black community. Actually, much more good than bad. The problem is the percentage of bad is too high in our community. As for what Paul said, that I do think it's a defeatist attitude to say that we could not go back. Some of the best times for black people, quite frankly, when it came to family structure, discipline, not going to jail, was doing Reconstruction right after slavery. And then after that, during the Jim Crow era, right? It's just in about the last 30 to 40 years where it seems like some portions of our community, obviously not all, have dropped off the cliff. I guarantee you, Miss Real Lady, you didn't think 20 years ago that you would see a black president in your lifetime, yet it occurred. So what Paul is saying is it absolutely can happen. It's just going to take a concerted effort of people like Samson, people like Chuck, people like Paul, people like Lulabelle, and people like Real Lady to make a change and Miss Kimmy, to make a change in our community, and miracles can happen. Because I guarantee most people who are our age or older never thought that they would live to see a two-term black president in this country. Yet it happened. So we can change where we are. Did anybody watch the BET Awards, all that debauchery going on, that they gave Glorilla the Gospel Award? Glorilla?
I'm watching them right now. I'm watching them right now.
Is it crazy, Kimmy?
She
Was
did
that
it.
a good representation?
Well, she did a song with Kirk Franklin, so it was for the song that they did together.
I agree, and I like Kirk Franklin, but even him,
I don't think he is even a great representation for gospel music for black people. You mean to tell me they couldn't have found somebody else to
Well,
give that award to
you know
than
it
Glorilla?
you know it's what you call it. It's whatever is the
Well,
popular thing,
It's
you know,
crazy,
EK.
Kimmy.
That's
Come
what
on,
it is.
Kimmy. Call a spade a spade. That's crazy. That's crazy work.
But
Well,
that's the world we living
she
in,
thought
EK.
she thought it was crazy herself, but she said she reached out to him and
No,
she told
I'm
him
not
that's
she
talking
more
about
wanted to
the
be on
song.
debate
I'm
the
that.
talking
fact
about
that
the
the
award.
award gave her an
Yeah,
award.
I'm
Oh,
not talking
right.
about her doing the song. I'm talking
You know,
about the
it's a thing
award.
where we try very
I
hard.
understand.
We bend ourselves into pretzels in the black community to make dysfunction functional. You know what we say? It's for the culture. That's what I
But
always hear. Oh, that's just for the culture. Well, why does a lot of our culture always have to be just negative?
her song wasn't negative though. It was a gospel song. She
Great.
wasn't
What about
talking
the
about
rest
what
of her
she
shit?
normally talks about.
What about the rest of her shit?
Well, that wasn't in the gospel category.
You don't.
Yeah, we definitely got think different
You
because
don't get it, huh?
we don't see a problem with that, Mr. Denali. You know,
How can
That's
you
amazing.
separate the two?
That's
So you
amazing.
saying that if Sexy
okay,
Red did
But that's
if
the
you
problem.
you're saying if Sexy
okay,
Red
That you don't
if
see a
you're
problem
saying
with it.
Sexy Red did a gospel song with Yolanda Adams, you would be
this is the
okay with
world
that?
we living in. This is the
What?
world we are living in,
Well,
and
I'm gonna reject it. I'm not going along to yippee ki motherfucker. I'm not
and
going along just to get along.
Right. And
I'm not going
you
to
say
bend
we need
myself
to
to
get
make
but
dysfunctional.
you don't know okay. This might sound a little crazy to you, but you don't know her their relationship with God. You know, she's
Ma'am, are
performed.
you
this
judged on
is
your
what we're
actions?
talking
Are you
about.
judged
She
on your
performed.
actions?
Wow.
Okay,
Are you
okay.
judged on your actions, ma'am?
Uh, yeah, you are, but that don't matter what nobody else. That's like Yo-Yo say. Yo-Yo know who
And
she
you say
is.
that we
It
need to
doesn't
get
matter
together.
what I may
Hang on a
think.
little bit, Miss Real Lady.
Okay,
Okay, you said it would judge on our actions, right?
okay, yes,
And so if you do 10 song, music, videos, whatever, that are a detriment in my mind, that put us in a negative light, and then you do one that is maybe uplifting. I haven't heard the song, I can't speak to it. Then we're going to negate the 10 because you did one.
yeah,
We
yeah.
are.
So that like you said, but like I said, because that's she's an entertainer. I
Okay.
mean, this is the world we living
I'll
in,
go ahead. I'll go ahead and
and
ask the question then.
when
Who?
she go behind her door, shut her door at night, we don't know the relationship she had with God,
What?
and it's
Well then.
like,
Well then. Why
why
do people?
judge?
Guess what,
Why
GA?
are we judging?
Why do my Democratic friends criticize Donald Trump? We don't know his relationship with God. If he came out and
I
said,
don't, and I don't think he racist. I just think he
I didn't
opportunity,
say.
whichever way the wind blow. I
I
don't.
think my challenge is that we make this. We try to make dysfunction functional, and then we say it's for the culture, and that's just supposed to make it okay.
Well, I don't know. You heard what I thought
I
about it
know.
yesterday
And
night.
listen, I think we
Like,
are what
hey,
we consume, and
okay.
and the
Yeah,
people
I
that
don't listen
drive.
to none of that. I don't.
Yes,
I don't
no,
listen
you
to no
don't.
rap music.
Real lady, what's
All
real
right,
interesting?
never
So,
mind.
real
Go
lady,
ahead.
you should listen to a couple of her
What's really
songs and then come
interesting?
back and tell us if you feel the same way. That's
I
what you
don't need
really
to
should
listen to
do.
her songs. I mean, I don't.
Well,
Real lady,
When she,
what's
like I said,
really
when she closed that
interesting?
door and go behind her door, we don't know what relationship she has with God. I can't help what
Okay,
she
you
do
already
No,
said
out
that
there.
you know
three
what else
times
is the
already.
problem? Is that when did it become bad to judge somebody for the shit they do?
exactly.
When did that
That's
become
all
like
we
a
don't
thing
know their
that, oh
mind.
no,
Scripture
we don't
says
want
you
to
can
judge
judge.
Oh,
anybody? What the
you can
fuck? We
judge.
judge
You
people
can.
every day.
You right. You right. And you
And now
can.
it's like it's this line that blends with good and bad, and it's all put together, and it doesn't matter. Of course, what you do matters. Don't judge anybody. Why not? When you treat somebody
What you
differently, that's when it comes into a problem. You know, people come up talk about single black motherhood. But what's wrong with that? There's a lot wrong with single black motherhood. A lot.
And earlier, Miss Lady, you said that we need to get together. How can we possibly get together
with someone who dismisses things the way you do?
Well, I don't.
That has nothing to do with
What do you mean
way
it has nothing to
you
do?
feel the way you feel. I feel the way I
No,
feel.
that's
But
clear.
we can meet in the middle somewhere.
No, there
You
is no
know, come on.
middle.
It's
There,
I
there,
mean,
there is no middle for us.
okay. Well, that's I guess that's the problem. I guess that's the problem with this world.
Hey, Miss
You
Real
know
Lady,
that like I
Miss
say.
Miss
Like I say, I can say you have a right to judge, and I can look at you a certain way and
Absolutely.
think a certain way. That's fine. But like I say, when they close their door and go behind there, we saying one thing about them, but when they close that door and go behind that door, we don't know the
What the
relationship they have
relationship
with
Well,
with
where's
God
God
and
their
is,
what.
what?
right?
Well,
You've
So it
where's
already
their
said
is
that
what it
several
is.
times.
This the
Miss
world
Real
we
Ladies?
living in.
Where
That's
is
how I
their
feel.
where is their moral compass?
You
And all
know.
we can know is by the actions of their moral compass. None of us know what's in a person's heart or what's in their mind. The most important thing and the thing that affects us directly are their actions. Their thoughts don't affect us unless they take action. Their heart doesn't affect us unless they take action. As long as it stays in the mind or the heart and there's no action, there's no effect on us or society as a whole.
And we take care
Actions
of
are
that.
way more important than thoughts.
and Miss Real Lady, you probably know this from your life experience, and I'm sure you've probably seen it before. Where you see a man, I'm gonna just use a man for an example. You see him out, and he whole hopping with every woman that he sees, and he's doing all this kind of stuff. And then you see him on Sunday, he's in church with his wife, and he's acting like the perfect husband. But from Tuesday to Saturday, all you hear about him is out there running around. And that's the kind
Right.
of stuff that he's talking about. You can't live both lives and represent it, because even though you see him on Sunday and it seems like he's doing the right thing, because you know what he did from Tuesday to Saturday, it doesn't mean anything, right? You
Right.
judge him
And
on
you
those
know what? I
things.
get that. I get where y'all coming from. I really truly do. But me, it doesn't bother me because I don't listen to that stuff, all that stuff. But I look at like, okay, it's entertainment. This is like I said, I keep saying this is the world we living in now. And okay, everybody finna be stop saying, this is how they make money. I mean, this is how they live. This is their, so what? Everybody's supposed to just stop singing and shaking their butts and doing what's making them money to worry about what you think about them. I hope I'm making sense. So
Yeah,
I
well, I mean,
don't
to me, they have no moral compass. Then anything for the
really.
dollar. I've been offered a lot of things to do certain things on myself that could make me a lot of money, and I can't sit with it. I can't look myself in the mirror by doing certain things, and that's why I don't do them. They don't have any moral compass.
Okay,
It's all
that's how
about the
you
dollar
see it.
bill.
I see how you get. That's how they make their money.
This real lady, you go to
Listen,
church,
and
right?
if you're out there in the public, we have a right to criticize you.
Okay, yeah, I didn't
Respectfully,
say you couldn't.
And
I didn't say you couldn't.
Miss Real
So
Lady, you gotta,
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
didn't you go to church, right, Miss Real Lady?
me?
Yes.
Nope. Nope.
I thought you were talking about Jesus, but okay, well,
No.
I was just gonna
I don't
tell
have to go to
you.
church to talk about Jesus.
I mean, I don't want to
I
get
don't.
into a whole religious thing
No,
because
I'm just gonna. I
that's
was
a
just. I,
whole listen.
yeah, no, I'm not gonna get into that. But I was just gonna talk about morality and how you know somebody. I mean,
I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to be religious to be have
no, you
morality.
don't have to. But I thought you was a Christian. But just. I mean, we're talking about the gospel. Gospel's Christian. So what Jesus said in Matthew chapter
Who said
7.
that though? Who brought up Jesus?
Well, gospel, the gospel award. The gospel award is Jesus. I mean, that's Christian.
I mean,
So
do you consider Kurt Franklin to be really gospel?
I don't, because but the thing about it though is in Matthew chapter 7 verse 16, Jesus says to his disciples, "You will know them by their fruits."
Okay.
You
I
will
mean,
know
listen
them
again.
by
You
their
judge.
fruits.
I mean, people are judged by their actions.
Exactly.
That's all. And it kind of bothers me, Dr. Shea, when they try to not make when you try to make wrong right and right wrong. It just mixes it all together, and we got to be able to call out bullshit. I don't care if you're black, white, whatever. You got to be able to call out bullshit. Now, I'm not going to make a wrong right. It's some disgusting stuff that goes on out there.
Well,
And
what would happen, Mr. Denali, if what would happen if they stopped performing today. All of them that's out there shaking their rumps and singing them kind of songs and all that. And they just cut all that off in the America.
What would happen?
Yeah, what would happen? I mean,
well, listen, the challenge is there's not enough counterbalancing going on. We are what we consume, and okay, I'm going to say it, Black women consume more social media than any other demographic, and the people that lead, I think, our community culture are celebrities, athletes, and they get most of it from social media. You are what you consume. You even got Mary J. Blige looking like a goddamn streetwalker. She looks like a streetwalker. I don't care what. Listen, she may have the baddest body of a 50-something-year-old, but she's got the high boots, and you can't tell the difference between her and Nicki Minaj or Lotto. This woman is almost 60 years old, and the young women are leading the older women. Not only in celebrity, but also out on the street. I look and I said, wow, how old are you? Oh, I'm 53. And I'm like, you are acting this way at 53? You're chasing 35-year-olds? I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, it makes no sense.
I'm sorry, Denali. But Miss Real Lady, listen, I appreciate you staying up here and taking all this fire. I hope you didn't take offense. I got a lot of respect for you. But let me just say this one last thing, because you mentioned it 2 or 3 times. Well, that's how they make their money. That's not an acceptable reason to make. So if somebody made their money by robbing banks or being a prostitute, the fact that that's the way they make their money, it just sounds like you're justifying it in the sense because that's how they make their money.
Yeah.
There's good ways and bad ways to make money.
I mean, would you
agree with that?
Have it. I mean, if they didn't, I just would wonder if all of them just stopped doing that right now. What would
it'd be the world would be better. America would be better. Black culture would be better.
Okay.
Because there's not enough counterbalancing. That's the problem. Academia, political leadership is not as worshipped as it is for celebrity. It overtakes everything. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
It's just, that's what I mean, people may say I'm wrong, whatever. The shaming should come back. Back in the day when you got pregnant and you were up north, they send you down south. Now it's celebrated, and I blame the parents a lot of
baby showers for 14 and 15.
Baby showers.
That's
There's
crazy.
no father. That's why that goddamn picture pissed me off, because I think it's a separation. I think, this is my opinion, that Black women want to separate themselves from the Black men. I'm sorry. That's what I think. That's the first thing I saw when I saw that. I'm like, what? Where's the men at? Where's the men? They're sitting up there by themselves. As I always say, protection without authority is slavery.
Well, Mr. Denali,
and what percentage of Black men voted for Miss Harris,
80%,
Mr. Denali?
80%.
But not one up there.
So I did my own thing.
There we go.
I said, well, if they're not going to rep you, I'll go ahead and make something to rep you. Because if you're a man and you did vote for Harris, that's your right. I want to celebrate you as well as the 92% want to be celebrated. Why not? Why is there a separation? Black women are the most educated, which separates you from the Black men. Why is that? You guys don't think that's by design?
It is.
Really? Come on. That's why I say, in my opinion, Black women have the biggest egos, because the powers that be feed that ego. That's why they have HR manager positions and bookkeeper, office manager, because it's this pseudo power. I got power, and it feeds into that ego. I'm sorry, I'll say it. I don't really give a fuck who doesn't like it. I don't.
I can say you feel like that, Mr. Denali, but I can say, I'm gonna keep saying it's the world we live in.
That's why they made that picture, because
I don't think it's gonna change.
One of their own was rejected, and they wanted to take their ball and go home.
Hey, Mr. Denali, black men that voted for Harris wasn't offended by that picture.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You think I care? I don't.
And Chuck, that's the problem.
What?
Because we don't have a whole lot of black men who they should be offended by.
I wasn't offended by that picture.
That's fine.
Well, you should be because you're being excluded.
You don't have to be.
Chuck. And one of the worst things that's happened to our community, and black women have sucked it up more than any other women, is femininity, right? It's the feminist movement. And I'm gonna give you some examples of why. The black culture, for the most part, not probably in your life, not in Lula Bell's life, not in Paul's life, and 100% not in my life, is dominated by the matriarchy. And it hasn't worked out well for us right now. It has not. It has not. Society as a whole needs to have a balance between the patriarchy and the matriarchy. But unfortunately, in our community, 70-something% of our children are being raised in a home without a father that's there full time, only being raised by the mother. That lab experiment has not worked out well for us. We need to figure out a way to switch it. And I'm not saying nothing bad about women, but mothers cannot raise a son to be a man. They just can't do it.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, EK. But I'll try to pose the question that this came up the other night when I was on a live with Denali and Kenneth. And they didn't want to answer the question, and I'm real hesitant to even ask it again.
I didn't answer you asked me a question, I didn't answer it?
Yeah.
Really? What was the question?
So the question was, and I agree wholeheartedly, 1,000% with you guys' assessment of the black family.
Okay.
But I would ask you this, and if you remember this question I asked Denali, do you believe that the black man has any responsibility or culpability in the current state of how black women view black men?
Yes.
Well, I said yes. I did say yes.
You hedged your bet, though, Mr. Denali.
No, hang on a second. Let me see. You can't do that to me. Kenneth was absolutely correct, because in that conversation, we were talking about black women. And you, instead of speaking to black women, you tried to shift the conversation to black men. Because the conversation was primarily about the black women.
I did the same. Like that? Okay. I did the same thing I did tonight. I just said
this conversation was about black community. This conversation was about the black. See, sir. You're splitting. What did that say right there? It had nothing to do with a particular gender or sex. It was about the black community.
Understood. But we just had a conversation over the last 2 minutes about the empowerment of black women and how the black families got out of control and black women are independent, blah, blah, blah.
And we also talked about black men voting for V.P. Harris in the 260.
And I just posed.
Was it about? You said you weren't offended by the picture.
Yes, but I just posed a simple question. I asked, do black men have any responsibility?
Yes, of course we do.
That's all. That was my only question. Of course we do.
I said yes that night we were having a conversation.
But the
you
question
said
is,
I didn't answer the question.
More responsibility, Chuck. Because you know, as a black man, of course, we've got some trifling ass, nothing ass NYs out there, right? But the vast majority of black men want to be around and be with their children. We know that 80% of the divorces that are filed by women.
Yep.
They're women that are kicking these men out of the house. For the most part, obviously they're men that leave voluntarily. And women, black women specifically, make bad decisions when they decide who to lay down with and have unprotected sex. Unless it's a crime being committed, the woman's volunteering for that. So that's why I place a lot of responsibility on them.
I would also say, EK, you know, the divorce rate in this country is roughly 50%. I would say that across all demographics, we have an issue with fathers being in the home and then divorce rates, because divorce rates are really high.
I agree, Chuck. I agree. 70% of black white people, Asian people, and Hispanic people, 70% of their kids are not being raised without a father.
There you go.
What's your point?
My point is just not a black problem.
But as EK said, who cares?
It's a much bigger black problem, wouldn't you agree, Chuck?
Yeah.
And I'm focused on black people. Here we go again, worrying about what the other races are doing.
I'm just saying that this a problem.
That make you feel better that it's not it's us and it's other people too?
No, but
is it a thing of misery loves company?
No, but you have to recognize trends. and you can't isolate yourself from a general trend that is happening.
Are you married, Chuck? Are you married?
35 years, sir.
How many times have your wife?
Congratulations,
How many times have your
sir.
wife apologized to you and said, "I'm sorry"?
You can drop me.
Well, you don't know my wife. You want to
Exactly. See, it's always
see, I
something.
learned, but
If you knew my wife, you would know what.
But here's the difference.
No,
I learned
sir,
early
I'm
on.
asking that's a legitimate question.
I learned early on that as a
Wife, happy life.
No, I had to control my if I wanted to stay married, it was up to me to control that marriage. So my wife will say she's sorry when she's wrong. But do I expect my wife to be as generous, as understanding?
This sounds like a word salad right now.
No, seriously, as I am? And I truly feel, and maybe I'm being unfair to men, I feel if a man wants to keep his marriage together, and if you've married the right person, you can do that. You just have to adapt to your wife.
What?
You have to understand your spouse, and you have to adapt to what to keep your marriage together. And that's what I had to do. That's what I've done.
I don't know, Chuck. My wife had to adjust to me, and I had to adjust to her. But she had to get.
Are you a leader or are you a follower?
Dude, I lead my home aggressively. But
Sir, when I got married,
I do understand.
When I got married, my wife.
I do understand that I don't run the streets.
My ex-wife got on my program because I was a leader.
Your ex-wife.
What does that matter? So
that matters a lot.
It does. Why?
Because she's your ex, sir.
So because I have an ex-wife, I'm not capable of talking about this?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I've been married 35 years, and I've understood what it takes to stay married for 35 years. Since my 20s.
And how many times? How's your back feeling?
My back is great.
You had to break over, bend over, break over.
Fantastic.
You're not bending backwards?
Not at all, sir.
Not at all.
Me and my wife are a power couple. We're very successful. We do well.
I don't care about your success, sir.
No.
I don't care about your success. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care about your house. I don't care the neighborhood you live in, or none of that matters to me. Why do you think because whatever neighborhood you live in that's supposed to impress me?
Well, you brought up my neighborhood.
You did. You
brought
said
that up earlier.
my house in my neighborhood.
Why are you bringing that up?
Did you not bring up your neighborhood?
That was an hour ago?
You still brought. What the fuck?
That was an hour ago.
You brought it up for a reason.
A fucking hour ago, dude.
And did you bring it up? Did you bring it up?
It was a completely different context.
Did you bring it up, sir?
I did. Why are you bringing it up now?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It was a completely different context.
Telling you, sir, I said I don't care about your success.
Why didn't you say it back then? That was an hour ago.
Why didn't I say what?
Why is that pertinent to the conversation?
Kimmy, somebody wants to come up, Kimmy.
Yeah, drop me,
Sorry,
Mr. Denali.
Mr. Denali.
Miss Real Lady, I enjoyed the conversation. Please come back and
she's gonna mess up the conversation. Okay.
Help me understand the statement I made an hour ago.
Okay, Kimmy.
Has any relevance to the conversation we're having now?
Sir, I said I don't care about your success. Because you just said that you and your wife are a power couple.
We were talking about my marriage.
You said you were a power. Your marriage makes you a power couple.
Then you brought up my house that I brought up.
What makes you
an hour ago?
What makes you a power couple?
We do very well.
Right.
We're married 35.
I don't care about your success. You brought up the fact that you and your wife are a power couple. I said I don't care.
I'm still in love with my wife.
I don't care.
Today, you're asking me a fucking question.
When did I ask you about you being a power couple?
I'm answering your question.
What was my question?
Your question is what makes me a power couple? What makes me a power couple?
You brought up the fact that you're a power couple. I didn't bring it up.
Because I've been married 35 fucking years. How many dudes you know been married 35 years?
So the fact you've been married 35 years makes you a power couple?
When you get married for 35 years, you come talk to me. How many exes you got, bro?
Sir, Mr. Chuck,
how many exes you got?
Mr. Chuck,
how many exes you got?
Mr. Chuck, the fact that you have been married for 35 years makes you a power couple?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. You know that you were talking about
absolutely.
You know that you were referring.
Absolutely.
You know that you were referring to the fact that you are in a neighborhood, the least expensive houses.
That was 20. That was an hour ago. Why are you bringing that up? That has no context to what we're talking about now. You chose to bring that up. If that comment bothered you, you should have brought it up an hour ago.
First of all, you're not going to tell me when and I can or cannot bring up something.
Put it in context for me.
Listen,
how
sir,
is that relating to what we were talking about in marriage?
Did you bring up the fact that you and your wife are a power couple?
I certainly did. And I just explained to you.
Did it have anything to do with the financial success of your marriage?
No, it has to do with I've been married 35 years, a very successful marriage. I love this woman as much today as I loved her when the day I met her. That's what makes me a power couple.
I have never heard of anybody saying,
if you want to relate that to finance,
never heard of anybody.
Well, that's on you. If you want to relate that to finances,
talk over me now, Chuck.
If you want to relate that to finances, sir, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you talk.
Thank you so much. You're not letting me do anything. You brought up the fact that you're a power couple because of finances. I've never heard anybody say I'm a power couple.
I never said that. I never mentioned finances. If somebody on this panel can say I mentioned finances, then I'll concede the point. I never mentioned finances.
Mr.
You brought up my house.
How did I bring up the house? You're the one how do I know that your house
brought it up?
How do I know that? How do I know that?
I brought that up an hour ago.
So what? So you don't think what I forget about
conversation.
So you think I forget about shit? I've never heard of anybody saying they're a power couple because they've been married for 35 years.
I just said it. So it's a first for you then.
I don't believe you.
Well, you don't have to believe me.
I don't.
Have you been married 35 years?
I don't. I was married for 17.
Okay.
What?
I consider myself a power couple. I consider myself. I consider that one of the hugest.
You think my head screws on it? I've been around a long time.
Hey Chuck, I've been married for 50 years.
Thank you.
So I must be a super couple.
Absolutely.
So the thing that makes you a power couple. The thing that makes you a power couple is because the length of marriage. At what decade are you a power couple based on the years that you're married, Chuck? Is it year 5? Is it year 10?
Year 35. It's year 35, and it'll be 36 next year.
Take it away from you. Tell me when you are able to say you're a power couple based on the length of time that you've been married.
That's based on your own individual assessment of your marriage.
Oh,
35 years. It didn't happen 30 years.
Right? There's no baseline.
It's your own personal baseline.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I get the. I'll just jump in. I get this, Chuck. You're being disingenuous, man.
Of course he is.
You're being absolutely disingenuous. We all know, in common parlance, whenever anybody refers to a married couple as a power couple, they're talking about either their financial success, their professional success. Come on, man. You're being completely.
Let me ask you, Paul. Let me ask you straight.
It has
question.
absolutely.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me say anything about finances? Yes or no?
You just talked.
You already did an hour ago.
An hour ago.
You already laid the groundwork for it.
When I said that an hour ago, you had no idea if I was married, divorced, or whatever.
What do you mean? You said you were married for 35 years.
Listen to me. When I brought up my home,
you and your wife, something with the house is the cheapest house.
I don't even care about that.
$500,000.
Chuck, I don't even care about that. Chuck, I don't even care about that.
No, when I brought up my home an hour ago, you had no idea if I was married or not.
Forget about Chuck. Let me.
You had no idea what I was married or not.
Just talking with Denali for 30 minutes.
No, the problem is that he doesn't like facts.
Yeah, he's not gonna listen. So
go ahead. I'll let you. I'll go on mute.
Forget about the house. Forget about the finances. All I'm focused on is the idea of what everybody in America knows what a power couple means when somebody says that. And if you're going to try to gaslight us up here on this live and try to pretend, air quotes, that a power couple has anything to do with length of marriage,
yes, sir.
Well, you are full of you know
that's
what.
That's my assessment of being a power.
You are full of.
Hey, Paul, how many people you know been married to the same person since they were in their 20s?
My parents have been married for 63 years.
Your pops?
They've been married for 63 years, and they would never refer to themselves. You don't consider your parents a couple.
You don't look at your parents as a power couple. Raising a great family.
Never use that term.
I used it, sir. Well, I used it.
Well,
hey guys,
you're the only person.
I used it.
Paul,
okay.
Paul.
Well, you're the only one that uses it.
Well, Paul, I'm sorry.
Can Hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
Chuck. Let me say
I've
something.
been
Chuck,
very
Hang on
Chuck,
one
Chuck.
second. Let Chat GTP do this. Hang on a second.
I could care less what Chat
Please,
GPT
if you don't
says.
want to listen, then you can leave. I'm
No,
going to have
don't
the
leave because I
conversation
wanna
with
ask Chuck a
or
question.
without you. It matters
So
to me not if you're here or
Go
not.
ahead, Denali.
I
Go
am
for it.
going to have the conversation. Hey,
and
buddy, how
then
you doing?
I want to ask Chuck a question, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, thanks. How about you? What's up?
Can you tell me in society what does a person mean when they tell you that they are a part of a power couple in marriage?
When someone describes themselves as part of a power couple in marriage, it generally means that both partners are highly successful or influential in their careers or social spheres. They often support and enhance each other's achievements, and together they make a significant impact in their respective areas. It's about mutual empowerment and often being seen as a dynamic and influential duo.
Describe my marriage. Thank you. Thank you.
Said in your
Thank you, Denali.
Wow.
So guys,
you know what Chuck
Thank you.
has?
I
Chuck has
appreciate
the
it, Denali.
disease.
But see,
Chuck
the only
has the
part I don't
disease of
understand,
needing
Denali,
to
is
be
this.
right. He has the disease, and he's a sympathetic.
Which you bring up something I brought up.
Go ahead, EK. What's your question?
Okay, so he did describe himself as a power couple, but he did say that both of my wife and I are very successful. He used those words, but I did not say him conflate the years being married, and maybe I missed it with having anything to do with the power couple. Apparently, Paul and Denali saw that. But here's the question I have for you, Chuck.
Thank you,
were
EK.
talking. Well, it's just the way I see it. I could be wrong, though, Chuck. But
No,
that's
go
the
ahead.
way I
Go ahead.
saw
Go
it.
ahead. I like your.
So-
I'm just listening to your perspective on it. Go ahead.
So now, I need you to answer this question 100%, and it's going to determine whether or not a certain thing for me in your marriage, right?
Yes.
So if there is a decision, a very, very, very important decision that needs to be made in your household, right? There's no middle ground. It's black and white.
Yep.
You favor the black, your wife favors the white.
Yep.
Which one, what color is going to be ultimately picked?
My wife is a Southern belle, and she defers to all my decisions as it relates to any business, any major decisions that are made in the home. I make those decisions, sir.
Okay, good, because that's what I had hoped you would answer. So there is no real balance when a life-changing decision is made, you having the male authority, and that's why I don't go with this happy wife, happy life stuff. That's some simp stuff. It's nice, obviously, for peace in your home to have that, but I at one time I used to use that term kind of jokingly. I don't use it anymore because too many people take it so seriously, and they end up being in not very, very good marriages. There has to be an ultimate leader. I'm not talking about trivial decisions, but decisions that can change, the forecast of your future. And call me a male chauvinist pig if you want. If you got a good husband and a good man, and women want that. They want leadership. No matter how much they say they don't, they want to be equal, this, that, and the other. They do not.
They want to
They
be
want
led.
to be led.
Can I clarify, EK, for you exactly what you're saying? I learned early on in my marriage that what I needed to do as a man, I couldn't run the streets. I couldn't womanize. I couldn't stay out all night. I couldn't come in like my friends. Most of all my friends are divorced. I couldn't come in when the sun is coming up. When I say I conform to my wife's needs, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying I'm advocating any responsibility as it relates to making major household decisions. That's my role. That's what I do. But the only way I've earned that credibility is by being a stand.
Did he get a phone call?
Chuck, I don't know what
Chuck,
happened.
did you get a phone call?
I got a phone call. The only way I've earned that credibility with my wife is being a stand-up man who doesn't go around doing all this bullshit that I saw my friends do. And that's why I stayed married for 35 years.
I've been married for almost 31 years, and I agree with you. I didn't run the streets. I earned the respect and the honor from my wife. And if I made a bad decision, the next time something like that comes on and my wife was right, I'm man enough to defer to her on that. But somebody put in the chat it's 50-50. There's no such thing as 50-50.
No.
Because that decision I just gave to Chuck is a 50-50 decision, and there's no way to resolve it if she says white and he says black. Somebody has to have the ultimate say on what it's going to be doing. So this 50-50 is a fallacy.
I agree. And
sometimes it's 60-40, sometimes it's 70-30, and sometimes they switch.
Yes.
Exactly.
And you can't expect a woman to follow a man that's leading that marriage in the wrong direction. You can't expect any woman to do that.
Right.
And I don't.
No. She shouldn't be behind you just because you have a penis. You
Exactly.
have to show
That's
an
my
example
point.
of being able to lead your family in the right direction.
So when these sort of accusations, when I said, I made my first statements about my marriage, that I was being a simp and blah 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 blah. No, that's furthest from the truth.
I said you're being sympathetic to the sisterhood. Is what I said.
Well, you know what? I did what I needed to do to keep my marriage together and be a stand-up person. I've got 3 boys. I got 3 young men that I raised, all college graduates, all doing well because I was a stand-up man and I was the man of my house. That's what I'm saying.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All this simp talk, I don't know where that came from.
I said you're sympathetic to the sisterhood.
Oh, okay. Well,
I didn't call you a simp. I said you're sympathetic.
All right.
You bend yourself to make wrong right for the sisterhood because they're women.
I just said I personally wasn't offended by that. That's what I said.
Right. I'm just saying. I think you should be. The thing that you're not, might be that you're indoctrinated.
Into what?
Into thinking that women shouldn't be called out for their bullshit.
No. I mean, I call my wife out for her bullshit. I call anybody out for their bullshit.
I think a lot of men don't.
I'm gender neutral when it comes to that.
That's why sometimes when they hear respectful criticism, it sounds like bashing.
Oh, I'm gender neutral. Maybe that's why I didn't have any daughters. I'm gender neutral when it comes to that.
There you go. That's what I think.
I love your backdrops, Mr. Denali. They're so apropos. You coming up with that? Did they finally strike? I know they threatened. Did they strike?
They
did, EK.
Yeah.
Wow. They're on the live.
Can I ask you guys a quick question? Are you
going in there hot at once?
Are you
They're
going to hold
drag America into a regional or global conflict? America's going to follow them right to hell.
I don't know, Lula Bell, because Trump told them don't, and we're not going to support it, but they did it anyway.
Right. So let's see what happens, EK, because we know who really holds the cards here, right?
Is this Trump's conflict or Biden's?
It's VP Harris's.
You know what I'm saying? But no, hold on.
Chuck getting calls at, I don't know, Chuck, I don't know what area he lives in, but what is it? Is it 1 o'clock Eastern time? 12 o'clock Central time?
Midnight Eastern time.
I'm 11 my time.
You're Central.
Yeah. So the
only that matters to me is Eastern.
So let me ask you guys a quick question.
We're going to go into overtime. We've been going a little bit of while. It's 12 o'clock. You know how overtime rules work. If you want more show, with this whole Iran thing, we're going to go into it. Every dollar is meaningful. Every dollar counts. You want 2 minutes of show, $2, 3 minutes, $3, whatever it is. Put it in there. We're going to give 10 minutes for everybody to collect it, and then we'll decide if we're going to go into overtime. And that's the way that the overtime rules work. Okay? Any questions? No. Good. So everybody knows how it works. And there you go. All right?
You going to say hi to me this time?
Miss Mary Catherine, you know it was so hot.
I laughed my ass
a lot of money being floated around.
I know.
And unfortunately, New York hates Trump put another plug, or he drained the tank, or he did something. And I'm very shocked at New York. His credit score is going down to 480 over here.
Oh, I'm going to go 320.
Huh? 320?
320.
What does that mean?
That's his credit score, 320.
Nah, his credit score is 480. He had a really high credit score. It took a hit with him and Lula Bell. But this time, you're a very understanding woman, and you're a woman of the world. when he said 6 grand, what do you think he was really saying?
No.
Right, exactly.
He's trying to
I'm
say
really
things.
shocked at him. I don't know what happened in New York. He fell off the cliff.
I'm not shocked, Denali. I knew he did. I knew he wasn't gonna do it.
No. I'm saying from his past experiences on the show.
Well, you know what it sounds like to me, Denali? When
Like
he's been coming
sober.
up lately, he doesn't sound like he's been drinking.
Okay.
And I think when he used to do it before, you know, he
Then
he
just
would
say
be
no.
drinking.
Then just say
Yeah,
no.
so
Just say
that's what
no. You
sounds
don't have to
different
do
to me.
anything. There's no obligation to bet. Hey, listen, man, I did a lot of crazy things and I'm trying to get my life. But he wants to have that same braggadocious attitude, but he doesn't want to back it up.
Can you even send 6,000 on a Cash App? Because when I tried to send it 2,000, I had to confirm on my bank app that it was
I don't
legit.
know.
It rejected it the first time.
I
had to confirm that it was legit.
I've never sent that much. If I do that, I usually do a wire or something
Right,
like that.
ACH. Right.
Yeah, you can EK, but it has to be back and forth, something that you've done commonly.
Right, you got to
People
show a
in,
record.
yes,
Oh, it has to
yes,
be
a
okay.
history.
Well, when I used to, Misty, when I used to do a lot of business in China, I would ACH like 30,000 or so for an order or something.
Yeah,
But you're right, my bank recognized that, and if I had done it the first time, they would have wanted confirmation. So you're right.
Absolutely, yeah.
He disappointed me. And there you go.
He disappeared. He sounds to me like he's sober, and I think he might have went. I mean, this is just speculation, rehab or
Well, just
something.
because you're sober don't mean you got brains.
Well, listen,
It means you're not
I will
drinking.
take him being sober, even though it hurts the show because he's not standing up. Just say no. No one has
I
to
have
say
a
no.
theory. I have a theory, Mr. Denali.
What is it?
First of all, $6,000 is such a random figure. I think that was all the money he could access. Because why wouldn't somebody say 5,000 or 10,000? Why would you say 6,000? That's such a random figure.
You usually go
and then
5,
he
10.
decided, nah, I don't want to take all my money that I got in the bank and send it to Mr. Denali. That's what happened.
So you think he was up for it?
No.
No, I think he was never up for it. He didn't think that I would.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, essentially saying 6 grand meant no.
Right, exactly. He
And
didn't
then,
think that I was
you
going to
need
put
3
it up.
people to come against me. And
I really didn't need 3 people because I was actually going to consider sending the 6,000, but I knew he wasn't going to send the money. I just knew it. And it proved out because I said, okay, I sent the 2,000. I say, you send your 2,000. No, you need to send. So if I send another 4,000, you see, he just dropped after a while.
He did. My guy. Listen, I don't know. I like New York, but I'm happy if he's sober. And if that means that he's not going to be the same guy, I would take that over him being the same guy being inebriated. Okay? Because I do care about him as a person. And, if that means good, then let him have the 480 credit score here. But he is he's in good shape mentally and not abusing alcohol and things like that. Okay? That's what I say. Make sense?
A lot of sense. Denali, have you hit
I
up
don't
the
care about him
FEMA
because I don't
topic?
like him. I don't care about him because I don't like him. So it
I
don't
know.
matter.
I know you do. I have
Say
a
how you
soft
feel
place.
there, EK.
I'll tell you why. When I first started doing the show last year, this probably was in March, he came up and he said how much he liked the show in Rikers Island in New York City. And I was like, wow, that was, my home state. And he said him and his fellow CEOs used to listen to the show. And I said, well, who you like on the show? He's like, oh, Dr. Shay. And so he knew and he just wasn't blowing smoke. And so I probably have a little soft space in my heart being from New York as well, Rikers Island, and all that kind of stuff like that. Misty, you said something about women. What did you say?
Did you have the FEMA conversation yet? I wanted your opinion on it.
Which one?
FEMA.
Oh, no, we did not talk about FEMA, getting away with FEMA. We did not. Well, I mean, we talked about a couple of months back about with Sarah Huckabee Sanders. He didn't give her request for the money that she wanted. So we did talk about it then, but not now with hurricane season coming up. We did not talk about it. No. Okay. But we'll talk about this Iran thing. So
Did they get rid of it, Misty?
They're going to reduce it about half, if not a little more. And yeah, they're going to dismantle being.
Iran thing
They're
is.
gonna give
Hang on a
money though.
second. Hang on a second, Lady Liberty. Hang on.
Oh Lord.
Go ahead, Misty and Kim. Did you guys? Okay. What you got? Misty, Kim.
Oh yeah, I was just listening to Misty.
Yeah, so basically he's gonna reduce it by about half. And then he's gonna give some states just some money so they can handle it. So I really wanted Mr. Denali's opinion. I feel like, I feel bad for a lot of these states, especially the hurricane states and, the flooding. And I felt like we didn't have enough for them, and then to reduce it, I'm kind of feeling some kind of way about it. But
Is this in the budget bill, Misty? Part of the budget bill? The big beautiful bill?
yes, the big beautiful bill. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Where are
instead of
we?
it going,
It's still in the Senate right now?
Yeah, they're talking about it. It's kind of separated. It's a little bit separate. It is part of his budget. Um, it's about 60. It's going to be about 60% less than what the amount that was sent. Before the amount, the total. He's dropping it a lot, and then he's
Where's
going to
Mm.
leave it up to the state.
where's the
yeah.
outrage?
Do
Where's the
Do you
outrage from
think
the right?
Do you think the bill is going to even pass?
I
No.
don't know. There's been a
Not in
lot
this
of people.
current form.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying, how we pulled up how many trillions of dollars will be out in 10 years. There's actually people analyzing it and they're saying it's going to add 10 to 11 trillion. So they say about 3 trillion ish, give or take, on the tax plan, but of course there's a lot in there. So I think there's a lot of negative. If you would have asked me a month ago, I would have said yes. Now I don't know if it will pass or not. I think they're going to have to revise some of it. It's a hefty bill. It's
Mm.
hefty.
Where's the
Yeah.
outrage and the right to the cuts to the FEMA funding?
They're more happy with it because it takes it back to the states, and states would rather these people on that side
The
would rather
states,
have the
but if
states
you
on it.
have a major disaster, the states don't have enough funding to cover
That's
it.
why you would get the funding at that
No,
time
Mary,
and go through
it's
the
going to be
states. I thought.
half the money. It's less than
Yeah,
half the money, though. I'm
yeah.
concerned about it, to be honest. And I'm pretty cool lately with a lot of the certain things I'm good with, but this one is a little concerning.
I
But
thought it was going to
I'm
make
old
it so
enough
that
to
the
remember
states would be
when
able to ask for
Biden.
the funding.
I'm old enough to
He's
remember when
he's
FEMA
reducing the
wasn't.
budget for it, Mary, by more than half.
But do you guys know? Do you guys remember when they had the hurricanes down in Florida and North Carolina last year, and the outrage on the right about FEMA and the lack of
Right.
funding?
That's my point. Is that if you're giving all this money to FEMA, but yet it's not getting to the people, wouldn't it be more solace for the state to be able to ask for that funding to go directly to their state
But
Are
instead of going to
are
FEMA?
we witnessing a double
you
standard?
don't understand, Mary. They're
They're cutting
cutting
it.
the amount they're cutting
Right.
in
That's
half.
going
So
to FEMA.
imagine for example, Mary, if you were going to get 707 or 750 initially. Now that's going to be like 300 initially. Do you understand?
Oh, okay.
There's
No, I
not
get that
going
part.
to
Yep.
be enough money. You know what I mean? Because
To
some
get a
states
hotel room, for Christ's sake.
did struggle, and I'm just a little concerned
Yeah.
because there's some states
Well,
that get hit pretty darn hard.
Yeah.
And what's going to end up happening, because the governors are now going to have to handle it, which means the people are going to pay, but they're going to have to pay, they're going to have to collect more money on a state level. You know what I mean?
They
To,
already
to
had
be able to
I
pay for
I
that.
already saw a hurricane today on the news. I forgot where it was.
Well, one thing he is doing, which is good, is they're going to basically tailor it after hurricane season. So it shouldn't affect anybody this year.
I don't
They'll
know.
fine tune it
We had a
after.
major storm up here, took out 3 counties, and FEMA didn't show up for 1 county. So I don't know.
Has to ask for it first.
I know our governors don't
If
ask
they
for
don't have
their
enough
own shit.
money in their till. Well, so that would
I
be your
got a
state,
question
though.
for the panel. So what happens, and I don't know the answer to this. I need to research it. So let's say they allocate $100 billion to FEMA per year. I don't know. I'm just a random number. And we have a very, very light hurricane, no major earthquakes, typhoons. Well, we don't have typhoons here. Hurricanes, earthquakes, or any other natural disasters, right? very few tornadoes, so forth and so on. And they only spend $65 billion. So we got $35 billion left. What happens to that $35 billion? Do they just keep it there and then next year they only get $65 billion? Is that how it works? To get
Correct.
up back to
So
that $100 billion?
well, the president has a choice. So you can either keep it in the fund, and that way means next year, you know what I mean, the funding will be less, or he can be redistribute or reallocate to either discretionary spending or maybe another area that's lacking. You know what I mean? Um, but that's their call.
Aren't FEMA funds commingled with Homeland Security funds?
They're separate. So FEMA has money that goes directly for, let's say, disasters in a state, whatever, hurricane,
Mm-hmm.
flooding. And
Mm-hmm.
then, yes, Homeland Security has their budget, which that I don't mind because a lot of a good portion of that has to do with immigration, you know, and I don't mind them getting rid of some of the money that we give to these quote unquote churches and organizations which then give the money to, you know, immigration.
Well, why do I hear this
GOs.
argument that FEMA there's a constituency that argues that FEMA funds should be pulled out of the Homeland Security budget and should be separate? I've heard that argument.
Well, there's different allocations within the Homeland Security budget. So you have Homeland Security, you have Border Patrol, you know what I mean? There's
Mhm.
different things. So there's different buckets within Homeland Security. So
I think we should just get rid of Homeland Security.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
about that.
What?
we didn't have it before,
No,
and now we
no.
had to have it. That was Bush's baby.
No, I'm
I think
down with
that's why we
Homeland
had
Security.
9/11 was to get that to finally pass.
The
Because he
reason
fought
they
for
had
it.
a Homeland
He fought for it during
Homeland
Reagan's
Security.
years,
No,
and
no.
it was.
The reason
Go
they
ahead.
developed it was because there was no coordination between all of these three-letter
Yeah, I know the
organizations, right?
FBI, CIA.
Yeah, they weren't talking to each other, and they said that was
DEA.
one of the main reasons we didn't catch, what happened on September 11th.
I actually, that's one of the only conspiracies that I truly believe that he created that.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I believe Bush created it because he fought during Reagan's year, and Reagan said no, 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 and then he went through his time period, and they went past it, and then it wasn't until his son got in there that then I said something's gonna happen because he fought so long and hard for this, the 8 years with, Reagan, 8 years with him. And then all of a sudden, boom, and it would be just an acquaintance that gentleman who apparently created the whole mess was actually at his house right before that happened.
You talking about Osama bin Laden?
Yeah.
Well, what about the Twin Tower attacks in the 90s with Clinton?
Yes.
When
That's
they
why I
had
think he took
explosives
the idea.
in the parking structures.
That was
Clinton.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Clinton.
it was Clinton,
In the
right?
90s, they attacked it twice.
Yeah, they took and went underneath the garage and blew.
Right, they had a truck ammunition or truck munition, just like
No, but that was actually something that was in wasn't that somebody that was actually from the United States that was doing that?
No, that was
The
okay.
blind sheik. It was the blind sheik. Remember?
The
Part of
sheep?
Al Qaeda.
Okay. It's a mess.
No, I'm saying that there was already a history of it. It didn't just happen.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. It just bothers me. It's kind of like I think that COVID was a attack. So I have my own little conspiracies in my own brain, I don't trust government at all. I don't trust what they do and how they think. So
I mean, listen.
Mary.
Yes.
Mary, I need you to post a picture with a tinfoil hat on your head. Okay,
Just
and
shut
I'll like
now.
it.
My only two
I like
conspiracies. Leave me alone. I can have my
You
two.
said a tinfoil hat.
Don't talk
That's crazy.
just as long as you don't talk about the secret bathroom in Disneyland, I'm good with it.
I'm good. No, I don't know about that one, but
Oh my goodness,
Oh
Misty.
Lord, just don't go there.
I'm not
Please.
going
Secret
there.
bathroom.
Bathroom number 4. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord.
And I don't trust what happened with 9/11. So sorry.
And then wait, where's the other place, Misty?
Oh, and
Oh,
the
did you guys
witches and the
catch that
devil.
Kennedy?
Oh,
Kennedy was
the
only
Getty
pupils with
Center.
one
Just
person.
let me go ahead and shout out the people. Overtime
Yes.
is brought to you by. Oops, hang on. I almost messed that up. We didn't get the song either. We gotta get the song together. Miss Britton,
I was pulling through.
Mr. Lulabelle, Miss Real Lady coming through. And my guy EK always coming through. EK, excellent friend to the show. Overtime brought to you by those people.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
There you go. Yeah, FEMA. There you go. He's trying to phase it
What's
out.
my name, Skip? What's my name, Skip? I'm
Yep.
not a delight to your show, bro. You just don't even acknowledge me. I mean, I get it. I'm annoying, but I'm gonna say that. And I was like bully bullshit right there. Bully. It was bully bullshit. Everybody, no. And now I am a turd in the wind. Thank you. That's so nice of you.
You're welcome.
I mean, not gonna tell everybody they're great. Then don't tell everybody they're great.
Okay, Miss Trump, you listen. We're not gonna spend a lot of time on foolishness. People are paid for an hour. They want to talk about real issues. So that's what we're gonna do.
I will. I'm here. I'm ready.
We're starting off with FEMA. That Trump wants to phase out FEMA after the 2025 hurricane season. We've been talking about that. We're also going to talk about Iran attacking. Israel attacking Iran.
Uh-huh.
Those will be the two topics, that we're going to start off with. Do you have an opinion on Trump phasing out FEMA?
Yeah, well, you know what? Then you know why they need to do that is because it needs to go to the states. Why do we always have to go in? Why is the federal government with my tax dollars going to another state who couldn't do their shit right?
Paying the same amount of taxes, kind of what we pay taxes for,
Regardless, I mean, why is it that we put so much into FEMA, and FEMA can't even help North Carolina that lost so much shit? Or let's go back to Ohio and the train derailment. Nothing for them. Nothing. So
talk about the over 50 billion to New Orleans. I don't know.
That was
but
a little
sure
late
enough,
too.
FEMA
That was a little late
goes
though.
straight into
Still went
California.
there though. It was actually, I think,
I know, but it was a little
90
late.
billion. 90 billion.
Yeah, but the loss of life at that one, that was ridiculous.
Oh yeah. I mean, they can't, I don't know. I just wish those people would get more when they're in a disaster, not less.
So there's no contingency. He's just cutting the budget and that money's going. Where's that money going to?
To help
Going to
cover
some
some of
other
the other
part of the
stuff.
government, I'm sure, because the budget is very high, so it's going
Yeah,
to
it's
some
very
other
thick,
part.
very heavy.
Whose
Right.
budget?
But guys, understand if there is a
Trump's
major
budget.
catastrophe, they do have the ability to allocate emergency funds. So.
But why didn't he give money to that last disaster? I forgot where it was.
Oh, do you mean in North
Under
Carolina
his term,
when
Kimmy,
Biden was
what
president?
disaster?
You
He's
mean
only
that
been in
one?
office 150 days or something, right?
No, something happened recently during his term, and he
Really?
refused the money. Denali knows
Oh,
the
was it
story.
don't say it was the California wildfires, right? Not that, right?
No,
No, no, no, no.
Huckabee, or what was her name?
It
What
wasn't
state?
that. Oh yeah, it's yes.
That's
The
false.
girl, Sarah Huckabee.
Sarah Huckabee.
Oh, okay.
He begged him for
What
money.
happened to that? Was it
Because you know
tornadoes?
what
What
It,
happened to
happened?
that? What's
Sarah
that?
Huckabee knew how to
it's
take care of her
wherever
own state.
it's where. No, she didn't. She was mad. What are you talking about? She asked for money.
Well, you know what? I don't care. I don't care because you know why I don't care? Because I watch, I don't know how many cities burn under Biden and they ask for money.
All right,
Okay.
here is Trump on FEMA.
Want to see FEMA eliminated, and what's your message to the governors about how much more of an expense it's going to fall
the states. Yeah, well, it's not going to be so much the states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll start facing.
Set up a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a FEMA agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security to the president's vision. And it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations. And that what the president does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
if a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what the governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor. How soon do you?
All right, here you go.
God have mercy on red states. They're going to be the ones hurt.
Right.
What is that about red states? What did you say about red states?
I said the red states are the poorest states in this nation. God have mercy on those states, because those are going to be the states that are going to have difficulty funding disaster relief if there's a major disaster, like Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas. They're going to have a tough time if there's a major hurricane or disaster in their state. They're going to have a hard time funding that.
Yeah, but did you hear what he said? He goes, there will be a person at the presidential office that you will contact them with what your bill is.
But he also said, in addition to that,
that there's cuts. He said that one place asked for 120 million, and he gave him 71 million. And you know how I know when Trump is lying and putting fluff? When he repeats himself, and he puts a lot of adjectives. They were very happy. They were very happy. That means they were pissed off.
Not.
And he also said if the governors cannot fund their own states, they shouldn't be governors.
No, he said if you can't manage an what do you call it, a disaster.
Right. I mean, that managing a disaster is finding the funds.
Yeah, he's talking about the funding.
Yes.
Why do I have to rebuild what fucking they couldn't handle in the state they were in? You know what? They should have money in the coffers, but you know why they don't? Because all the fucking immigration and all the fucking, what do I want to say? Medical bills and all that kind of shit. You guys did it to yourselves. Why do I in Texas have to pay for Tennessee? Why?
Paying, lady, no matter what, we're still paying.
Yeah, well, you know what? You don't get 120 million, you get 70. And be thankful.
And who's now without? The people of that state? I mean, we're United States.
No,
states help out each
now
other.
we're the United States. Oh, now
we've always been the United States.
I mean, I never said I wasn't.
If you're okay with those folks in Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas suffering, I guess.
North Carolina.
No, you guys were okay with it. You guys were okay with the North Carolinians not having anybody come out. You didn't have the president, didn't even come out and look at anything because he was too fucking.
Not true. That's actually not
he
true,
didn't.
But okay.
Seriously, he did not come out there, and you know that's a fact. He didn't come out and look at shit. But now that Trump's in there, you guys have all this ideology about it. It's such disingenuous bullshit. You guys
you were outraged that states didn't get enough, and now you don't care. So I think that's kind of being disingenuous.
Yeah, you are.
A little bit hypocritical. I'm like, I don't know. I'm a little confused.
And it was the Republicans. It was the Republicans that had the House and the Senate, and they were the ones playing with the money about North Carolina.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, they voted on it, and they voted no,
it.
or they said they'll come back after the holidays or something. So.
Right.
Oh, now you guys, it's so funny how you know that You know everything now. You Democrats know everything now. Like, oh, they did this and they did that, and that's what they did. It's bullshit. You're so
it was
fucking lame.
public information, lady. I'm
And
sure you
that's
knew
fine.
too.
But I love how you're so you didn't seem to care when Biden didn't give a fuck.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
we kind
Biden.
of
You
He
did.
didn't give
did.
a
He
fuck when
did.
Biden didn't give a
What are
fuck.
you talking about? He did. He gave
Oh
them
shit.
money, and then it was up to Congress, and they wouldn't give him the damn money. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Are you
You don't know
I
what
serious?
don't
you're talking
Yeah,
about.
he did it.
I don't think she
It
knows.
was a little late, kind of like New Orleans, but
Yeah.
he did try.
That's how it works, lady, You give what's in the
And the kitty, and then there was no
you
money
follow
left.
the procedures of Homeland, and they have everything written out how they work, and then if you
So,
ask for more money, it has to get approved by Congress.
so you have to actually be mad at your senators
But
right now, not
now, oh my
your
god,
Congress and your
now
senators.
everything else that happens in this country, you just
Well, no, the problem
it
is
needs to
that you
be
don't
on
understand
light
the
speed.
ratings.
But back in Biden's day, no, it's okay because that's how it has to go. But
We,
now
How do you
anything
know
you
how we
want
felt
needs to
back?
be on light speed.
Look,
First of
regardless,
all, it
we're gonna
wasn't up to
pay.
Biden.
We're just gonna pay double. People that think like these cuts are gonna save us money, one, they're not. Two, your state and county is just gonna charge more on the flip end. The
Oh,
money
yeah.
still has to be
Do
there,
me a
so we're just
favor
gonna be
when this
paying
all
more.
comes back and you
Common
start
sense.
having money in your pocket, put
I
it
mean,
out to the
I have money in my
to the
pocket, man.
immigrants that you so love. When
How
that
are you
finally comes back,
Mister
how are
said, "I
you
when
got
gonna
when
get?
money in
when
my
when,
pocket."
when
Yeah,
everything's
lady,
EK, how are
transitioning,
you doing up there?
I want to
I
know
got
how
money.
you're
Okay.
gonna
Oh,
have
next to me.
money
You're
in your
next to me,
pocket.
EK.
Well, first
Protect
of
me,
all,
EK. Protect
How
me.
is
yeah,
she gonna have more money in her pocket?
I
That's the
got money in
question
my
I want to
pocket,
know.
and I'm
No,
actually
I'm
very
talking
much
about
against
Trump
illegal
lady, Misty.
Got
undocumented
money in her pocket
immigration.
because she's
Just
got a
letting you know.
man.
No,
I'm
Just
just saying
she
when
said she's
Trump,
gonna
Got a
have
good
when
more
man.
money.
everything that happens with Trump, everything that if this bill gets passed and when that money finally
Has Trumpy
comes
you been
through,
drinking?
give it
Yes.
back
Every
Yeah,
time.
just a
the
little
You're
bit
not
fucking
every day.
states. Give it
you're
back to
not gonna
the
get
people you're
any of the
so
money.
worried about.
You're
You ain't getting
not
no
getting
money
any
back. What are you
money. You're
talking
not
about, lady?
getting any money. You're not
Hey,
getting
hey,
any
hey, hey,
You
money.
ladies, ladies,
will. You
ladies.
just won't know it
Hey,
until it's in your
Trumpy, you.
pocket.
Hold on. We
You're
got too
cute.
much estrogen jumping off. Let's get some testosterone. Hey,
Oh,
Lulabelle, what
come
do you
on,
think about
EK.
the? No. Y'all been talking for a minute. It's been just exclusively the
Well, I'm
ladies.
giving you shit.
Lulabelle,
Yeah.
no. I respect that, but Lulabelle, and I'd like to get the Chuck's view and Paul's view on. And I know Lulabelle because he's well read on world politics about this strike. What do you think's going to happen, Mr. Lulabelle?
I'm kind of fearful to be perfectly honest, EK, because these people who I identify as Old Testament, they don't have a do not cross line. They do whatever they feel like they want to do. In fact, their Tanakh tells them that they can do whatever they want to anyone that they identify as Goyim. If this goes too far, we're going to be in trouble because America cannot stop Iran from shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. If they shut down the straits, we're all going to be in trouble. 65% of the world's energy goes through there. America couldn't even stop the Houthis from blocking the Red Sea. Do you really think they can stop Iran? I don't.
And
Well,
I
what
agree with
was
Lulabelle in the respect that it's really going to depend on if Iran's counter reaction to this, and if they react to this in a military manner, we won't have any other choice but get involved.
Which means we're going to be in trouble.
so? Can I be the stupid one in the room and just ask the question of why this happened?
Yeah, I can tell you why it happened.
Thank you.
Because Old Testament thinks they have the right to do any damn thing they want to anybody that they want to.
I
What do you
think
mean by
because
who's
we
Old Testament?
stopped. We had a
Part,
He
a
means the
deal with
J
them.
people, J people, Hebrews.
Okay. Okay.
yeah, they think they have the right to do whatever they want. They have no respect whatsoever for people, and they've evidenced it by their behavior over the past couple of years with the taking of life in Gaza that is beyond even description. I have no respect for them whatsoever. And if God chose them, God could go to hell.
Okay, here it is.
Cleared across Israel.
civilians being told to stay next to bomb shelters after the Israeli military tonight launched strikes against Iranian nuclear sites, the country's missile program, and also targeted specific individuals. According to Iranian state media, Hossein Salami, the entire head of the IRGC, was killed in an Israeli strike. Other casualties are being reported by local media, and we are waiting to get confirmation on those. This is the large attack that everyone in the region was waiting to see if it would happen. The Israelis targeting directly Iranian nuclear facilities, including the Natanz facility, where the Iranians enrich uranium, one of the pieces to build a nuclear bomb. As we move forward here, though, the concern is what the Iranian response will be to these strikes. We know the Americans were not involved in these strikes, but they certainly could be involved in the defense of Israel in a possible Iranian response. Israeli officials tonight in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem agree this is not a question of if Iran responds, but rather when and how. Previous rounds of conflict between the two countries last year give us some indication of how they might respond. Back in April, after the Israelis targeted the Iranian consulate in Damascus, Syria, 11 to 12 days later, there was an Iranian response that included missiles and drones. And then in October of last year, you might remember, as we reported on the ground from northern Israel, the Iranians targeted Israel with hundreds of ballistic missiles in response to the killing of the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, and Hamas leadership, one of which actually took place in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Moving forward, what the defense will look like, it will be a combination of Israeli air defense systems and also American systems. The Israelis have the David Sling and the Arrow 2 and 3 systems that are used for medium and long-range ballistic missiles. And then, of course, the Patriot missile defense systems that the Trump administration ensured that the Israelis had the interceptors for, and the THAAD missile defense system. But again, tonight, the latest information that we can confirm, the Israelis have launched a complex operation that, according to the IDF, included dozens of Israeli fighter jets targeting positions across Iran. Explosions were heard in the capital of Tehran. Smoke was seen rising from nuclear facilities, including the key Natanz enrichment facility. And also, there are reports tonight in Iranian state media that the head of the IRGC was killed in an Israeli airstrike. This would be so significant, it's hard to explain in context, but I can give you a reference point back to 2020 in January, when President Trump ordered the killing of Qasem Soleimani outside of Baghdad's international airport. Soleimani was the head of Iran's Quds forces, responsible for very specific militia activity across the Middle East. The man who was reportedly killed tonight, Hossein Salami, is the head of the entire IRGC. So if this is confirmed, the Israelis not only killed the top military general in Iran, they targeted the country's nuclear sites, and they went after their long-range ballistic missile program. Days of war are ahead between Israel and Iran, but as many have noted, this will not look like a traditional conflict that the Israelis have been fighting over the past 600 and almost 20 days on the ground, for example, inside Gaza against Hamas and in southern Lebanon against Hezbollah. This will look like missile exchanges, Israeli strikes that are expected to continue against Iran. And again, tonight we have learned from the IDF that this was simply the first in what is expected to be a wave of strikes targeting Iranian territory. These were not strikes meant to send a message, but rather to weaken the Iranian regime, threatened not only Israel, but also the United States. Trace.
I'm just curious, Trey, from your experience over there many years in the Middle East, when you talk about the death, the killing, possibly of the...
There you go. Lulu Bell, you think they're going to drag us in?
I think it's a good chance, Denali, and I feel really bad, man, because America is going to allow themselves to be drugged in to what might, evolve into something that's extremely ugly, man.
Now, Lulu and EK, honestly, don't you think we're kind of at fault for a lot of this? And what I mean by that is we backed out of the deal. So U.S. backed out of the nuclear deal in 2018, right? Left them a little weak, and then we attacked them in 2020. And after the attack, the drone attack, things escalated and started getting crazy again. I feel like we're kind of the ones that poked the bear.
Wasn't the Trump administration currently involved in discussions or talks with Iran in an attempt to renegotiate the Iran deal as we speak?
Well, the Iran
Supposedly.
deal, he actually took off the table. He backed out of it in
No,
18. Now
yeah, but
there may have been discussions to reenact some of it, but we also attacked them in
no,
20, and that's when things went off the handle.
no, I thought some discussions were happening in the last couple of months since the Trump administration entered office. Weren't they in discussions with Iran? I
They
do
may be
recall that.
they may be talking with Iran, but again, we took it off the table.
But why would Netanyahu attack Iran in the middle of discussions that we're having with Iran?
Well, we don't really know if we are, and even if we were, the people we're talking about don't have any respect for anybody. They don't give a damn, and they own lock, stock, and barrel, the Senate and the House in this
Thank
country.
you, man.
They own them, so they don't give a damn. They don't take orders from America. America takes orders from them.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. But
Oh, you got any
Yeah,
inbox?
we have no choice at this
I thought
point.
Trump was this respected, feared leader around the world.
Here we
And
go.
nobody makes a move
Here's the
without checking out
TDS
Trump.
right there. It's always Trump's
No,
fault.
that was the narrative. Come on, Denali, let's be fair.
It's always
The
Trump's
narrative
fault.
was Biden was weak, and we weren't respected around the world, and we're going to regain our respect around the world once Trump hits office. He promised to end the two conflicts that are continuing to happen. Plus, now we got a third one. Now, my question to you is, and I just want to be fair about this: will you lay this conflict to the feet of Trump, just like you laid the two conflicts to the feet of Biden?
I won't,
Why not, Lulabelle?
because he ain't in charge.
Trump's not.
I have to lay it at the feet of the people who are pulling the strings.
Well,
It's not him.
well,
It's not America.
and I agree with you, Lulabelle. But so why was it appears to be a double standard? So why was Biden held responsible for the Gaza, the Palestinian Israel thing?
I didn't know who was responsible for it.
Well, that was a narrative. That was a narrative prior to the election that these two conflicts happened under Biden's watch. And the narrative on the right was if Trump was in, and even Trump stated this, if he was in office, this would have never happened.
It will happen, of course.
Yeah.
You can make your mouth say anything.
Yeah.
And what we need to understand is that Old Testament does not take orders from anyone. These Zionists, well, I shouldn't say the word, I'm sorry. But these people, the only thing that stops them is being stopped. Short of that, they will not stop.
You know, this almost feels like destiny. I mean, it does. It's weird. It does. It feels like this was inevitable.
Yeah, it is inevitable because the people we're talking about will not stop unless they are stopped.
How do you stop it, Lulabelle? Should we stop the funding to Israel?
Yes.
I don't even know why America sends them any money anyway. What happened to them in Europe, not in America.
Yeah.
So I don't know why America sends them a dime, except that they own and control everyone that we vote and elect and send to Washington, D.C. They own all of their asses, lock, stock, and barrel.
Amen.
And the ones that look like us, they get them for free.
Oh my God.
I'm just glad they're pulling our people out. You know, a lot of the people got out, so that's good. A lot of the embassy people and dependents of some of our military, but it's
They
also
got a,
scary because they know shit's about to hit the fan pretty
yeah.
hard. You know what I mean?
My brother-in-law's in Tel Aviv.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He lives there.
my partners go back and forth, but they got out of there. Yep, I know. No one is trying to travel there.
Netanyahu
Why
told
does he
Trump what
live
he was
there?
about to do. He told him, and Trump said, "Okay, well, you won't get any of our support,
Do you
And he
guys
just
all
said,
remember
okay.
Desert Storm? Does anybody remember Desert Storm?
Of course.
Okay, well, it never touched our fucking shores. And this one isn't either. Okay? So everybody stop
It
clutching
did
your
touch our. It
pearls.
did touch our. You know how
Have
it
you
Stop
touched our
have you
clutching
shores.
your
heard
pearls.
You
have
know.
you heard
You know how it
have you
touched our
heard
shores.
have
Our
you
men.
have you heard of the Twin Towers?
I don't know.
Have you
Someone
heard of
coughed. I didn't hear that.
have you heard of the
That was
Twin
you.
Towers?
The what?
The Twin Towers.
Excuse me.
Okay. That's a
Are you
good
familiar with
straw
them?
man argument. That's good.
No, I'm asking you. Are you familiar with the Twin Towers?
No, I am so not familiar with the Twin Towers.
Okay, that's not a
Stop
straw
with
man.
the
That
bullshit.
happened. You said it couldn't touch our shores. They knocked down 2 buildings.
Well, but
That's our shores.
did they?
What about the soldiers that gave their lives over there?
Yeah, I
You
mean
don't.
that sucks. That's awful.
Okay,
That's
so it does. So that
horrible.
does hit our shore. It may not physically hit our shores,
Yeah,
but
but I mean,
but we're
That's what I was trying to
do
say,
I
and I started
care?
coughing.
Do
Chuck,
I
thank you.
care if Israel and Iran go at it? No, I don't. I really don't. I don't care.
Cost us a lot of money. You should care. You care about the FEMA
What? How
people.
much?
So,
What money? What money?
what do you
Did
mean,
you
what
send
money?
any?
What are you talking about?
What
You
money
don't.
does it cost? I mean, yeah. Well, of course we're going to back Israel, but at the same time, I mean,
Okay.
do we really? I mean, am I feeling super sad about this? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm so
Lady,
sorry. I'm such a horrible human being.
Oh my
lady,
God, you're self-deprecating
lady,
yourself.
do you
Stop it.
have any children that are of military age?
What?
Do you have any children that are of military age?
What age is that?
18 or above?
18 to
18 to
35.
what?
Huh?
18 to what?
18 until they stop accepting them, but they start at 18. Do you have anyone that falls into that category?
Yeah, I do.
You,
22-year-old female.
okay, well, are you prepared to give her up?
Well, obviously not, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe you need to tone down your rhetoric.
Why?
Then maybe you'll care. Come on, guys. We're American, right? We're supposed to care about all the
You know what's going to
states.
happen? Trump isn't going to send troops over to Israel. He'll send a couple. You're not going to send troops. Trump is
Uh-oh.
anti-war. I don't know where you guys don't understand that. He is anti-war. Okay? And if they want to go at it by themselves, yeah, we'll give, I'd rather give Israel money than fucking Ukraine. You hear me? I'd rather give Israel money than the fucking Ukrainian government
I don't want to
day
give either
long.
one of them
Me
money. I
neither.
don't want to give either one of them money.
Nope.
No, I would rather give Israel money all day long than the
We
fucking
we
Ukrainian
have
people
been.
and that corrupt
And for
fucking
how long? For
country.
about what? For about 50 years or 60 years?
60 years now, more than 60.
Yeah.
and man,
So,
there are people that says Netanyahu is corrupt.
Well,
Yeah.
he
yeah,
is.
I agree with that. I'm
You
He
not
want
a
to
has a
add
big
another
warrant
fan of
on. He has
conspiracy
a
to
Netanyahu.
me?
warrant on him now. There
Thank
are
you.
places
I
in the
mean,
world
he's
he
on
can't go.
trial right now. So,
Thank you.
Right. There are places in the world if he
Just
go, he gets
just
locked
like
up.
Trump was. Remember when Trump was on trial for those 34
Are
felonies
you
that
really
got fucking
comparing the two?
dismissed?
This has nothing
No,
to
that's
do with what.
completely different. It's a
How
completely
are you
different
comparing
issue.
the two? Come
And
I'm
on,
part of
talking
the
about the
reason
lady.
why
international
Netanyahu
criminal
wants to
court. We're
continue
not
the
talking
war
about
is so that he avoids
the
this
United
whole
States
trial
federal
issue.
court.
You think
We're
that's
talking
what?
about
See, I wanted to
international
know what
criminal
was
court.
this about? What's the really underbelly of it all? Is it that they're getting all big for their britches? They think they're all so big because they've been doing what they've been doing to Gaza? Is that what it's about? Or are they going after them because they support Gaza? I mean, what is the true underbelly of it all? You know,
Was
because what we get
really
told and
obvious
what we
where
see are two different things.
Well, Iran is basically the puppet master for Hamas and Hezbollah.
Exactly.
So it's cutting off the head of the snake essentially.
I don't know about that, Paul. I don't know about them being the head of the snake. Those people need support just like everybody else.
Who does? Who does?
The
Hamas.
people that Iran supports, they need support as well.
Are they Muslim? I hate to say it. I hate to
Well,
ask,
the
but are they?
Iranians.
Here we go.
Are they Sunni or what? What are they?
What difference does it make?
Here we
It
go.
it does make a difference. It
Why? Tell
actually
me.
does.
Tell me. Tell me why it makes a difference.
Are they not
Sunni. What's
human
the other
beings?
one? I'm just
Yeah,
saying. I mean,
Shiite.
Shiite.
Shiite, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there's a difference between the two. There's
Okay,
one
we
that wants to
understand that.
kill all of Western
I'm alive.
civilization, and there's one that doesn't. Kind of. They kind of want to, but they're just trying to be chill. So yeah,
Oh,
that's a
really?
thing.
Which one is that you're talking about? Which
I
group
don't
is that?
know, but it's one of
Oh,
them.
so you don't know, but you've identified them as one does and one kind of wants to,
Yeah, exactly.
but you don't know. Oh, okay.
Is there not radicalness
Makes
in every
sense.
religion?
Why do y'all let Trump take y'all down a rabbit hole?
I don't know.
No,
Why
let's
do y'all
not,
do that? She
please.
does it
Let's
every
not,
time.
please. Let's not.
Well, I wanted
But
to
I'm
talk.
right.
I
I'm
don't.
not wrong. You
I
know
actually
I'm
don't.
right.
I
You
actually
don't want
don't
to
think
admit it, but I'm
that.
fucking
Just keep
right.
talking, Paul. I can hear you.
Yeah, I actually don't think that the U.S. is going to get brought into this. And the reason why I say that is when you look at the trip that President Trump just took to the Middle East, he specifically and I think intentionally did not go to Israel. He absolutely did not go to Israel, did not have any communications with Israel. And he actually was talking during that trip about discussions that he was having with Iran, which I'm sure pissed off Netanyahu. So I'm not so sure that just because Israel and Iran are getting into this conflict that we are necessarily going to get dragged in, because I think that if we actually do get dragged into this, it would really backfire on a lot of President Trump's campaign promises.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
would it not be tangible
Think
for us then to
financially,
start pulling
Paul.
back our financial aid that we give them?
I'm sorry, what was that?
So,
Would it not be prudent for us then to stop sending them money?
Well, that's another issue. That's a whole other issue.
Let's
so,
get
so
Precious
Paul,
in here. Precious, my good friend
Hey,
down in
Precious.
Central Florida. What's going on, Precious?
Hey guys, I'm surprised it took you so long to start talking about this. One of the things I
No,
was looking,
what?
What?
We've been talking
well,
about it.
Go
well, no,
ahead.
when I got out of work, I knew about it, and I got on here, and you guys were talking about racist shit. So, anyway, I was looking at, Iran armed and funded Hamas.
Yep.
What?
Iran,
Say that
Iran,
again.
Iran armed and funded Hamas. Iran armed and funded Hezbollah.
Yep.
So did
Who
Israel.
who funded Iran though?
But Israel
Um,
also funded the H group.
Yeah,
No?
they created them.
Netanyahu actually told the Qatari to keep sending them money.
Right,
yeah, they
but
both
what
they
I'm
both did.
right. So, but do you guys think anybody in America helped fund Iran?
Lindsey Graham for sure.
I mean, the Republicans want to say Obama gave them money with the pallets full of money, but it was their own money after they had the nuclear deal.
Who's the guy that died? McCain for sure did that. 100%.
Unalive lady, please use TikTok friendly words.
No, I said McCain. I didn't say
No, I
anything
say
bad.
unalive.
Yeah,
Unalive.
stop saying the Kill word.
No, I said John
Wait,
McCain.
and you said something else
Don't
after that.
say Kill. Do you know what that's spelled? Don't say it. Don't say that word. Say unalive.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Yes, you
Yes.
did.
I
Twice.
am
3 times.
sorry, everyone, to
No
hurt all
problem.
Sorry
your
doesn't
ears.
cut it. Sorry doesn't cut it. An
Oh my God,
apology.
Precious.
No.
Thank
Oh
you,
my God,
Precious, for
nothing.
being
Oh
here.
my God, nothing. I hate people say I'm sorry. It doesn't make things fucking better.
Oh my God, you're so amazing, Precious.
Precious
Thank
on
you for
10
being here,
today.
Precious.
You're a
Mr.
fucking
Denali, you
whack
gotta drop me.
job. You're
I
a
gotta go to
fucking
bed.
whack job.
Lady Liberty's a whack job, Precious?
Absolutely.
Good night,
Denali,
everybody.
EK,
Denali's
you leaving? You had
Bye.
enough?
I gotta get some
instigator.
sleep. So I enjoyed it.
Have a good
Denali,
evening,
you
All right,
EK.
something else.
EK, appreciate you,
Good
brother.
night, EK. See you
Good night.
around.
CK.
Denali, I'm gonna leave too, but you You know you something else, man. You're an instigator.
I'm an instigator? How?
Yes.
What do you mean? Should I not respond to what people say?
I don't know if you have to repeat it though, Denali.
What? So you blaming me for what? So you're blaming me for what people say?
I'm not
Denali, you know
blaming
it.
you.
Step people up.
There's this fuel on a gasoline on a fire concept, and I think you engage in that on occasion.
Okay. I mean, listen. Someone says something. Sometimes I'm just as shocked. I'm like, what? You saying? Precious said that Lady Liberty is a whack job. That's a big statement. No? Okay, maybe not. I don't know. I took it as a big statement. I thought it was a huge statement to say that about.
I mean, I wasn't going to argue anything about it because she's just pissed. She wants to be the
Why is Precious pissed?
No, I'm
She's
not.
just
I just
pissed and
got
wants to
here.
be the
I just
princess.
got here.
I'm saying, why is
I
Precious
know exactly.
pissed?
You want to be the
This Lady
queen.
Liberty. Why is Precious pissed?
Because Princess wants to be the princess. Precious princess. I get it. It's all good.
In a whack job.
Hey, Denali, it's been real. Is it easier for you to drop me or just drop myself?
Yeah, I'll drop you.
Okay, brother. All right, have a good
Bye,
night.
Chuck.
All right, have a good night.
Drop him on his fucking head. Yeah, well, listen, I don't know if the U.S. is going to get involved. You know, we are definitely going to defend Israel. So
Why though? Why should we defend them?
We are though.
well,
I don't
because
know if we are.
listen, the Jewish American people are big lobbying. They have a lot of influence, and that's that's going to happen.
You know what happened is they didn't when all the Palestinian flags came out, and they were on college campuses, and Jewish college students were getting rejected.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, all right.
Maybe
Okay. Anybody else on this? Gen X, how you doing, dear? A good friend down in
Gen X.
Duval. There's been a lot of stuff going on the show tonight. A lot of stuff. You missed it. Maybe you were listening. I don't know.
No, actually, I weren't.
Oh, Gen X. Oh, my Lord.
You missed it all.
I was busy being a grandma.
Aww.
But they left.
I've got 2 here, Denali.
But that are there all the time?
All the time.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hey, grandma's duties never end, right?
Yeah, my grandson wanted a cake, and so grandma knew the assignment.
Right. Good.
What kind of cake? What kind of cake?
A carrot cake.
Oh, nummies.
He wanted, that's his favorite.
That's that cream cheese frosting.
Hey, y'all want to see a picture?
Sure.
Yes.
Lighten the mood up a little bit.
Oh my God, y'all. Don't laugh at my drawing.
I will. You know I will.
Mm-hmm. Tell me if you see it.
No, not yet.
It's not on.
Gotta hit save.
I saw something that looked like a carrot.
Still no cake.
That's adorable.
Is that a single layer?
Cool.
Yeah.
That looks nice.
It's like a sheet cake.
Good job. You did that yourself, Keith?
Yeah, you see my carrots?
Yeah, I see the carrots.
That's really good.
I think that's cute as heck.
That was freehand, y'all.
That's
That
very
is awesome.
cute.
I like
Mine
it.
would not look like carrots.
It won't last long, but I like it. Take a picture.
I like your countertop too.
I'm not good at decorating.
Yeah,
but
you
the
are.
cakes
Yeah, you
are
are.
good though.
Nice and moist.
Yes, they're very moist.
I love the moist cake.
There's that word.
Moist.
Moist.
My daughter
Don't
Kelsey
say
hates that word.
moist.
That's one of my favorite words. Moist.
You are a pervert.
So what did I
Can
miss?
I ask you a
Anybody
question?
get cussed out?
What's that?
Can I ask you a
I said
question?
what did I miss
Is it
today?
in,
Did anybody get cussed out?
Whoa.
I did. I got cussed out a lot.
You did? By
Well,
who?
But
that's normal.
well, I mean,
By
just
me.
yeah, there it is.
Mary Catherine, you cussed her out.
Oh
No.
yeah, and then
No, she
Precious
didn't.
cussed me out. Yeah, I got cussed out.
No.
No cussing out.
Oh, you're
Oh, don't
lying.
curse
You're
you out. Stop it.
lying.
Oh
And a
boy.
fucking drama queen.
There it is. There.
Who's a drama queen?
That's exactly what I meant.
Well,
Lady live. What? Look,
Oh.
lady, you have never seen me curse you out. I cursed out a handful of people on this panel, and
she
it's not
has.
fucking you. It's not fucking you. So don't take the credit and get off your goddamn
It
pedestal.
sounds like I'm
Stay
getting
on
cursed
mute,
out right
and maybe
now.
you'll learn something from a real
Sounds like I'm
conversation.
getting cursed out
See,
right now.
Gen X, the reason I said something to her was because she said that all white people are deplorable and that black people are, what was her word, Mr. D? She had
I
a word.
forget. I was dealing with New York hates Trump.
Yes, you were. That. Oh, yeah, and there was a $6,000 bet up on the table. It was quite an entertaining
She said
moment there.
emotional.
Yeah, no, she said that white people are more diabolical
And black
Okay.
people
were
are
more,
See, I
emotional.
knew somebody would
more
remember.
emotional, which I
Policy.
didn't quite understand, but
What was the black part? Black people were good?
emotional.
Oh, black people
Tell
are
her. Who's gonna
emotional.
tell her? Who's gonna
Hold on,
tell
can I
her?
ask my question?
Who's
Like,
gonna tell
I'm
who?
sorry.
It's
Like,
okay, Amber.
Amber, have we spoken before?
maybe and briefly. I don't know because I
I mean,
just come in.
what you have something on this?
No, I want to thank you for playing that clip playing Rubio because I didn't hear it except for you played it and I appreciate that. But I
Oh,
do
you're
have a
welcome.
question
You want to
about
ask
it.
me a
Like,
question?
not everybody. It's a genuine question because we all concerned what's next. Do you think that they are going to Iran's going to target like they did in 2020, like military camps or anything that we have overseas in the Middle East? Like, do you think
Let's
they're
let
going?
the military people take that out. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have to because it's the only thing they can really hit us at since we're over there.
Well, I
Do you
think they'll
think?
be busy with Israel. I don't know if they're concerned about U.S. installations at this point.
And
Iran
didn't you just
is
say
Really
that
think
they
Israeli.
pulled
about
them all
it.
out?
But if you guys really think about it, if you listen to the things that Trump has been saying all week, like if you didn't see this coming, you're not getting any of it. You're
You don't
just
think it's
not.
sus that they went after nuclear facility? Like it's ingenious. You're supposed to go
Right,
after
but
the
Trump
enemy's
has been
plants.
reassuring the American people all week long with the power that we have.
I'm just saying, going after the nuclear
He even
plants
said
or nuclear
in
talks.
the next few no, he even said in the upcoming days the army will save America. No, he's again, it's
Well,
listen
I
to
don't
the
know about
words
all
that
that.
he's telling
I know
you.
that he had pulled like there was a like if your U.S. embassies like withdraw like you got to get out like it was unsafe the last few
Right.
days.
That should have been like your DEF CON 3 right there.
They knew something was brewing, but that's what I mean. Like I'm genuinely asking. This ain't a gotcha. This isn't anything like that. It's like
I don't feel that way,
the
but I'm just trying to say, yes, that's what it was for. Like, pay attention to what the man is telling you.
you
I
He
hope they
doesn't
don't
speak in
back.
circles. He doesn't speak in circles.
I hope they don't back Iran into a corner and force them to come out fighting. If they do, we're all going to suffer. Believe me.
Well, hopefully, America has already thought of all different kinds of
So
situations.
you think, Precious, we're going to go in?
If we
Well,
have to, absolutely. We cannot, Jesus
no.
Christ.
I don't think it'll be conventional.
We cannot let Iran know, like Joe Biden administration, both Obama administrations. We cannot let Iran know that we're willing to negotiate on their terms, and that's what Joe Biden did. That's what Obama did. No, if we got to go in, we got to go in. And everyone likes to talk about how much money we spend on this military. Trust me, they're trained as fuck.
Oh, I get that part, but like somebody else said, that he didn't even go to Israel on his touring. He,
Right. Because we all know it's wrong what's going on over there.
okay.
And if you look at, like how the left wanted to sit there and punch Trump in the face and all of his fucking supporters, when he was explaining how, well, maybe we should take, maybe we'll look into Gaza. He said it right in front of Netanyahu, and he was standing right next to him. And if you
Well,
look at if you
if
look at
you
Netanyahu's
if
face,
you as American, let me
if you
tell you
look at
something.
Netanyahu's
Let me
face,
say
he was
this.
just like, "What did you just say?"
Okay.
Let me
He's
just
not
say
even
this.
negotiating with
Let me say
Netanyahu.
this. If
What?
you are on crack, if you
Oh
don't
my
think,
God.
if America doesn't know where every single one of the schmoms, BOMBs, we know exactly where they are. We know exactly where they're, and we will ruin them within, I'd say, 3 minutes. They will be done. They won't be able to lift off the ground. If you think that we don't know, you're crazy. We know where
No,
they
no,
all
it's not.
are.
It's not how it
We know
works.
that's what's going to happen. There's not going to, no, those aren't ever going to lift off the ground. We know
No,
Hey, okay.
exactly
that
where they
Why do
are.
you guys let her drag you down
Denali,
here?
What?
I
Oh my
No,
god.
hang on a
I
second.
that
Let
shit
Gen
you're
X get
talking
it.
is funny.
Denali,
Gen X,
why?
go back to carrot cake.
I
Hey,
mean,
listen,
why?
please, listen, listen,
Why do you like
listen.
that?
Like what?
Glut,
Carrot cake?
glutton for punishment.
How am I going for what I do?
What I say that was so wrong?
No, hang on a second. Gen
No,
X.
what did
It
I
was a
say that was
lie.
so wrong that you're
It's not going to
dragging
happen.
me?
That's what's wrong. It's not going to happen.
Every time you open your mouth, you're wrong.
Is that right? Is that right?
It is, Franny. It
that
is.
Is
lady.
that
Don't do that.
right?
Don't do
Franny,
that, lady.
Franny, don't talk to me like that.
What?
Enough of your condescending.
Wait.
You're not a very smart woman, lady. Just kind of back off, Jen.
She's an airhead. She's one of those trophy wives.
Oh,
Whoa. So we got
ah.
See?
trophy wife and what was Precious word?
Whack job.
There we go. She's a whack job. Okay.
I think if we get pulled in for boots on ground, like, I don't think it'll go conventional, but I think if we do get pulled in for conventional boots on ground, it would be the ongoing of the global schmore on terrorism or
I
whatever
don't
to
think
say that
Trump
this
will do that.
ongoing from Bush. That never ended. That's what the U.S. goes. That's the whole thing we use to go into your country. Is say
So
that
you don't
we
so
don't
you
want.
don't think you don't think America can protect itself?
No, fair. As a veteran, I 100% believe that we
Yeah,
can.
as a veteran, that's why I'm asking you. So don't even, it doesn't even matter if you're a veteran. Everybody on this panel is fighting for this country right now, just like they're soldiers. So you don't think American citizens think that they can protect themselves? You don't
I
think
didn't
that,
say anything like that. Like it didn't even go that way.
well,
My
I just
no,
hope we
you
don't get
brought up the word
involved.
global. You brought up the word global. Like you don't
global,
think
it's
that,
ongoing. It's the ongoing. I don't know what we can say on TikTok from Bush. So when we go over there, what will pull us in is if we go over towards the H groups, the different ones that Iran's been paying, those different type of groups, militia groups that they're paying over there in Lebanon and over there in Syria and all of that. Like those aren't military forces; those are militias, and we're going to go over there and quash them so they don't grow in power. So that's the global war.
Oh no,
we've
Hezbollah is a
already
military.
done that.
Hezbollah is a military
We've been already
force.
doing
Thank
I
you,
know.
that.
Don't
Paul.
don't don't
We've been
That's what
already
I
doing
said.
Thank you,
that. We've been
Paul.
I
already doing
agree. That's what
that.
I said. It's
don't get it
You can't
twisted.
ongoing.
go off that
Hezbollah is a
far.
That's why
military force.
that's why I
Thank you,
said it'll be
Paul.
ongoing. It's ongoing now, and what will pull us in would be that. I don't think it's so much like the Israel Iran thing. It would be like, well, we're just going to go over there and ongo, and this will be our excuse.
What
No,
were
And
you
I
we'll
don't
saying?
think so.
Let me tell you
I think we're
something.
going to go
In
over there and defend
2008,
ourselves. We're not going
What
to
were you
get pulled
saying?
in this time. We're going to
What were you
defend
saying?
ourselves.
What were you
defend
in
saying,
what?
Lilibet? What? Wait,
2008,
wait, y'all. What were you saying, Lilibel?
in 2008, Hezbollah put a serious whipping on Israel. A serious whipping. And quiet is kept. Why haven't they defeated Hamas yet? This
Correct.
ragtag army. Why haven't they
Correct.
defeated them yet?
Correct.
Because they can't defeat them. That's why.
There will always be different groups. It'll be ongoing for.
All Israel can do is drop munitions on unarmed men, women, and children. They're not good soldiers.
Yeah, but they're never not going to not do that. Like Netanyahu's taken advantage of the fact the U.S. will always protect Israel. It's needed for
No,
one
yeah, but
point.
you
But
also
what
have
makes
to,
you think
yeah,
that
but
we're not going to
no,
sweep in and,
no,
go at Israel? Like, I
no,
mean,
no.
come on.
You have to remember that President Trump recently was in communication with Netanyahu and told him, you have got to figure this out. There has
Right.
to be a ceasefire. And I think that's one of the reasons why there's kind of been somewhat of a cold shoulder towards Netanyahu and the Israeli government. I don't know if you recently heard, but two members of the Israeli cabinet were actually, there were sanctions that were put on them by the UK and some of the other Israeli allies because of some of the things that they've been saying, in these
But
cabinet
we
meetings,
also give them weapons cash.
which is
Don't forget
which is
Rubio. Hold
which
on,
is
really quick. Because you're just saying something like I don't dismiss it, but we just heard Rubio say how we give them the Patriot defense system. We give them the cash.
oh, I know that. I'm not, that's
We
something
know
So
that.
this
that's
So
is
did
how
something
we.
Joe
yeah, this is
Biden.
something
That's
So did
completely
hold
George
on. So
Bush. We
that's
know
my
that.
point. So
yeah,
like
but this is
this
something
isn't my
completely
gotcha.
different.
I'm
We're
not
not going to
trying
get
to blame anything on anybody. I'm saying like in general because this is a real situation now that I'm looking at it through that lens, not through any administration or anything. I'm just looking at it through the lens of what's going to happen next for us.
and that's what I'm
That's
trying to
how we
explain.
all are,
That's what I'm trying to
Amber. We
that's what
all
I'm
are,
trying to explain. I'm
Amber.
trying to explain that there has been a cooling of the relationship between the Trump administration
You don't
and
think that we're going
Israel.
to continue to defend them? That was my point. Netanyahu is continuing to take advantage of the fact that we will always protect them. We will never let Iran's proxies take over Israel
But yeah, but you have to. There's no way that the Iranian proxies or Iran can defeat Israel. Israel is the
because
most
of
powerful.
us.
It is Israel. I mean, look at it. Israel is the most powerful
Because
military.
of us.
Yeah, and also because of their own technology as well.
And Paul,
Their technology is
Paul,
beyond anything that the Muslim states could ever offer up against them.
you don't know that, Paul. And another thing, Paul, as I just mentioned, they have not even been able to get rid of Hamas. So how could they be the most powerful? I mean, come on, man, get real.
But I also think, Lulu Bell, like
Yeah,
Hamas
well, the
is like
Hamas.
being.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the Hamas. I think the Hamas argument is not a fair one. I mean, these are
Why not?
people that are embedding themselves
Uh,
within.
uh, don't give us the Rachel Maddow
No, no,
story.
no, no.
No,
I'm not. No, I'm not
no,
saying that. I'm
no.
just saying.
They're embedding themselves among their people. Where else would they be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like, well, I mean, if Israel wanted to, they could just completely level all of Gaza, but
They
obviously you
already
can't do
have.
that.
Have you seen any film footage? They already have leveled it.
It's
Well, I'm just saying.
gone,
Well, I
Paul.
mean,
It's
well,
gone,
no, I
Paul.
know it is, but I'm just saying that
Well,
they
yeah,
could
I
wipe
don't think
out.
they've done everything.
They
So
could.
It's
They could literally.
gone, you
No,
guys. It's
yeah, but they.
gone.
okay, precious.
But if they really
Gen
wanted
X,
to, they could.
let's get some other voices in here. Gen X, would
What
you
do you
like to
mean?
add something here? Mary Catherine,
Oh, I'm good.
Gen X, anything on the? Thank you so much. Look at Gen X showing off. Let's go. On the Iran or Israel conflict, I feel like it's about to explode.
You know that when they
Hang on a second,
when
Lulu.
okay, all right, I'm
No, no,
sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
you're fine.
No, I'm actually enjoying the conversation.
Interesting.
I'm
Well,
on
here's
I'm
Trump.
on, I'm on a chill mode right now. Y'all know it's my anniversary date today.
Aw,
For what?
I'm so sorry, Jen.
And my husband passed away
I'm so sorry.
June
Really quick,
Sorry,
2nd.
Jen.
Gen X, tell us the story about your husband, if you
No,
don't mind.
I'm
You
good.
don't
I
have
don't
to.
want to talk about it right now.
All right,
Not
appreciate
today.
it.
Anyway, listen.
Yeah.
When this thing jumped off, a couple years ago, and Israel called their reserves up. You got to remember that these people that they called up, these people were just living regular lives. They were out there, they were bankers and drivers, doing their thing, drinking, et cetera, right? They called these guys in to go and get some people who have been reared in an outdoor prison camp for the past who knows how long. I can't even put a date on it. But these people are hardened as hell and they got nothing to lose and they can't wait. The men can't wait to get them virgins. And you talking about some fat guy that was a banker. Now he's supposed to come over here and chase these guys around. There is no way on planet Earth that those soldiers could ever beat Hamas. Ever. You can't take tanks into the tunnels and artillery. You have to take your ass into the tunnel. And you may have noticed that they haven't taken their asses into the tunnel to get them. They know where they're
But
at
how do you know they haven't, Lula Bell?
because they're still alive.
How do you know that they're not setting up? Well, think about like an operation. Like sometimes things take a really long time, and there's a lot of moving parts across this globe right now. Don't laugh at me, please. I'm really being serious.
I
We
know
we
you're being
might we
serious,
we
but
might not win. We might not win. Okay, but here's the deal. It's you have to look at whatever's gonna bounce off. Okay, we have definitely been shown our strength. And if it comes to America on this soil, we're ready too, if that makes sense.
well, I'm not talking about here. I'm
Well,
talking
and
about over
whatever happens,
there.
well, I know, but
There's two different worlds altogether. As I said, they know where they are. It's no secret where Hamas is. They could go right to them right now and do what they want to do.
Exactly what I was
So
saying
so
before.
so
That's
why haven't
exactly what I
why
was
hasn't
saying before.
why hasn't the most powerful army in the so-called Middle East, why haven't they taken their asses into the tunnels and drug Hamas out?
how do you know that they haven't?
Or
Like we're
blew
only
them in.
seeing,
You
we're
said,
Or
how do
also
I know they
occasioned them
right
haven't?
because
in.
Well, have you seen, if they had, you'd have seen it all plastered all over national and international news.
would we? When have they ever
Yes,
told
you
us the
would.
truth? When have they ever told us the truth?
Obama and Hillary
So,
Clinton when they got what's his name.
listen,
It's
if
all
they
over the
drug
place.
Hamas out of those tunnels, you would know about it.
Why would the
Believe me.
military tell our fake news media what they're doing? Why would they
We're
do
talking
that?
we're talking about the Israelis, not the fake
I
news media. And
understand.
let's not forget who controls the fake news media as well.
I'm not trying to forget, but I'm just trying to say, like, what makes you think that we're not going to say, okay, Israel, Netanyahu is out, okay? Because we also know he's a part of the fucking bullshit that we're all funding all across the globe. So what makes you think like there's not something going on to take him out too? And I'm not saying take him out. I'm just saying take him out of control or power.
Well,
There's a
he
lot
has
of
to
moving
stay.
parts here, and America has got to definitely smack every fucking country in the face right now. That's how vulnerable we are, especially here in America. We don't make
Pressure.
anything. So it's like, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. the I think you've probably been around long enough to know, and I'm sure you can feel the vibration. It's in the air on the planet, not just over there. It's in the air. The entire world is tired of American hegemony. They're
No,
tired of the American bully.
no, no.
Oh, the world isn't tired of the American bully. They want some more of it. Is that what you're getting ready to say?
How's it working out for France and England and
Yeah,
Sweden?
we need to
How's that
I'm
stay
working
not.
out
out
of
for
it.
them? Is that
I'm
working
not
out
talking.
super
I'm
great
not
for them?
talking. I'm
Global
not talking about Europe.
Oh,
global
I'm talking about
dominance
the
is
rest of the world.
oh,
BRICS
okay.
is being
No,
formed by the
but you know
rest of the
what?
world,
You know
right?
what? You
And
know
you know
what?
the
Because the
Russians
rest
are
of the world is
considered,
lost.
right?
We
You know
are
the Russians are
Western
considered.
civilization is dying because of immigration. What is it?
Please say
Wait, hold on.
unaliving.
I
Stop
think
it.
the
hold
quote
on before we
It's
get
is
just the third
immigration.
time
the
Like, do
she's
you
quote
done
guys
that.
is
not think? Wait, do you guys Liberty before you get
Unaliving, lady.
immigration? Do you think
That's the
that
third
global? Hold
time.
on, really quick,
Third time.
Lula. Do you think that global dominance is real? Like the game of
Do I think
global conquering. Do you think that's a real game that's still happening today?
global dominance? Of course, yeah.
Yes,
Do you think
definitely.
naming the game would be I win? In the U.S., we've been the superpower for quite some time right now.
No, we haven't. We lost it for a few years, and we're finally gaining
So
it
is the
back.
trade still in U.S. dollars?
It's been quite a long time, more than a few
But we still
years.
control trade. Like, there's no country in the world right now that can tell
We,
U.S.
we,
what to
we,
do.
America is
Why
the
we get
largest
land of the free.
consumer nation on the planet.
Hmm?
America is the largest consumer nation on the planet.
Yeah.
But the point that I'm trying
The
to make
strongest.
is that because of the behavior of America over the past 60 years and the things that they've done in other countries, that people have gotten fed up with it. That's why BRICS is forming.
Correct.
That's why BRICS is forming against America because of that.
100%. It's
They're fed
imperialism.
up with American hegemony being, just running around doing whatever the hell they want to do in whatever country they feel like doing it.
Well, then stop
Taking
taking my money. Stop taking our
what you mean
fucking
taking?
money
Okay,
and
well,
stop
Lula,
Who are you
taking
so
it.
talking? Hold on,
Stop
hold on. Who are
Lula,
you
taking our
talking?
goddamn
Who's
money
taking it?
and letting us
Who are you talking
protect
about?
your borders.
lady, be
Who?
How
quiet,
about that?
lady,
Who?
be
How
quiet, lady,
about
Who?
that?
lady, be quiet.
Who?
Lula,
Don't
about
lady me. No.
Who?
Stop taking
Who
our
are you
money.
talking? Who are you talking about taking America's money? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about, lady? Taking America's money. You said stop taking our money. Who are you talking about?
Talking about all these countries that we have been playing
Name
in,
them.
we have been paying to
Name,
the NATO
name,
bullshit,
name
protecting all these
them.
countries with
You
our
said
money,
NATO?
and they
You
aren't
said
doing
NATO?
shit. Why do you think
Did
Trump?
you say
This is
NATO?
why I voted for Trump.
Did
The
you
fact
did you
that you
say
think
oh
NATO?
that
my
all these
god,
countries have,
Did you say
they're not
NATO?
paying shit.
Can you
We are
listen?
protecting those borders. We're
Did you
protecting
say
Germany.
NATO?
But no,
I
oh
heard you.
my God.
Did you
You
say
lady,
guys are
lady,
NATO?
so
stop.
delusional. You guys
Okay,
are
Did you
so
okay,
say
clueless
okay,
and
Because
okay.
it's in our
delusional.
best
You
interest to
have
protect
no idea.
that and to
It's
have
in our best.
allies.
And you know what though?
did
Finally, we're
you
like,
say
Amber,
hey
I
man,
get
can
it,
you
NATO?
but
just
her
pay
Okay,
it?
delivery
okay,
sucks, Amber.
okay. You got to
Her
go one
delivery
at a time,
sucks.
otherwise no one can hear.
No, her
Did you
delivery
did you
sucks.
say did you say NATO? I think I heard you say NATO. NATO is a European alliance. BRICS is primary Southern Hemisphere, which is not part of NATO and doesn't give a damn
Correct.
about
Right,
NATO.
right.
Yeah, well, that was my whole point. I don't give a
Okay, well
shit
they don't
about
take
BRICS.
America's money.
BRICS is a fucking frick fart to me. I
Well,
am
BRICS
talking
is
Okay,
about what
taking,
has
hold
been
on,
going
BRICS is
on in our
taking,
country
BRICS is
they don't
controlling
care
over
for
a
what you
third.
I don't know how many years. BRICS.
they
When
don't
did BRICS
BRICS is
care
start?
what
controlling,
you
hold on,
think.
really quick. This is why it's important. BRICS right now is controlling a third, and if not, and growing, of world global
Right.
resources for
Correct.
So
trade.
40%.
If the U.S., Western, and our allies lose control of that, it's like basically like you lose the shares, the most interest, then if like BRICS overtakes us, our U.S. dollar's worthless. It's no longer going to be the universal
Well,
currency.
the Rio
It's backed
reset,
up.
right? In
It's
July,
backed
the
up
Rio
through
reset, right?
resources.
Do
Oh
you know
my
about that?
god.
You cannot be quiet. You have no
Yeah, lady,
You
self-control.
please
know about the
stop.
Rio
And you
reset,
keep
though?
pivoting.
Stop.
You keep pivoting. You keep pivoting and you
Well, if
sound
you
like
knew
a
anything, you
fucking
know the
you
Rio.
sound like a fucking Democrat. You're talking in fucking circles.
Wow.
Well, when you finally hear the term Rio reset, you'll understand what I'm talking about. You're
Okay,
too
Well,
good.
fucking
tell
lame
us,
to
enlighten
understand
us.
it.
Enlighten
It's
us.
going to be
Enlighten
bad.
us.
I mean, we're all
Enlighten
going to think,
us.
but you know what? It's not.
Tell
It's
us what it
really
is.
not. You know what?
Tell us what it is.
Anyway,
Thank
Lulabelle, what I want to ask, this is like
Yes.
dumb conversation. Lulabelle, what I want to ask you is, so are you saying, do you think that America is just going to become equal with other countries? Like, where do you see us going as a country with where we're at as American voters that have the popular vote? Do you see us failing? Do you see us holding on? What are we doing?
Oh, please tell
America,
us, Lulabelle.
Be quiet, lady.
would America is going to have to come to terms that its control that it has had over a long period of time is going to come to an end. It's just that simple. And
No.
America, as well as other European countries, are going to have to pay for the resources that they get from other parts of the world. They'll have to pay a fair price for it. They're no longer going to be able to rape and rob the rest of the world. Those days are coming to an end.
So do you think that they're gonna take a knee or and kiss the ring, or are we gonna just be competitive for a very long time and continue all this bullshit that we're still going through?
People are just going. People want fairness. That's what they want.
Right.
Okay, they don't want America to continue to behave in the way it has, as well as Western Europe. You know, the world is tired of. You've already done what you've done for several hundred years in terms of taking the resources out of Africa and Central America, etc. So if you haven't gotten enough at this point, too bad, because they're turning the ATM off.
Lula, follow up question to that point. Do you think then, if that happens, do you think there's not going to be another country that's going to step up and say, well, we don't care what you want, we're going to take it all now?
Well, I guess there's always.
Question. That's a good question.
I think that, yeah, I guess there's always that chance, but then you'd have to establish a military to do it.
That would
Yeah,
be
But what
under
yeah.
Gavin
percentage?
That's
Newsom's
what
What
Bush did.
presidency.
percentage though?
It
Well,
would
What
be
not
under
percentage
really.
though?
Gavin
Be
Newsom's
quiet,
presidency that would
lady. Lula,
happen.
about what percentage would you give it? Like that another country would just be like, you know what, America, and just, do you want the heel? You know,
Like your days are
No,
over.
America doesn't. No, you don't. You know what? No, no, we don't.
Lulabelle, what do you
Nope,
think?
nope, 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 nope.
We ask the questions. Nobody.
There, I gotta go.
I don't.
Everyone have a
Hey,
nice
can you guys?
evening.
All
Nobody's.
right, Lula.
We're
I mean,
trying
not
to have a
Lula.
conversation, and
Oh
she
my
just.
God, jeez, Louise! Everybody, just relax. Just relax. I don't know why you guys let her. Yo-Yo took care of her. So, uh,
I just think we're having a really good
if
conversation.
I
Like,
know,
where are we going as a country?
I know. Okay. So listen, this is the end of overtime. If you guys want more show, you know what to do. There it is right there. This will be our second overtime. 5 more minutes. You know how it goes. So as Gen X says, just send it. So there you go. Got 6 minutes to do it, and then we'll decide what we're going to do. Okay.
Anyway, Precious, the world is going to have to come to understand that everyone has to eat. We can't have people sleeping under viaducts. We can't have black children in Africa laying around with flies flying out of their mouths, sitting on the most precious real estate on the planet. We got to bring all of this foolishness, we got to bring it to an end. And the people who keep pushing those kind of programs, these weapons manufacturers, these bankers, because all wars are bankers' wars, we got to deal with them because they're the ones that keep this stuff perpetuated. They keep the division going because it profits them to have us, all of us, at each other's throats.
Right. But do you also remember when his first term, how, we all have to dissect what he did and what passed and what didn't pass? One of the things that the media never focused on is his first term. He was traveling all over the world saying that to these leaders, whether they agreed with him or not. He fucking took his fucking wife, traveled the whole entire fucking country telling America he's racist. He hates you. Women, you're losing your rights. While we were all fighting over that shit, he was traveling the fucking world saying exactly what you just said. So what makes you think that he hasn't already made out a deal somehow with a lot of countries with, hey, this is what's going to happen. So you're either with us or you're not. And if Iran and Israel, if they start fucking bouncing off, I really hope that Donald Trump lays our fucking balls over both their countries.
You know what?
Yeah,
Like, I could see that, Precious, but I would say we'll look back to what happened with like the North Korea deal when he had like the whole member he went over there and met. I don't have an issue with go over there and meet him, whatever. But the whole we suspended our military training in good faith as long as they started denuclearizing their program.
Right, absolutely.
So, but
And
hold
that's
on, really
why,
quick. Wait, really quick. And what we found out through satellite imaging so far, like later, that they wasn't doing that, and we did nothing in return. Like that whole
Correct.
taco thing, I've been saying that. So I think what I'm hoping, if that's the case, that Trump follows through because in the past he hasn't. Like he has the world thinking he has a full house and he doesn't have a pair of twos. Like he's not doing anything. I hope that's not the case again, but his history doesn't reflect that.
Exactly. And I'm totally with you. But here's the thing too. It's like, when does everything hit? You know, like when does he say, "Hey, everybody, this is what we spoke about in 2018. You know, this is it, we're here," to these other leaders? Because even when he wasn't president, foreign leaders were going to his home during the whole time Joe Biden was president.
Yeah.
None of them wanted to fucking talk to Joe. That's what I saw with my own eyes.
No, he did. I'm not even a Trump fan, and they
But the
were.
minute they want to talk about that, they want to talk about, like, you know, this is what he's doing to black people. This is what he's doing to transgender. This is what he's doing to women. And finally, America's like, you know, I don't even give a fuck at this point.
It's
And
all
that's why I
psyop
think
anyway.
there was well, I think this was one of the bigger unities that have happened in America with a presidential election, regardless of who you voted for your governor, your fucking mayor. At the end of the day, yes, shut the fucking borders down. You know, no, men can't be in women's sports. No, leave the fucking kids alone. Those are the three things that we agreed on as voting for Donald Trump. I fight with Trump supporters all the fucking time because then I even call them Democrats because again, there
Yeah,
was
but
just a
here's the
couple of
thing,
things
Precious.
we just had to unite on a couple of things to get our own interests happening in this country, and we saw that we were getting fucked.
Here's the thing, Precious. People say things like those things you just mentioned, and they already know they aren't true, but they know they need to keep saying it.
Right.
And as long as they keep saying it, there'll be people that will believe it because they're not going to look any further than what they hear. So if you keep saying it, there are people that'll believe it, whether it's true or not.
Right, but you also have to look at who has voted for Donald Trump. Like we don't go back and forth. We don't say, well, you know, I agree with this about Trump or Kamala Harris, and I agree about this and that, but you know, I voted for Donald Trump. We don't say that shit. People that voted for Kamala Harris are like, well, no, I agree with you guys.
Boom. Watch
Men
your mouth.
shouldn't be in
That
women's
just going
sports.
off.
Yes, we should have a closed fucking border. But at the end
Just
of the day,
going
that's what they
off.
fucking voted for. So, you know, we're trying to form our
Of
own army
course.
here too. We have to. This is like DEFCON 4. Like, again,
Well,
it's like when people say,
well, they got opposition. They got opposition. I mean,
not
it's clear they
enough,
got
not enough. At
opposition.
the end of the day, and here's my thing when the shit does hit the fan and you're trying to get in my fucking car, there's a couple of people I've met on this panel. No, I will run you over.
You're gonna run somebody over?
Yes, I would. Absolutely.
Yeah, if it's to save her
Yes.
life, yeah, I would
Yes.
too. No
Are
problem.
you talking about the DeSantis
Uh,
thing?
No, I'm just talking about I know where I live,
violent
right?
mobs.
Because they're happening. Like my eyes are showing me.
Your eyes are showing you?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's
Can
not
I
an illusion. No,
can I
like they
ask
told me
you
last
guys
time.
another question? Because I really do appreciate your honesty and like your views. Like I truly love listening to them and respect them. Why do you like all of this stuff, like all these violent protests, all of this stuff? Why is it usually under just it seems under his administrations? Like why does he bring that out in people? Even
I
if
have
it's
an
on
answer
my
for that.
side, even
I
if
can
it's
answer.
on
Well, you know
my side.
the
Hang on,
summer
I
of
think Gen
love
X
was
has an
not.
answer to it.
I have an
Oh,
answer.
okay.
Go ahead.
It happens under Trump because they have TDS. Um, there's a lot of liberal, especially white liberals, they're in need of medication, right? And they don't seek help, they don't get medication, and they get out there and they act crazy, and they act stupid, and they act angry, and they have such TDS is so bad that they'll burn cities down. That's what happens.
I don't think they burned the
And,
city down with
and you
Trump.
have to remember this. You have to remember this as well. The summer of love was
It
under
wasn't. It was under
Biden,
Trump. Biden
not
didn't come
Trump.
in office until
Under
2021.
Trump. Yeah, it was under Trump.
All of the summer of
Yeah,
love?
yeah.
Biden didn't come in until January
And
2021.
Donald
And
Trump didn't even get involved.
I
He
mean,
was
even
like,
January 6th, I'm only bringing it up just to
Why
the
does it seem
protest.
like it was Biden
no,
to me
no.
then?
Well, the thing
And
about it is all
Donald
these
Trump was
bad
I
traveling.
riots.
guess I got Biden. What's his name? What's his
Joe
fucking
Joe.
Biden,
name?
Joey?
I guess I got JB.
JDS, Joe. I mean, Biden's
Yeah,
arrangement.
I got
No, it was right
JBS.
before the election. It was the summer before the election.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
you
well,
got to think,
C-19
I
hit.
got I got
What is
them
that, Gen
crazy,
JBS.
X?
them
What is that?
crazy, I was going to say them crazy liberals, they don't be out there rioting and stuff like that when they have like Joe Biden in office and things like that because they get their way. They get to, turn little boys into girls. They get to put boys in girls' bathrooms. They get to do whatever they want to do under a Democrat administration. But as soon as a Republican administration comes in, especially Trump, they just go a fool. They just act a fool. That's what happens.
You're right.
Well, it's so
You're right on
obvious
that.
though, because remember, like after he won, they're like, "Well, I just want to say I'm an independent." Like that was automatic, and it was like, "Fuck you, you're not independent." They just find something to fucking hide behind. It's so fucking ridiculous. And one of the questions that I always ask is, put January 6th aside, what else have we done to disrupt our own fucking country like that? Fucking nothing. And they want to hold on to a fucking 4 fucking hours. And the whole time, I'm just like, fuck you guys. Like, at least we went to the right fucking place.
I mean, in our defense, it was the
Right.
Capitol.
We didn't go to your fucking out your town and fucking ruin it for you. So yeah, that's my fucking
Yeah.
it's so fucking ridiculous. And that's
Yeah.
why, like I said, earlier this week when Donald Trump was sending the Marines out, okay, and I'm like, fuck them, let it burn. That's how much I can't fucking stand them because they have made us deal with this shit.
You wanted to let California burn?
I did. I'm
Mm,
sorry. I did.
it's already burning, my
Yeah,
man.
Gavin Newsom, he kind of attracts that kind of attitude, you know? He is so phony. It's ridiculous.
You think he's phony? You don't think
Phony
he's
as
like,
hell.
All right. Okay. So we're gonna if we
Is that it,
got
Denali?
2 minutes left and fine, we're going to overtime. I did want to talk about this new Florida law.
Policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida. And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and
So there you go. Whoa.
I love Florida.
You
Y'all don't know how much
That sounds
Oh
I like
yeah.
that.
what?
I
I like
Yeah.
love it
that.
here. I will never leave Florida.
You're
we
not
Oh,
love
you
leaving
come to
No,
Florida?
I
America,
don't even
man.
want to go on vacation out of the fucking country.
Well,
That's like
Florida's
a right
beautiful.
to
There's a lot of good
self-defense.
stuff in Florida.
Do what, Lulabelle?
That's a right to self-defense.
I
Yes.
know. They let us defend ourselves here.
Okay. All right.
And
Let
our
me tell
cities don't fucking burn down. And our cities don't fucking burn down. Our sheriffs, no, that shit's done within like 30 minutes.
Mm.
look, no mob better not surround that Mustang out there. I'm gonna tell
No.
you right now.
What color is your Mustang?
I'm going through there sideways.
What color is your Mustang?
It's white with
It's
a,
You have a
a
white
black
Mustang.
top.
Okay.
it's a
It's a black,
convertible. It's a convertible.
Oh, it's a convertible. Okay.
yeah, it's a black top, white car.
no.
Wow. A lot of people are agreeing with this law. Wow.
Yeah, I don't, you daggone right.
Okay. Hey, listen. Florida and Texas are two different places, right?
Yes. I'm
Well, let me tell
thankful
you
he did that.
something.
I'm thankful he
Protesting.
actually did that in I think 2021 for us. It's actually an old law. He's just reminding us.
Right. With the new the I guess the California. and Nebraska. So there's a lot of listen. I think
Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh has a
it's
big
going to
one coming up.
sweep the nation. These ICE raids. So look
Oh,
out. Coming to a city near you.
Well, you know, them peaceful protests, like if people was out there protesting, no, you can't plow through a protest, you know. But if they surround your car, like they were doing in police cars and beating the windows
Yeah,
out
that
and
shit
stuff
don't
like
happen
that.
here.
I'm gonna have a field day if they ever do
We
nothing
have a
like that.
But
law
it doesn't happen here though. I mean, if it
in,
does, it's done in like 20 minutes.
in Pennsylvania. I don't know if it went through, but I mean, I support it. Was you couldn't block? We were blocking highways, and like ambulances weren't even allowed to get through. So there's a
All
law
right.
That's
in that.
dangerous.
Let me go ahead and listen. We got all right. Hang on a second, because it's what time is it? Okay. All right. We have we have 6 more minutes of show. Somebody they noted they wish they could do more. Listen, every little bit helps. 6 more minutes is 6 more of hearing people's voices. So where's my? Oh my goodness! I always hit the wrong button. Mr. Edward. All right, 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes. That refresh your arm.
6 minutes to refresh your own. 6 minutes
6 more minutes
to
to refresh your arm. Go ahead.
Put me down for 30.
Okay, all right. So
Denali.
we have another 36 minutes. One. Yeah. Okay. So Gen X and Mr. Edward, this next 36 minutes are brought to you by them. What do you? Okay, Gen X. Did you see the senator, New York City? I mean, L.A. You know about that?
Yeah, I heard about that. He got arrested for
Well, they
interrupting
detained him.
something.
He didn't get arrested. He got handcuffed. Christy Nome, she was in a federal building in L.A. talking about this, and he was there doing something else. He came in. They let him come in, and he asked one question, and then they tried to get him out, and ended up putting him in handcuffs.
Who?
Alex Padilla. Hang on a second. Let's see. We'll go ahead and
Is he a U.S. senator?
U.S. Senator Alex Padilla out in California.
Okay.
Interrupted Christy Nome. She was giving an interview or something, and she
But you're doing a
didn't
press
like the way
conference.
that he asked the question, and
You're
that's
doing
what
a press
happened.
conference. Let me see.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Awesome. Awesome.
Do you support that, really?
You said awesome.
Oh, it's
Arrest the,
hilarious.
you can't act a fool.
Okay.
Like, do you really support that, though?
You support what?
Like
What do you support?
detaining a U.S. senator for
You
interrupting.
support that?
What do you think? They're above God?
Do you have to flex power like that?
No, he asked the question. What?
No, I'm saying Christy Nome.
What kind
trying
of
to-
question?
You said what power was he flexing?
No, not him. I'm talking about Christy Nome.
Yes.
Are
Yes.
you
America
for
has
what
to go
happened
through a
or
little bit of
against what
tough
happened?
love.
Are you for what happened or against what happened, Amber?
Against it.
Okay.
Well, I got
Hang
to
on,
know
I'm
what
gonna play it.
was
Give me
it.
1 second. I'm gonna play it.
I don't think they just detained him for asking a question.
Okay. You would think not. You would think that would happen, but okay. You know what? I'm gonna play it. I played it earlier. If we get taken down, then we will go over to Excel and where is it? I'm gonna put this in here. Oh, yes. Turn this light off. Play it, and then we'll go from there. All right. So, make sure the volume's up.
Secretary, I want to know why you insist on exaggerating
every single person
Sir,
that has been able to do
hands
this.
up, hands up.
Also, I want to
I'm
talk
Senator Alex
specifically
Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
I also want to talk about specifically
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
Get on my hands. Go ahead. All right, behind my back. All right.
Cool. Hands behind hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
No recording loud out here.
All right, so that's what happened.
Well, that's not full content.
How not? How so not? How
Because
so?
we saw as they were detaining him, not what happened prior to that.
She was speaking.
Yeah,
She
she
was
was
speaking to
speaking,
the room,
and he asked a
and
question.
he interrupted her,
Yeah.
and she was like, "Get the fuck out! I'm not
Oh,
done."
okay.
Yeah, that's what happened.
So here's her take on what happened. Where's her thing? Let's see. This is her take. She did an interview today. Let's see where is this it? Oh, hang on. Wait 1 second.
Amber, you want to know why we laugh at stuff like that?
Okay.
I mean, really, and this is being honest, because on that side, they seem to get to do whatever the hell they want to do at any given moment with no accountability, right?
I mean, but doing that,
so when I see stuff like that, it tickles me.
That right there, that's authoritarianism right there.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 100% is.
Well,
What if Biden
why did
did
he
that?
feel
What if
entitled?
Obama did that? Like,
Why did he feel
you
entitled?
can't question federal workers as a U.S. senator. You'll be detained.
All right, here's her take on it, Miss Gen X. Here's her take.
Saw what happened in the video of that room when he was physically taken out, and you heard just now his response, and I understand you had a personal conversation with him as well. So what do you want to say about all of this? You know, what I would say is we were conducting a press conference to update everyone on the enforcement actions that are ongoing to bring peace to the city of Los Angeles. And this man burst into the room, started lunging towards the podium, interrupting me and elevating his voice, and was stopped, did not identify himself, and was removed from the room. So as soon as he identified himself, appropriate actions were taken. But I would say that, I had a conversation with the senator after this. We sat down for 10 to 15 minutes and talked about the fact that nobody knew who he was. He didn't say who he was until he was had been lunging forward, and people were trying to detain him for quite a period of time. And that this, we're leaders, we're public servants. And if he had requested a meeting, I would have loved to have sat down and had a conversation with him. That coming into a press conference like this is political theater. It's wrong, and it does a disservice to this country and the people who live here. So we sat down, had a conversation. We probably disagree on 90% of the topics, but we agreed to exchange phone numbers. We'll continue to talk and share information, and I think that's the way it should be in this country. I wish he would have acted that way in the beginning instead of creating a scene like this. Well, you're saying that nobody knew who he was, and if they did, he would have been treated differently. And you just heard his comment. He said, if this is the way they treat a U.S. senator, you can only imagine how others are being treated in these deportation efforts. What would you say to that, Secretary? I think his statement is absolutely ridiculous. This man burst into a room, started advancing towards the podium, interrupting an opening statement, elevating his voice, shouting questions. People tried to stop him from interrupting the press conference. He refused and continued to lunge towards the podium, and that is when he was removed from the room. So the way that he acted was completely inappropriate. It wasn't becoming a U.S. senator or a public official, and perhaps he wanted the scene, and that's what he wanted. But I think the American people are sick of this kind of action. I think the American people are tired of this. They just want the truth, and they just want to know what's happening, and that's what we were trying to provide. We just had a Democrat and a Republican panelists, and both sides agreed that they felt this was unbecoming behavior of a United States senator. But apparently Chuck Schumer doesn't feel that way. Senator Schumer, here's what he just had to say. Watch.
Yeah. Mr. President, I just saw something that sickened my stomach. The manhandling of a United States senator. We need immediate answers to what the hell went on.
How can these federal agents get away with this? Is the president of the United States telling folks to go down and start arresting United States senators?
What would you say to them?
Secretary. Well, he was never arrested. He was never arrested, and nobody knew who he was when he came into the room creating a scene. He was removed from the room, and yes, they started to put handcuffs on him when he finally identified himself, and then that was stopped. They said he wants to talk to you. I said, sure, I'd love to sit down and visit. So we went to a room and visited for 10 or 15 minutes, and then exchanged phone numbers. So I just, I'm so sick of the politics, Martha. This is literally people's lives. We have criminal gangs and terrorists out on our streets that we're trying to remove from Los Angeles. I mean, people just need to get over themselves and have the backs of law enforcement and this president who just want to clean up America and make it safe again.
Okay. I didn't see any lunging Gen X. Come on, stop it.
He identified
himself. And he identified himself 3 times.
Afterwards.
No.
She was in a
in the
press
room.
conference.
No.
She was in a press conference.
What?
Don't you think she was in a press conference? Don't you think all those people sitting there wanted to ask a question too?
Listen.
And they were waiting patiently?
Listen, you think that asking a question is grounds for you to be removed and then
While you're interrupting me, yes.
First of all,
she's going to run people over too. So
he lunged in there. He did not.
Gen X.
He did not identify himself till after he got detained.
No, when they were trying to remove him, he said, "I'm Alex Padilla."
In the room.
Listen, who the hell
Why
knows?
are they taking special treatment?
Let's set the scene. It's in a federal building. It's not in a park. To get into the federal building, as you know, Gen X, you have to be searched, scanned, and identified.
Okay.
So there was no threat there.
Listen,
yes.
The people that scanned him and brought him in and all that, they might have knew who he was, but when he went in that room, they didn't know who the hell knows who Padilla is? I didn't know who he was.
I didn't either.
Well, hang on one second. Do you think that if she goes, that's his home state, that's his district? Do you think that the Department of Homeland Security secretary, when she goes into a particular state, should know the 2 senators? Or no?
Right, but why couldn't she get her thought out before he interrupted?
Listen, I agree that he interrupted, but does that require you to be put in handcuffs?
Well, he shouldn't be in there acting all crazy.
Yes, he was acting crazy.
I disagree with that. Okay.
I mean, it is what it is. They gonna learn.
Here's the thing, though, Mr. Denali. We watched
these 4 years. They gonna learn.
And we watched parents.
Learn what? That you can't ask a
No. You seem to forget. This reminds me of a couple of things during the last administration.
I don't care about the last administration. I don't care.
It reminds me of Fonnie Willis. That's what
I don't
Fonnie Willis
care.
did.
Fonnie Willis wasn't there.
But Fonnie Willis says exactly what she did.
I don't care. I'm saying in this, let's keep
cool
it isolated. Let's keep it isolated to this situation.
Yes, he was treated appropriately.
Don't bring in Joe Biden. Don't bring in VP Harris.
He was treated appropriately.
Okay, I disagree with you.
Well, he didn't get arrested, did he?
Well, he did get detained and he was put in handcuffs.
But she also said they had a conversation. She also said they had a conversation.
He also said that he's been trying to get a meeting with her, and her team has been stonewalled. That's what he said. Now, whether that's true or not.
She flew right to him. She got on a plane and flew right to him.
All right, listen. If you guys are okay with this, okay. I say it's a slippery slope, but okay.
100%.
I disagree.
They didn't miss.
I don't think we're all equal, but we're different because he is a sitting U.S. senator.
They work for us.
He can't ask a question. He can't ask a question for his constituents.
They didn't let American citizens ask questions last administration. So yeah, we're a little touchy.
I don't know about that, but okay.
We watched them be put on terrorist lists. Yes, sir, we did. Parents.
Okay.
For going to school board meetings.
Anyway.
Now they know how it feels.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying it's a slippery slope, but if you guys are okay with the slope, go right ahead. I'm not.
Hey, he ought to learn from Maxine Waters.
Okay, listen, whatever. Again, I want to keep it isolated, but listen, if you're okay with that, if that happened to not Orrin Hanson's not in anymore, but if that happened to a Republican governor because he asked a question?
I wish they would. I would love it.
Okay.
I wish they do that to Trump. I would love to
Hey,
see them pull him off a podium. Yeah, get him out
if
of the
they
room.
if they bum rushed in there and acting all crazy and
He didn't
interrupting and
bum rush.
stuff,
You saw it.
let me tell you something. They get what they deserve.
Yeah,
Republican or
that he
It was in the
didn't
middle
bum
of
rush.
it was in the middle of a press
He
conference, though.
interrupted and asked a question.
Well, act professional.
Anyway, listen, whatever. I said, if you guys okay with it, it's a slippery slope. That's all I said.
the entitlement.
And she wasn't even up there saying what a terrible governor he was. She was just like, "Hey, this is what we're doing." Blah 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 blah. And he comes walking up with, "Hey,
He
um,
walked into a room and asked a question.
You act like he just walked in there
into a
real
room that
calm and
everybody wanted to
casual.
ask a question. Why did he have to cut all those people? You don't think those people that were sitting there were going to ask her thousands of questions? Why does he get to go
Again,
first?
if you're okay with it,
Yes, I
Hey,
was.
we
hey,
will
Get to the back of the
respectfully
line.
agree to disagree.
hey,
Get to the back of the line.
Okay.
we didn't vote for him.
Who? So his, well, listen, he has constituents as well.
Well, that's who he needs.
Nobody
Well, they
voted
didn't
for
protect him. They didn't protect him.
Nobody voted. The people didn't vote for Kristi Noem.
Right, but his constituents should have told him, "Don't walk into a room like a fucking lunatic."
Well, listen, he was escorted there by the federal agents. He was escorted there. He was doing something else in the building. He was escorted. He didn't just walk off the street.
Right, stand on the wall and wait till she's done talking.
Yeah.
Would you have supported if he actually got arrested? Would you have supported that?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're tough. They man.
He need to. He need
Do you want to? Do you want to send him
Yeah,
to?
spend the night in jail.
Do
Spend the night in jail.
you want to send him
not
to
only arrest him,
Guantanamo?
but
That
they
looked like
shot him and
If they
turned him
send him
too.
to Guantanamo, would that have been too far?
no, because
No.
you know what? That looked like an insurrection to me. What
Mug
he did.
shot him and turned him too.
Wait, hang
That
on a
was an
second. If they
insurrection.
sent him, if he was on a plane right now to Guantanamo, you would have supported that?
Hey, we own it. It's part
Is
of
a yes or
us.
no?
Yeah, yes.
You would have supported them sending him to
Yes.
Guantanamo.
5
Yes.
years.
They
It
said
was
El
just redone.
Salvador.
It was
They
just
said send him to El
redone. It was just
Salvador.
redone.
What
We
does
just
that mean?
You say it's been remodeled, huh?
What does that
Yeah,
mean?
his first term. He added cells
But I'm
in
saying,
his first term.
I'm saying that it's been remodeled. What does that mean?
Means he'll
There's
have a
plenty
nice,
of room.
clean
There's plenty of
cell
room.
with air
He got fresh
conditioning.
paint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Under American control. You're still under our control.
Okay, you want to send him to Guantanamo? Okay.
Look,
But
that
not
looked
El
like
Salvador. What
that
about
looked
El
like a
Salvador?
Alcatraz, same.
that
Why
looked
don't
like
you- why don't you send him to South Sudan?
that looked like an insurrection to me.
Oh.
He went in there and tried to take over and
Insurrection.
overthrow.
Overthrow what she was
Hey,
trying to
Denali.
say.
Denali, can you confirm or not whether Iran launched drones against Israel?
Oh, here we go.
When did that just happen? Just now?
I think I just saw a piece. I was looking at the news and I thought that's what I saw.
Whew, we are in for a ride, you guys.
You got Russia, you got Iran, India, and Pakistan. They're little, but still beneficial.
Pakistan has nuclear weapons too.
Iran responded 40 minutes ago. Let's see.
Yep, that's what I thought I saw.
Iran retaliated with drones after Israel attack on nuclear installation.
That's just the beginning, if that is it.
Of course, it's just the beginning because we know Israel is going to respond to that.
Well, we'll be full force on Saturday. They're breaking
Yeah, we got
everything
the
out
military
on
ready.
Saturday. We'll be ready.
You got everybody all. Oh my goodness.
All of it's coming out. The tanks.
Iran always says that they're going to pay dearly. They always say that. I mean, what else did they say?
They do.
But they always say, "Oh, we're going to
But
pay."
you know what,
for this."
Denali? At some point, they ain't going to have no choice. They don't have no choice. If the bully keeps bullying, you really get pushed into a corner. You got no choice, bro.
Right.
I mean, they're gonna try us. Like they're gonna get froggy, so people are gonna jump and try our might. But I don't know. We're in a new age.
Stand by 1 second. I want to bring in Senator Ted Cruz. Senator, you and I have known each other for an awfully long time. Welcome back. Breaking news live with breaking news coverage on News Nation. An extraordinary. I'm going to tell you the real deal. Iran has launched over 100 drones towards Israeli territory, according to The Guardian, citing local military and defense sources. The report states that the Israeli Defense Forces are currently working to intercept these drones, which are expected to take several hours to reach Israeli airspace, potentially passing through Iraq, Syria, and Jordan. The drones were reportedly deployed in response to Israel's confirmed airstrikes on Iran nuclear and military targets last night. As of this posting, no confirmed impact or no interception reports have been issued, and Tier 1 outlets like Reuters, AP, or BBC have not yet independently verified the total number of drones or exact flight paths. The Israeli government has not issued an official statement detailing the ongoing interception efforts. Iran's leadership previously vowed a, quote, decisive response, but has not publicly confirmed this drone launch or official channels. This is a developing situation. And
All right, well, there you go.
Developing situation.
Yeah, that's like this isn't their big.
No. I mean, those drones are they're not that very accurate, you know.
And then
Kind of like
100
throwing spaghetti on the
drones
wall.
is not a
Hopefully 10,
serious.
15 get through, and, you know, that's I don't know, whatever.
100 drones is not a serious response.
No, I mean, because they're very inaccurate. They're not accurate. They're kind of,
No,
there might be toy models kind of thing. They're not
No,
like,
you can because Ukraine did their operation,
It
whatever that
depends
was
on
called.
what kind of drones they shot off.
well, if you're sending 100, you only, it's like throwing spaghetti on the wall. They're trying to get 10 through. You know what I mean? It's like spray and
100
pray.
is not serious. That's for certain.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
this
a
isn't their big
serious
one.
retaliation at the moment. So, anyway, listen, send Padilla over to Iran. Let him fight over down. Let's go. You guys, you want him to be sent to Guantanamo. Precious is gonna run him over. Gen X, you push him out in the middle of the street, and Precious will run him over. How about that? You guys okay with that?
It is, Mr.
He was
Denali.
protesting. He was protesting, so you do
It's
have
just
a
the way
right to run
it
him
is.
over.
It's just reality. It's just reality.
What, to run him over? What?
If they come, you talking about attacking my car?
What? I said no. Press says she's going to run over protesters. The man was protesting. You push him out in the middle of the street, and Precious will run him over.
Oh, okay.
You okay with that?
Protesters. We got to get the wording right. I have no problem with protesting.
I didn't say you did. I said Janice will push him into the middle of the street, and you can run him over.
Yeah, you said run over the protesters. I
No,
don't have a problem
well,
with
he was
protesters.
protesting. Don't you consider him to be a protester?
Well, our cars weren't in that room. But you know what he did. Come on, it's like the press secretary speaking, and one of the reporters just come walking in and be like, "Hey, Carolyn or Catherine,
I
whatever her name is."
understand,
It's the
but
same thing. It's the same thing. She was talking. It
I'm
was a
talking
press
about the
conference.
response. The response wasn't proportional.
Yes.
You're right. You're right, Denali. They should have tased them first.
Oh, don't you ask another fucking question. Let me tase you real quick. You'll learn your lesson after ask questions.
Doorman slipping. That's what.
Well, let me ask you a question. We saw reports over the weekend of reporters being removed, which was by the LAPD, but reporters being removed from certain areas where they were conducting operations. Are you guys okay with that? The press.
No.
Did you say no?
Was it
No.
in the public?
Yes, public, yes.
Anybody can be there.
Well, I got a problem with it. If they were in public, I got a problem with it.
They did, Jason Carroll. They didn't arrest him, but they did handcuff him and his photojournalist and then remove them from a particular area when they were in public.
It wasn't cordoned off or anything?
No.
Yeah, I got a problem with that.
What about like the reporters? Did you guys see the videos of the reporters getting shot with the rubber?
I don't know. I think that might have been a mistake. I don't think they aimed for them.
There was like a few of them that happened, and one girl.
I know, but
there was a
listen.
video.
I mean, if you
Like
get
it's
shot
one.
in the theater of war, I mean, that shit.
But they were
That's a job casual. I mean, that's the
no.
hazard of
You're
the job.
trained better
They
than
didn't
that,
have no. They
Denali.
didn't have barriers that say stay behind here. They won't shoot over here. They didn't have no. You were
But
in that shit. That's the risk you take.
what was
Right.
in that area that he had to like?
Who cares? He was there.
I
He
would
chose
if
to be
there's a
there. He
threat.
chose to be
Listen,
there, and
you're
that's
not
what
gonna get anything
happens.
What
heartfelt from
threat
Precious.
was that
Precious
us?
is a hard nosed young lady. Let me tell you.
No, I'm just saying, like, no, this is reality. Like, what threat? If you were, you said you served. What threat was in that area to shoot towards that way? Did they
I
identify
don't
it?
know.
You
Listen,
don't know. You
I
don't
don't think
know.
I don't
You would
think
have
the
known. It
police.
would have
I don't
came
think the
out
police
in
are shooting at the
response.
press. Things are gonna happen. Mistakes will happen.
You can't do that
And
when you're trained on your weapon and that's your job. You can't
it's
But
a
just shoot
you
rubber
don't
bullet.
somebody.
know
I'm
what
saying.
their orders were.
Well,
Stop it.
I don't think the
Mm,
police were shooting or aiming at reporters.
No,
No,
they don't.
they would
It's
have
a
said that.
mistake.
No, they didn't come out with
Tillman
it.
was unalived by friendly fire. I mean, unfortunately, these things happen.
We've had
Yeah,
casualties for the past 10 years, like in real American
She should
time,
be
no matter
happy
what
that they
was
weren't live
happening.
round. She should be happy they weren't live rounds because she might not be here. So
should never been shot.
you've been shot before?
No,
Oh. Anyway,
it's
that's the
With
situation.
rubber
More to
bullets.
come.
None.
More to come. More to come. More to come. All right. Well, we got 5 minutes left. Anybody have anything in particular? Padilla's arrested. Iran is shooting back. Oh well, what is it? I think they're holding up the National Guard in L.A. That's being held up. Oh, we got the military parade on Saturday. The military parade on Saturday, right?
happy
Everybody-
Friday the 13th, everybody.
Is that tomorrow?
It's Friday. It's 2 o'clock for me.
Tomorrow, yeah, okay. And Father's Day, I think, is on Sunday.
Is it?
I think so.
I better go get my card.
I think so. It's Father's Day on Sunday. So we got the military. Oh, I think I'm going to a protest. They're having an immigration protest here. I think I have plans to go to a protest this weekend.
What I got?
What is that?
Oh, cool.
I can't see it. Hang on. Let me put it in the big box. Oh, you got your shirt. Hey, look at that shirt. Gen X is part of the 53% that voted for
Very
Trump.
cool.
Excellent looking shirt. I love it. That's Mr. Denali XXL original.
Yep.
So you too can support the show. So, many ways to support the show. Many ways. Many ways. Gen X. Yeah, Trump. What is his name? New York hates Trump. Went down in flames. Oh man, poor. He just went down in flames today. Oh my goodness gracious.
That's Walker Bay's son.
What happened?
Well, came up. He had came up the other day, and him and Lulabelle were going to have a trivia thing, and Yoda came up. And were you here for that, Gen X?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yo-Yo came up and said she wanted to put 500 on Lulabelle, and she sent me the money. And then he said, "No, I'm not putting 500. I want to put 100." So it just went to, oh man, it was just like a bunch of stuff. We probably should have just taken the 100 and let Lulabelle really school him, but that didn't happen. Lulabelle was stuck on 5, and he was like, "No, I'm not doing 5." It was a whole thing. So anyway, I said, New York, you're losing some credit. Credit scores dropping over here. So he comes back tonight, and EK challenged him to a debate. His choosing topic. that Precious is cracking herself up. You can choose your topic, and EK said $250. And New York says no. I want to do 6,000. I'm like 6,000.
Oh God.
He said, "Yeah, I want to do $6,000 bet." I'm like, "Come on, nobody's doing $6,000 on a debate." That's what I want to do. Well, EK, he said 250, and then he let him pick a number, and he picked $6,000 on it. So we're running around with $6,000. It's like, oh, nobody's gonna do that. He said, "I'll send it right now." So Lula Bell, Yo-Yo, and EK were gonna put up the $6,000. EK sent me $2,000.
Oh my god.
I didn't
Lula
know.
was about to send. I mean, no. EK sent me $2,000. Lula Bell was gonna send two, and Yo-Yo was gonna send two. And New York, as I told him, I said, "I think you saying $6,000 is you saying no, because I don't think that you're gonna send."
Right. Right.
And $2,000 came, and New York, he dropped down once, and then he dropped down twice. So I think
Yeah. That's
instead of him
Walker
just saying
Bay's
no,
son.
I don't want to do it. I don't know why he does it in this nothingness in such grand fashion. Because it was
That's
about
Walker Bay's son. That's Walker
you think
Bay's
he's Walker
son.
Bay's son?
Yes.
No, Walker Bay redeemed himself.
Same thing. Same
So
thing.
Go ahead.
let me ask you. So he didn't want to pay the 500, but he was willing to pay 6,000.
Well, he says that the reason he didn't do the five, because he came back, the reason he didn't do 500 was because he had never did that before, the testing thing. So that's why he didn't want to do that. That's his story. You believe it or don't. I like New York, and he usually comes through. But the last two times he did not. So he went down in flames, and I told him, I said, you're losing credibility. You have a 480 credit score now over here. Okay? Because you didn't follow through. EK was like, "Hey, just do 1,000. No, 6,000. I'm like, you essentially don't want to do it. That's why you're putting out such a astronomical number on a stupid ass debate. But so there you go. We tried. We almost had it, but
Mr. Rowe arguing with Lula Bell over 1 penny.
wait, what is that?
Remember when Mr. Rowe was arguing with Lula Bell over 1 penny?
Yeah, that would have been a good thing, Lulabelle versus Roe. But well, I took the Mister away from Roe, so I don't know if you know about that.
Oh no, I don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
I took
Wow.
the Mister away from Mister. He does not have Mister anymore over here.
Yikes.
Why is that?
Well, he didn't want to apologize about the thing he said about you. What else? It was something else. What was the second thing? I think that's when I took it over, took it off of him. Something else happened. It was something before him, the whole thing that happened with Sean and BA. It was something else. I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, Lulabelle challenged him to a trivia, and then he wanted to challenge me to a math test. I was like, a math test? I never said I was good at math. Why would I do that? I'm the host. I'm not going to get involved in challenges. Yeah, and then I told him, I said, "Well, Ro, you should just do it for the show, because he's a big supporter, as he says. I thought he should just do it for the show, and he did not. He had a lot of disparaging things to say about Mr. Lulabelle, that he didn't like him. I think he probably said that around 6 times. I think Lulabelle, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, so I thought he should have done it for the show, but he just said no. He said he's not going to do it. He doesn't waste his time with Lulabelle and everything like that. So, there you go.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Why do you have grace for certain old people and not others?
Which old people do I have grace for? What? Who am I having grace for? Tell me.
You know the old people that come on the panel.
Are you talking about Miss My Dear?
You're saying names. I'm not calling anybody's name.
Are you confirming that?
I am. I'm just saying a blanket statement.
Okay. Well, listen. You got to give me a name, and I can tell you why.
You're a smart man.
Will you? So you're not going to confirm or deny?
You're a smart man. Okay.
All right, great. Well, here's a better question. Who am I not giving grace to?
Mr. Rowe.
Well, listen.
Ain't he our elder? Ain't he our elderly?
Well, he does have a
He's
3-year-old.
younger than me.
He has a 3-year-old. You can't forget that. You can't be an old guy and then have a 3-year-old that you have sex with a 28-year-old woman.
You can't say that.
Why?
Because that don't change his age.
Yeah, but it changed how hip he is. I probably have grace for older people who act their age. Does that make sense?
No, it don't.
What do you mean?
I'm just
If
saying.
you're hip enough to
you tell us to eat it up, to be nice, have grace for old people on the panel that come up here and talk all kind of nonsense bullshit, and we try to give them grace, but yet.
Do you not think that Roe has been given grace before these last 2 instances?
Yes.
Do you think that Roe has had a big voice on the show, not always deservingly?
Not always deservingly.
I'm saying, does he always deserve to have the big voice where he calls people out for not doing this or not doing that? Do you think he has that voice? He should have that voice.
Be more specific.
When he calls people out for not doing this or doing that on the show, do you think he should have that voice?
You saying like not gifting and stuff like that?
I'm saying when he called. Have you ever heard him call people out?
What, for not gifting or
whatever?
Something? Well, I mean,
come on.
I don't know, because I mean I've done that.
Have you? Okay. All right. Anyway,
Denali,
Your delivery is better, Gen X. Your delivery is better.
Did you say he had a 3-year-old son?
Yeah.
and how old is he?
He's 73.
Well, he's younger than me, and he's got a 3-year-old son.
Yeah, he said he had sex with a 28-year-old woman 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, that shows a lack of character, as far as I'm concerned.
And he's married.
Yeah, then that makes it even worse.
To a pastor.
Are you serious, Gen X?
I mean, I'm just calling. I mean, that's what he said.
Wow.
I don't know for a fact. I'm going by what he says.
Lulabelle's got a new bunch of ammo.
Well, he falls under the category of a dirty old man.
But my point is, Denali knows what I'm trying to say. So we only give grace to certain old people.
The question is this. Do you think that Roe has had a big voice on the show?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that sometimes he talks out of school?
No question.
Out of school or out of pocket?
Out of pocket is the same thing. Same meaning.
Yeah.
Would that not be giving someone grace?
Yeah.
If you're saying things that maybe you shouldn't be saying?
I know that. I understand that, and you have given him grace, and that's my point. Why stop giving him grace?
Well, because I think that, number one, some of the older people that you're referring to, a lot of times I can get them to see a different perspective. And they'll be like, well, okay, Mr. Denali, I think I see your point. Even if they don't agree with it, they will stand down. Would you agree with that, Ms. Gen X?
Yes.
Did he stand down? He still says he was right in assessing you that you lost your job. Would you agree with that, Ms. Gen X?
I agree that he stood 10 toes down.
And all I asked for was an apology. And did I get my apology, Ms. Gen X?
He didn't apologize to you, but he apologized to me.
So he apologized to everybody else except for me. And I was the one that pulled his. Had I not said something, that would have went out that Ms. Gen X lost her job.
And I thank you for defending my name.
I mean, I appreciate that, but I did it because it's the right thing.
He's asking you yes or no questions, Gen X.
And then and then Miss Gen X, a challenge was up by Mr. Lulabelle, who is new to the show, and I appreciate his voice over here. He challenged Roe to that, and Roe declined. And I said, well, I think, Roe, you should do it for the show. And he said no. And then went on to, talk very badly about Lulabelle.
That was wrong.
Okay. So I think I've given a lot of people grace.
And you have.
And how long should the residual of a $250 gift, from one of those lepers on the on the gift, how long should that last?
The day it was given.
And when should it expire?
The day it was given.
And if you bring it up 9 months later, what does that say, Ms. Jenner?
Old news.
Okay. I mean, I give a lot of people grace. I don't know why, if someone does something for the show 9 months ago, that it should be thrown back in my face.
Well, that part I don't agree with.
Okay.
I don't think anything should be thrown up in anybody's face.
And let me ask you this
what
question.
they've done, whatever, and not just you, but anybody. Right. Whatever you do for people, you should never throw that up.
Right. Now, you know me. You've known me a long time, Mr. Denali. If someone that I did not like did that to me, what do you think would happen?
You cuss them out.
Well, I don't curse.
Well, I've heard you.
Yeah, come on. You don't hear me curse a lot.
Well, I mean, I've heard you say F you to a couple.
I know, but that's not my usual way.
I know, out of character, but still it was done.
I know, but I'm saying there's a way that Mr. Denali usually deals with things. And do you think that I dealt with Roe that way?
Wait a minute, repeat your question.
The way I do things a certain way. Put people in pretzels and all kind of things with questions. Yes. And do you think that I dealt with that the same way with Roe?
Yes.
I did?
I'm saying you cornered him to answer a question like you do everybody.
Okay, but I mean, wasn't that rough though?
No.
Would you say that was kind of kid gloves?
I will say it was like your normal way of doing it.
Okay, well then I guess so. But I think the other 3 instances, I think I gave plenty of grace.
I know, but I'm saying that when you corner somebody to make them answer a question, I don't think you did it any different to him as you do anybody else.
I don't know about that. I think I gave him a lot of grace. I said thank you again for the gift from September. We were talking about something else, and then that was thrown in my face. And I thanked them again 9 months later. What am I supposed to do?
Well, that's all you can do.
Right. I thanked them again. I was appreciative when it happened. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. I'm not a big fan of people throwing things in my face, especially 9 months later. So.
Yeah, I agree.
What am I supposed to do? So, I think I've given plenty of grace, in my opinion. Don't forget what he did to poor Precious the other night.
To Precious.
Oh, you didn't hear that?
He can be very vicious.
Very vicious.
Yeah, I know. Me and him went at it a couple of times,
But even just what he's even said to Carol Ann, that I don't even know how she even went to go meet him.
Yeah, I think Miss Carolyn gave him a lot of grace.
She did. She gave him much more than I would have.
Well, Carol Ann's very forgiving.
She's a better person than me then.
He said he didn't like me about 10 times, and I think it's probably because when we're on the panels together, I think I make him feel inadequate.
You think you make him feel inadequate?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Well, it has a lot to do with who you voted for, too, Mr. Lilybell.
Maybe, but I think the stronger side of that is his inadequacy relative to me.
It's possible. But I do believe that certain people on this panel, when they choose not to like you, it's because of your party line.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all to me.
But that's how they do.
Oh, I agree with you, but it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, me either, because I can sit up here and have a nice, long, nice conversation with Advance, And he don't treat me like that.
I
Yeah.
think he secretly voted for Trump anyway.
Nah, he is a Democrat, but he's like a conservative Democrat, if that
Right.
makes sense.
Ronald Reagan Democrat, huh?
Yeah, he's very like center left. He's not far left. Those are the Democrats I can get along with, is center left. I can't get along with, if you go any further left than that, I can't do it.
Right, but when he talks about like why he voted for Kamala Harris, I'm like, dude, I don't even believe what you're saying. Like he defends it, and which is fine. I don't care about that. But I'm like, when I listen to him, I'm like, that's a shit argument. Like,
Well, here it is right here. This is what happened to Precious.
Wasn't that is saying something about you with your either dislike or hate for me. So
no.
Let me I'm just talking.
Shit.
I'm just talking. And again, I'm just saying, when a person goes out there and they do that, then you're not a friend of mine, you're an enemy. So do not call me anymore. I do not want to hear about the man you tried to get that you couldn't get. I don't want to hear that shit.
That's fine.
You keep your damn business to yourself. Don't call me.
I got you.
All right.
Thanks for showing your true colors.
Yes, I am. I showed it.
Yeah, I know. No, you always call people out on TikTok.
And the man I'm talking about is Mr. Denali.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Mr. Rose. It's okay, yo-yo. It's okay, yo-yo.
No, this just... Mr. Denali didn't want to date me.
Mr. Wrong.
I told you something that wasn't there. That is saying something about you. Coming back to the show because you felt ashamed.
Okay, Mr. Rowe, that's
Mr. Rowe.
You are always smart, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, no, I ain't lying.
You are always smart, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mr. Rowe, I'm telling the truth.
This is the best line ever.
When you mess with the bull, you get the horn.
Be quiet, Mr. Rowe.
All right, guys, listen.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Why?
Listen,
for telling the truth.
No, you ain't told no truth.
No, Mr. Denali is, listen, he's a bunch of trouble. Don't, Mr. Denali, please. Nobody wants to date Mr. Denali. It's okay.
But that's old stuff, right? That nobody spoke about. And he's going to do that, so, yeah.
Telephone conversations come to me.
Yeah. Mr. Rowe, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I don't want to hear it.
That was you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Hold on a second. I had one conversation with you. Don't turn it into like
you're lying, Precious.
Drama.
You're lying.
Listen, check.
Coming back to the show.
He's called him Check Afraid.
You are always. That was you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Hold on a second. I had one conversation with you. Don't turn it into like
you're lying, Precious.
Drama.
You're lying.
Listen, Check Afraid. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Oh God. You want me to start being disrespectful to you?
No, because you acting like Check Afraid. Stop.
If you're not going to apologize.
All right, stop. Everybody just relax. Wow.
Denali saved your ass.
See, this is why I don't talk to that many people. This is why. Oh my God. Denali always say that too.
Oh my God.
Dr. Stan, how you doing?
Hi.
Well, there you go. Listen, I think, what are you going to do, Gen X? You weren't here for that.
Daggone, precious.
Yeah, it was, they told him what that was. So I think I've given a lot of grace, Miss Gen X, too,
I remember that time my friend come in the room, Tish, and he asked if that was my lover.
Who did that?
Roy.
Hmm.
Remember that?
That
Yeah, well, listen, Gen X said I don't give grace. I think I give plenty of grace, Miss Gen X.
Yeah.
He sounds like a bully. I get the tone of a bully from him, particularly if he thinks you're weak.
Well, most Democrats are bullies.
Well, I'm talking about him as an individual. I get that he has that type of air about him, a bully, particularly for people that are weak in his presence.
But everybody calls his ass out, so.
Hey, Michelle wants to know who's Checker Fred.
I don't know who Checker. You have to check with Tanjeez. Maybe I could Google who the hell, because I don't know who it is. Maybe it's from an old black movie or something. Who is Checker Fred in society?
You already looked it up.
Checker Fred.
Checker
She
Fred.
said it means girl behavior.
Was born Kari Wright. I don't know who Checker Fred is. Maybe I need to go to the Urban Dictionary. Let's see. Who's Checker Fred in the Urban Dictionary? Based on the provided, there isn't a specific person or term defined as Checker Fred. In the Urban Dictionary, the most commonly found is checkered past. I don't know who Checker Fred is. That's a question for Tanji. I don't know.
Anyway, drop me, Denali. I got to get up early tomorrow.
All right, Lulabelle. Appreciate you, brother.
You guys take it easy.
Good night, Lulabelle.
Good night.
You know who Checker Fred is?
Who's Checker Fred?
It's the old man on like barbershop that just sits in the barbershop and gossips all day.
That was his name? Or is just like a thing that people say?
I don't know if that's what people call him or if that was his actual name, but when you say Checker Fred, that's who.
But what does it mean? Just an old guy?
You know people like to sit at McDonald's and they play like checkers all day, like they
just okay.
Or they just sit there with their friends and gossip all day, like
the guys in the park playing
they
chess.
sit at the barber shop and gossip all day
and play checkers.
Yeah, or chess,
or spades or dominoes or something. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
But that's
okay. I would love to get a fact check from Tanjeez on that, but
yeah, I don't know if that was the character's actual name on Friday, but yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, that's who Checker Fred is. Okay. I mean, Gen X started because she said, "I don't give Ro grace."
I just thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny too. Gen X started it.
No, I said, why do you give some old people grace and not?
Well, you said that I didn't give Ro grace. That's what started this.
Well, I mean, you let other old people say what they want to say.
But I thought I proved that I did let Ro say some things that maybe he shouldn't have said.
Well, it's the character's actual name. I just looked it up.
Oh, okay. Checker Fred. What is that?
Yeah, on Barbershop.
Barbershop. Okay, Checker Fred. I mean, Ms. Gen X, I think I proved that Ro says things that we don't agree with, but he's still, he's. I don't even know what to say right now.
What, problematic?
No. I'm just saying.
He's below the belt. He doesn't fight fair.
Well, I mean, just for me, I'm saying there's plenty of people I haven't really taken the task for doing certain things, I think give grace, so.
I get it. I mean, I understand. I mean, you do what you got to do. I mean,
You could drop me back down. I just came up to tell you who Checker Fred was.
Yeah, we're about to get out of here because I don't think there's anything left here.
Well, I know you've given me plenty of grace.
Huh?
You've given me
He's
grace.
giving me grace.
I think I've given a lot of people grace.
He's giving me grace, Gen X.
Yeah.
Check it right. Okay. I don't know what to say.
He's giving me grace. Every time I tell somebody off, I call them the next day and apologize. Don't understand. But I never started.
You're not
so
supposed to tell the secrets
credit.
behind the show.
No, he does give me. I don't start it though. I do have to preface that, but.
No, you don't never start it, but
No, but I still should.
You damn sure do finish it though.
That's why I've been staying down. I'm trying to behave. So.
Christy Nome got 6 Pinocchios for her lives.
I'm a work in progress. I'm working on myself.
We all are. Jeez Louise. Christy Nome got 6 Pinocchios for her
Why
lives.
do you say that?
Huh?
Why do you say that?
Because he didn't lunge at her. Stop it.
He lunged in there.
Oh, he didn't.
Yes, he did. I saw him.
Acted like Fonnie Willis.
Oh, God, please. 6 Pinocchios for Christy Nome.
Is Christy Nome pretty? Mr. Denali, is Christy Nome pretty?
I thought that she was.
Much
But
makeup.
it's a lot of makeup.
A lot of makeup.
My God, I thought she was really politically hot. But, I mean, you know, she's lukewarm now after I saw her. I was like, she wears a lot of fucking makeup. I mean, she plasters it on.
That's
what my brother said. He said true beauty is if you can wake up pretty.
Yeah. Fresh face out of the shower.
That's what my brother said.
Fresh face out of the shower. Let you know everything. That's why when women call men unattractive, I'm like, you take off all your store purchase enhancements. Let's see what happens there.
Right. You should look up how she used to look before all like the Botox.
From what I understand, I saw her. She wasn't a bad looking woman. Nice,
Yeah.
and you know, slim. She's definitely wearing a 2-piece to the beach. I'm like, oh, ay.
He said, ay.
Ay, is right. So.
Well, that's what happens. Usually, the real pretty girls like that, they're real pretty, and then they start doing that Botox and all that mess, and
they hit the wall.
Stuff up.
In fact, their face doesn't move.
Right. They hit the wall. They hit the goddamn wall.
I remember, like, Dolly Parton, she used to have a natural beauty about her.
Well, that shit sailed on down.
Now she looks like a crip or something.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, listen, she's like 80 or something, isn't she?
You say Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, you know, like, they just
She's like 80 years old.
My aunt looks amazing. She's like almost 90 and she just looks so pretty. I was like, I hope I look like you when I get that age. My dad's sister, she's like drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, that's the deal. I don't think there's anything left here. We'll leave it on 6 Pinocchios for Christy Nome. 6 female Pinocchios. 6 female Pinocchios.
See, I think that's some misinformation.
Which part?
About her.
There's misinformation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she got 6. She lied. That man did
No,
not.
she didn't lie.
That man did not. NOT did not.
We saw it. We saw it. Mr.
I saw
Denali.
it too.
I saw it.
What did you say?
He went in there like he thought he was Maxine Waters.
Exactly.
No, he didn't. No,
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. That's not true.
We watched it.
That is not true.
Oh, no, you sound like a Democrat, Mr. Denali. We saw it with our own eyes, and now you're telling us it's not true.
Yeah. I saw it too. I didn't see any lunge. Please. He was in a very that's probably one of the most secure buildings. God, stop it.
Why did he feel entitled like he could just interrupt her?
No, I agree with you on that, but I don't know if that deserved him being put to the ground. And
Absolutely. We're done with the shit.
All right,
Listen, we needed that. We needed
as
it.
I said, it's a slippery slope. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
I mean, I disagree with it happening, but like it happens to everyday citizens.
Ain't
That's
no
what I
fun when
said.
the rabbit got the Second Amendment.
If that was an everyday citizen that got pushed out of the room like that, it wouldn't even be a news story.
Exactly.
I mean, it's
Well,
like that's the part I don't get about
everybody's
it.
not equal though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. If he was just an
Yeah, we
average
gotta
citizen
switch
that
that.
interrupted, he would have got pushed out the room and wouldn't even have made the news.
But everybody's
That's
not
all
equal.
I'm saying is, so I guess because he's who he is,
Everybody's not equal.
His life ain't no better than mine.
apparently it is.
He don't make it.
Is Trump's life as good as mine?
Yes.
No, he's not. He's the president of the United States. We're not equal.
Right, but you have more security. But
We're
as
not
far as
equal.
like,
We're not
right,
equal.
but you don't work for me.
I didn't say you were equal, but your life is just as much as his.
Absolutely, and you don't work
There's
for
way
me.
less people. Maybe like 2 people.
My life is worth more than theirs.
Anyway,
Precious.
you guys are betting yourselves into the goddamn pretzel stuff.
You wish.
Hey,
You
Precious,
wish.
how come as soon as I heard that the Santa story to this morning, I thought about you. Precious can't
She
rate
said
the
she was
rest
going to run people over. She said she would do it. They want to send Alex Padilla to Guantanamo.
Hey, yo, let them come and charge at my car.
Bro, I already know you will. I got to stand your ground. You
Look,
you want to be ran over or pew pew? What are you?
I'm coming out of there sideways.
Right, you're gonna be ran over a pew pew. You're gonna be looking like old dog on a Menace to Society.
I might even give them a choice.
Hey, did you hear about that guy, Denali? I forgot his name, the one that sung Nay Nay. Whip, watch me whip, watch me nay nay.
No, what's that?
Yeah.
He went to prison for 30 years.
What do you do?
What?
He shot his cousin in the face and unalived him.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow. Was it an accident?
No.
Oh, you did on purpose?
What kind of family argument is that?
Over spades.
Spades.
Yeah. Those spades arguments get very heated.
Hey, trust me, I know about that.
They get very heated, so.
Somebody messed up the macaroni? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, not over macaroni, but maybe he drank his liquor. That is the worst thing. Oh my God.
He has a history of violence. He he went into a house looking for his girlfriend or something with a machete or something. He was at the
Nine of us have been really, really good.
He got charged for that. He got charged for going 140 something miles per hour on the interstate, driving reckless. I mean, he was like problematic.
Mr. Denali, me and my husband were in the car earlier, and I came across a video with the ant thing. He thought that was the funniest shit ever.
With what thing?
About the balls in her purse.
Oh.
He thought that was the funniest.
People are still sending me stuff on that, man. People love that.
I said, it's hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a classic.
The balls.
I think that's going to go down as a classic one.
Did you hear me say I had New York's balls in my purse?
I said no.
Look, I don't care what y'all say. I bet that woman right there can cook, though.
I said, please, can I have my balls back? I said no.
Don't ask me again.
Don't ask me again.
Not the Jesus sandals.
No, she got 2 purses in next.
I
the big
said
one.
no.
The big purse got snacks in it, and then the one on the ground has his balls.
I did another one today. I was on somebody's show. I was on. Where is it? I don't think I sent it to this phone.
They really don't like you on them liberal lives.
Huh?
They don't like you on them liberal lives.
No, they do not.
Yeah, they're brutal. I listened to that shit and I'm like, God damn, get down.
Well, now it's gone Gen X from when I first met him and came to the live, he didn't like black women. Now he don't like black people. It moved from black women to the whole black race. After the voting, it went to the whole black race. Before, it was just black women when I first joined the line.
Oh,
93 Twin and Peaches.
okay. I got it. Oh, yeah, I thought it was hilarious that I did this. Oh my goodness. What is
Your background says pause.
I told him he has a hidden talent because he comes up with stuff quick. He comes up with ideas quick. He has hidden talent.
Let's see if I have it. I might have erased it. Oh no, I did. Let me see if I can send it. Let me send it over here real quick. Hang on.
So you don't like black people, Denali?
I don't like who?
Black people.
No, I don't like.
That's what they say.
I don't like black people.
Hey, did you hear me tell Walker Bay when he said his people? I said your people's my people.
That's right. You trained me. You did, absolutely.
He said, no, hell, they're not. I said, yeah, they are.
Hey, I saw your fried chicken. It's legit. You know.
I know that's right.
It's crispy.
It was good too.
It looks super crispy.
Mm-hmm. Y'all might not hear from me tomorrow or today.
Why? You gonna be asleep?
No, I'll probably be in a funk when I wake up.
Oh, I forgot. The day of the week don't matter to you anymore.
Today's June the 13th, and that's the anniversary of Troy, being gone.
Oh.
Yeah, and it always puts me in a funk.
My sister's birthday is June 26th, and it's always a bad day for me. That's coming up.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Well, if you can gather, maybe we can make you laugh tomorrow. Give you a couple of jokes.
Well, y'all better do that, because if you want me to come up here, and if I'm in a funk, then that other twin's coming out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now you have to put uh-oh on a shirt.
So
just for warning.
This was earlier today.
93 Twin and Peaches both suffer from Denali derangement syndrome.
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing?
Why you being childish in the comment?
Why am I being what?
Did you hear what he said?
Childish. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing?
Oh, what
Why
they
you
say?
being childish in the comment?
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing?
Why you being childish in the comment?
Does anybody know what he said?
No.
Loud, what?
I'm going to play it again.
Denali.
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing?
Why you being childish in the comment?
I don't understand what he's saying.
I don't know.
You been a child and what?
I'll play it again.
Denali.
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing?
Why you being childish in the comment?
Any guess?
Okay.
Nope.
Can you offer a mug to anybody who could guess what they said?
Yes. I'll send somebody a mug.
I don't know what the hell he said. What about you today?
Is he saying something cotton?
Matter of fact, you know what? I'm so confident in that nobody's gonna get it. I will offer a hoodie.
Do you know what it is?
Hey.
Huh?
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
You must have asked them to repeat it, because that's the only way you can know.
Listen, this is what it is. Anybody, how many people we got in the room? We got 30, almost 40 people in the room. Let me see. Anybody who can tell me what this person said, please let us know. Let's see. We got Kimmy J's in the room, Aisha's in the room, Miss Nana's in the room, Kim L, Scorpio, Lady Strange, April, Cynthia, Cowboy 22. I mean, T Grizzly's in the room. I mean, there's a Luna's in the room, Michelle. I mean, we got a lot of, not a lot of people, but We got people, got 30 something, almost 40 people at 2:30 in the morning. I'm gonna play it again.
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the car?
Anybody?
Why you being the child in the kayak? What? Is that close?
I'm not giving you any hints on that shit.
Denali. Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the car?
Child in the kayak. I don't know what the hell that is.
What does that mean? Do a what?
A narcotic? What?
I'm gonna give it to you one more time, and then that's it. The contest will be closed.
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the car?
Oh my God! Oh, I'm about to cry. Oh shit!
I think it's the guy of Fat Albert, Jeanette.
Dabba dabba doo, dabba 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 doo.
It sounded like he said, "Why you in the child in the kayak or something?"
In the kayak? Why did I put the child in the kayak? It's so funny. I gotta play it again.
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the car?
You have to tell us.
Okay, did anybody get anything close in the comments? Let me see. How you been? What? Talking to the title? What? Why you being? What? Why you being so what? No, Luna.
Talking to the
Kia,
title.
what's Okia? What is Okia? What is that? He said you've been choking. Oh, okay. You trying to be funny. What did she say? Why you being in the? I don't know what is a child in the? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Talking to the kite.
Childish today.
Do you say in bed with China?
China? Am I in bed with China? All right, nobody got it. Nobody got it. I'm gonna play it all the way through.
93 Twin and Peaches both suffer from Denali derangement syndrome.
Denali. Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the car?
All right, it's so funny. Anybody have one last guess? I really want to give away a hoodie.
We do not know that language.
God in the
Oh man.
ricotta cheese. What?
It sounds like, why you being child in the kayak?
The kayak? What?
Kayak. I don't know.
What's a kayak?
I don't know. Ask him.
Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
All right, we're done. We're just gonna play it all the way through. I want to give away a hoodie, but no one. No one got it. Okay.
Suffer from Denali. 93 Twin and Peaches both suffer from Denali derangement syndrome.
Denali. Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the car? Why am I being what? Childish. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, sir. Can you explain?
Where do you get it now?
Childish.
In the comments.
Oh, childish in the comments.
Why are you being childish in the comments?
93 Twin and Peaches both suffer from Denali derangement syndrome.
Denali. Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the car? Why am I being?
That sound like comments.
Childish. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, sir. Can you explain? I don't know what that means. Can you explain yourself, sir? What does that mean? Can I get the big box after? Hello? Is he there?
93 Twin.
And then he dropped me and blocked me. childish in the comment. And if you can read the caption there, Mr. 93 Twin is saying, Denali, why you being, and then it'll have just a bunch of letters there because no one understood it. And then 93 Peaches says, 93 Twin, take those marbles out of your mouth. This is the last time I'm going to tell you.
Oh my God.
Childish in the comment. It didn't even have an M in it to be comment. It didn't have an M in it to be the word comment. It didn't have an M.
He's got marbles in his mouth.
That is so funny.
Why you being China in the kind?
Well, hang on. Let's play it and see if you can hear it now that you know what he said.
Why are you being China?
Peaches both suffer from Denali derangement syndrome.
Denali. Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the kind? Why am I being?
I think he said what
Why am I
Gen
being
X said.
Oh, man.
Comment requires an M.
Denali. Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing? Why you being child in the kind?
Why you being loud in China?
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening?
Listen
How's
to
everybody
me.
doing? Why you being child in the kind? Why am I being what? Childish. I don't know what that means.
I'm like, what? What language are you speaking to me?
He said, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what that is.
Down in the comment. Bam, 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 bam.
He sound like he from down there in Louisiana or somewhere. out there catching them gators.
So if you know 93 Twin, he wears a hat and he wears the headphone. And then of course you know Sweet Peaches. Do you know her?
Yes.
Yeah, there's Sweet Peaches. She says she has the peach in her hand.
You go into all kinds of crazy lives.
Cynthia said, why are you being challenged in the kayak?
That's what it sounds like. Why are you being challenged in the kayak?
Oh, man, I tell you. Oh, what?
If only there was a prize for who got close.
Oh, man. Oh, Lord of mercy, please.
Man, what's up?
Oh.
Why are you being China in China?
Why are you being China in China? Who is this? Oh, Miss Brittany.
No child left behind.
That is so funny.
Oh, man. Miss Brittany, did you get it?
No, but he's speaking a different language. Like,
don't it sound like Louisiana?
Well, I'm from Louisiana, so
I'm talking about down there in the
yeah,
in the bayou. In the bayou.
Yeah, the bayou.
Yeah, I mean, he literally makes no sense.
You know who that's like? Hang on a second. See, this is why this show continues to go. Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry.
No, what do you mean sorry? Don't be sorry. Hang on one.
How you doing, Miss Britton?
Hey, Britt.
How are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. Gen X, I'm sorry. Today's your anniversary. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. It's just, it hits me every year.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I do too.
But what we usually do is cook his favorite meal.
Well, what's the meal, Gen X? What you cooking tomorrow? Oh, today.
He likes homemade shrimp Alfredo sauce and shrimp scampi, and he loved what you call it, scallops.
Yum.
So I make a few different things that he liked, and we eat and we for dinner.
Good.
Oh boy, Gen X. I know. Well, but hopefully this will make you laugh. As we heard what 93 Twin was trying to say, let's see if you can make this out. That's the guy from Waterboy, the coach.
What was the other guy next like? You can do it.
I think it's very close. I'm sorry.
93 Twin and Peaches both suffer from Denali derangement syndrome.
Mr. Denali's here. What's happening? How's everybody doing?
Why you being child in the car?
I was gonna say it's why you being child in the car.
So funny.
You need to take that clip and post it.
I did.
Good, because he needs to hear his stupid ass self say it.
It's posted. It's posted. He's talking like he got marbles in his mouth.
And then the next time you're Shabbat, why you been trying to you said back to him.
I been trying to kayak. Kayak. What? Kayak. Kayak.
I mean, it doesn't even sound close.
Kayak. Kayak.
When he said the word comment, his lips didn't even touch.
There is no M at all.
Oh man. Oh.
Right.
I don't know what's wrong. There's a lot wrong with me. Oh my goodness gracious, boy! I tell you. One lot Mike asks me all the time, "What's wrong?"
And I
with
don't
you,
honestly.
Go ahead.
No, you go on those panels and let them like totally beat up on you.
You don't think I get a couple licks in every now and again?
Yes, you definitely do. But they are just so rude.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Denali does it to watch them have a meltdown.
Definitely.
They start crying.
How you been down in Ghana?
He's definitely from down there in Louisiana. I bet he's caught him some gators.
I wonder where. I do wonder where he's from.
Well, listen, more to come. Ann is asking. I don't know if he's gotten his balls back yet, but you know, Peaches. So here you go. More to come. Anyway, let me stop.
So that guy Ant, he lets the women on his panel run his show.
You didn't hear that clip, Gen X?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's awful.
Yeah. I mean, didn't you think she was running the show?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So he was scared to say anything.
Yes.
Say something on your own show.
I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as you said something to him, she jumped in again, took it over.
Mm-hmm.
He just sat there.
Someone called me over the weekend and was, I'm not gonna say chastised me. I mean, they called somebody who has my number to ask me about this. Not this particular, but just my whole take on, you know, these guys that are letting women run their platforms. And they told me that this particular person was off limits.
Oh.
Off limits for what?
A woman or a man was off limits?
It was a man off limits.
Off limits from you?
I'm sorry?
Off limits from you, like saying anything to him?
Yes, or about this particular person.
Oh, that's a little bit of a threat.
Wait, a man says they're off limits, or a woman said
a woman called
a
man to call me, a man who had my number, and told me that, well, listen, that particular person is off limits.
Oh, okay.
I was
So
like, what?
that woman's a friend of yours?
I'm not gonna say friend. I mean, we know of each other. I wouldn't say friends, but they knew somebody who had my number, and they contacted them to be like a third party type to connect.
That's crazy.
They said that this particular person was off limits.
Well, tell them TikTok, nobody's off limits.
I said, wait a second, what? This is a full contact sport. Nobody's off limits, okay? So yeah, it was pretty funny. It was like 7:30 in the morning too. I was like, what in the fuck?
They woke up thinking about that thing.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit. So I said, okay, go ahead and put it through. I'm interested. Let's see what comes from this. It should have been on the air. Oh man, I wish that I could play it. Oh, but anyway, yeah. So there's some people who they think are off limits.
I mean, do they not know how stupid they sound?
I don't think so.
Off limits? Why?
Off limits? Why? What can I say? Off limits? Why?
Like, what requires them to be off limits? What's special?
They must be in love.
What can I say? I'm trying to think what I can say that would make them. I can tell you why they think this person is off limits. I don't know what I can say. I'm thinking.
Unless he's got cancer or anything, he ain't off limits.
No, not that wasn't why. Maybe trauma. Maybe I can say.
Okay, then you shouldn't be on TikTok.
I can say. I think I can say trauma. Previous trauma. So. Yeah, I think I can say that. But I wouldn't say who it is anyway. But.
Oh, so they're mental.
I mean, I don't know anything about that. But.
They got Down syndrome or something.
I know, but if you have trauma, you shouldn't be on TikTok because
okay. I mean, listen.
somebody's going to trigger your.
No,
trauma.
they're not. They're not.
They handicapped.
Well, I mean, if you walk with a cane, is that handicap?
Oh yeah, they cripple. They got disability.
But I'm saying, if you're running a platform and what? So you can say anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's free for all.
It's a contact sport.
Right.
Unless I'm making fun of said possible disability.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now that'd be different, but that wasn't the case. Right, that wasn't the case.
Wow.
Yeah, I got that phone call over the weekend. I was like, what in the world? But, hey, what are you going to do? Such is life, right?
You should have said, make me.
I would have laughed. I would have been like, are you...
No, I didn't laugh. I just said that, listen, this is a contact sport. I didn't think things that would happen to me, but I accept it. It's part of it. So if you're running a platform, you got to take what comes.
Right.
I thought it was very interesting that a woman called, but, hey, whatever. I thought that was
just like
I think that proved my point that these women are running the platform. So.
That's what I was just getting ready to say.
Maybe she's his caregiver.
Maybe
she had in her purse.
I can't say.
Mr. Denali, you know what was in her
one day. I don't know, but it won't be from me.
You hear me, Mr. Denali? I said, you know what was in her purse.
You might see an image maybe one day.
I don't have to say what was in her purse, right, Brittany?
Yeah. You don't even have to say.
Right. Give me my balls back.
We all know what was in her purse.
Anyway, listen. I could be at the 8 o'clock in the morning with you guys, but
do you ever sleep?
Do I ever sleep? Yeah. This is what's gonna happen. I'll tell you. I'm gonna go walk Denali, right? And he's gonna do his business. We're gonna come back. What am I gonna do when I come back? I am going to I think I'm gonna do some editing because that thing with New York was pretty funny. I'll try to get that ready.
That was crazy.
What else am I gonna do? I have this new snack. It's blueberries. I put some milk in a cup with a banana and some whipped cream. I don't know if it's new to me. It might not be new to anybody else, but I've been in love with that the last couple of weeks.
That sounds yummy.
Blueberries, some milk, and it turns the milk blue, which is like really cool. And then I put whipped cream in my bananas. That's
Oh, I thought you was gonna make. Oh, I thought you was making a smoothie or
no,
something.
no. And I'm not a big blueberry fan, but for some reason I've liked this combination, and I've been eating it the last couple of weeks. Kind of refreshing and chilling. So yeah, huh?
Let me finish your schedule. Then he's gonna go on a liberal live and harass people.
You know, it depends. Sometimes I'm laying in the bed and I can't sleep, and I'll just scroll. I'm like, hey, let me see if I can come on up and see what happens. You know, just depending.
Y'all don't want to know what time I got up today.
1 p.m.
2:30.
Oh, y'all close. 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. And you made your carrot cake for your grandson.
Yep. And I cooked us a ribeye steak.
I see you, big boy. Okay.
He told me I was the best grandma in the world. Let me tell y'all something. That child, his plate, what it looked like. He had shrimp, steak, broccoli,
surf and turf,
and
I'm moving in.
What else? Oh, and mushrooms.
And
sauteed mushrooms.
I like that.
He told me. Now get this. Now he's 7 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He told me he feel like he's at a 5-star restaurant. What does he know about a 5-star?
Ah, that's sweet. That's sweet.
But what does he know about a 5-star restaurant?
He probably read it.
Crazy. And then some of these kids, I went home and my niece had a better phone than me. I was like, you don't have a job. How do you have the brand new iPhone? Like, how does your phone better than mine with no job? That's crazy. So that's crazy work. How is your phone better than mine?
Excuse me. Right.
That's crazy work right there.
Yeah, he tells me he wants something. He'll say, will you bake me a cake?
Oh, then he looks at you with those eyes.
That's so cute.
Them big old blue eyes.
Will you make me a cake? Like it.
And what did grandma do? Run to the store and get the ingredients.
Make them a cake. Absolutely. I miss my grandma.
Yeah, they're going to have some memories about me.
My son sent me this book, guys. Have you guys ever seen that book where, was it you saying you had one, Jeanette? Somebody up here said they had one.
Are you supposed to write down all kind of stuff?
Yeah. My son sent me this book. He's like, can you fill this out for me? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to find the time to fill out this dang book.
Mm-hmm.
I hope my daughter doesn't give me one of those.
I want to know your life story books.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, I'm not going to have time to fill this book out, but I got to fill it out.
Yeah, I've been writing in mine.
I know, it's just got to find time to fill the damn thing out. I'm like, oh my God.
It's pretty cool. There's some questions in there you might can't answer, you know. But I'll just send them a little message in there when I don't want to answer the question. I make
like mind your business.
Yeah, I'll put like a little joke comment or something in there for them.
I'll put mind your business on that.
Be like, you ain't grown enough to hear that yet.
I tried to trick him because I tried to tell him that he was conceived of R. Kelly's first CD. So he goes and looks up the date it was released and then the month his birthday was. He's like, because it came out this month and I was born. I was like, dang it, you would go look it up. R. Kelly and the Public Announcement first CD. Because I used to play it. That's hilarious. Because he was born in. Yeah, that is so funny.
What year was he born?
90.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
mine was born in 93.
My son was born in 91.
That's so funny.
34 this year.
Yep.
And we getting old.
I know. I try not to think about it.
I can't wait until Denali's a grandpa.
Really?
Yeah, I can't wait to see how you are.
Mr. Denali, did your son want children?
Does he want children? I don't know if we've ever had that conversation.
Because I don't know if my son, I don't know if he does, but he wants to be married.
I don't know. I ought to ask him if he wants. We never talked. I don't think we've ever had that conversation. Yeah,
He's having a hard time finding a wife.
I gave him condoms. So when he was like 15 or 16, I think it was. So I don't know. I never asked him that question.
He's having a hard time finding a wife, so he's taking forever.
Yeah, well, join the club.
Well, I'm sure Gen X does this, but your grandbabies, there's a love that you have for them that you never knew existed.
Yep, that's true.
That's what I hear.
Because I'm going to tell you what, having grandchildren, it's like, I don't know, anybody up here, are you anybody else a grandparent but me up here?
I am.
You are?
Uh-huh.
So you know what I'm saying? Like, when you have your own children, it's like you can't imagine loving anybody more than your kids.
I know, but your grandkids are, it's so different.
It is.
Gosh.
It is. I mean, my kids, my daughter can walk in the house with the baby and I'll grab the baby and walk off,
You won't even say hi to her.
Yeah. She's like, well, where's my hug,
Right.
I just take the grandchild and run off.
Mine are 6 and 2. So they're just like my whole world.
I have 5 biological. I have my 5 biological are 2 of them are 7, 2 of them are 2, 1 of them's 8 months old, and they're all the 2 that's 7, they're cousins, first cousins. The 2 that are 2 are first cousins. You know what I'm saying? Like both my daughters got pregnant twice at the same time.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then the youngest one, she's, I think, 8 months. We just turned 8 months in June.
Mine were May 9th and May 12th. My daughter's like, don't ask me what I was thinking. Because their birthday is literally 3 days apart.
It's the same mom?
Uh-huh. And dad.
Yeah, she must like the month of August or something.
Right.
Because I'm a May baby. And my grandson, the one that's 2 years old, his birthday's the day after mine. He was almost on my birthday.
Aww.
But, and then the other ones are like, and then I have 2 bonus grandsons also that came into the marriage. One of them is 7 and one of them is 9. I think he's 9. So technically I have 3 7-year-olds at one time, y'all.
Oh gosh.
It's like triplets. This last time when they came to see me the other weekend, one of them went to the emergency room.
I know, that's what you said.
Got drop kicked in the head. Oh, boys are rough.
Was he okay?
Yeah, he just got, like if you get hit in the head, how you get a knot, like a big old swollen knot comes out. Yeah, all they said was put some ice on it. A cold pack. These boys have been in karate and everything,
Yeah.
They are rough. When they play rough.
That's boys.
That's why I was telling Yo-Yo and them, that's why I buy stuff for outside my backyard to get all them kids out in the yard when they're here. Because I had all 7 of them here this past weekend.
I know, I heard you say that. I'm like, oh my gosh, hard.
Awesome.
I like spending time with them separate.
Yeah.
And then little Missy Lena, the one that's here with me, she's about to be 3 in July. But we made some cookies the other day together.
Aw.
I let her put the icing on them for me. That's one of my favorite memories with my grandmas is being in the kitchen with them, cooking and baking and stuff.
Well, that's awesome that you're like carrying on the tradition.
Yeah, I'm very close to my grandkids. Which I'm close to my kids too.
I'm close to mine too, but I'm very close to my grandkids too.
Yeah, they're like our little best friends, ain't they?
Yep. Like every time I walk in, Margot, she's the 6-year-old, she just runs and baby, and she just like hugs me, and she's so excited to see me, and that makes me feel so happy.
Mm-hmm. It makes me too. I'll never forget, like Kason, the one that's here. He's 7. I remember when he was he was a little over a year old, probably about a year and a half, and there was like 2 months. I think it was like 2 months I hadn't seen him, right? And I was like, oh my God, he's gonna forget about me, you know. But do you know that when I got out my car and he saw me, he come running to me. And I knew right then, I was like, it don't matter, they won't forget you.
No, they won't.
And that little Haven, y'all, she is something serious. She is so precious. Let me see if I got an updated picture of her.
If you go to my profile, I have a video of mine from their birthdays.
Aww.
All right, we're out of here.
Wait a minute, I'm looking for something.
Oh, what? Oh, I missed that? What are you looking for?
I was looking for Little Haven.
This video is about. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady.
Single lady.
Our energy. What's your name? Amy Shay.
You see her? Denali.
Hang on, let me put you in the big box.
Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
Oh, is that the latest grandchild?
Yeah, that's Haven.
Haven?
Haven, yeah.
Okay.
Haven Lynn.
Precious sleeping.
Beautiful.
Oh, I didn't show him my yo. You said my fried chicken.
Yeah, it was crispy.
Let me show Denali my fried chicken.
You fried some chicken, Mr.Denali.
Hard or soft?
It looks crispy in a picture.
Buttermilk or flour? Or you put a little cornstarch in there?
Oh, wait a minute. That's French fries. Wait a minute. There it is.
Golden brown.
Mm-hmm.
What is that, legs and a wing or something?
Hey, look, I can fry some chicken now.
Nah, what pieces are they?
You said it was 5.
They were I had a mixture of
excuse me.
Legs, thighs, and breasts.
Okay. Keep the breast, give me the legs and the thighs. Thighs preferably.
Yeah, Casey likes breast, so
I'm not a white meat eater too much, so
she likes it with ranch dressing. But but I like dark meat. I like the legs and thighs.
Right.
But when I deep fry my wings, I don't bread my wings.
Oh, you fry them naked.
Yeah, season them. and then I deep fry them naked. That's how I like them.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. I don't think there's any show left. It has been a wild show.
What
My
is
head is
that behind
spinning.
you?
Huh?
What's that backdrop?
Oh, that's you missed Miss Real Lady coming up. Remember she shot that thing across the bow last night and said she was gonna come up and school some people on the bullshit. You don't remember
Did she school anybody?
No.
that? Okay. I'll let the audience decide.
Yo, did she school you?
No.
Let me put it this way. She said if she couldn't see Paul or EK's face, she would swear that they were white.
Oh boy.
That's a stupid thing to say. It really is. But that was
that's how black Democrats are. They feel like that black conservatives that get along with white people are traitors.
Well, that's what I came up and said.
Y'all are traitors, yo.
Yeah, I'm a traitor.
This woman.
Denali, you're a traitor.
Who would I trade? Who am I trading for?
Against your own people.
Well, I mean, listen, they've been telling me that for a year now.
I'll tell them quick. Your people's my people. I'm just a little light skinned. That's all.
This girl, I watch. Yo, you guys ever watch that pop the balloon thing? Oh,
I hate, yeah.
this girl here.
That's the one with the 20.
Huh?
Is it like one person versus 20 people?
Yeah, it's like 8 people.
Okay.
So I was watching the other night or last night, and this woman right here. Oh my goodness, she is so.
You have a type.
Oh man,
she's pretty.
I was like, whoa.
Doesn't Mr. Denali have a type?
36 years
Let me
old.
see that. Let me see that dress.
I know that dress is phenomenal. Oh man,
that is pretty.
Whew.
You like that kadonkadonk.
Right.
What?
That badonkadonk.
Badonkadonk.
Badonkadonk. He likes the badonkadonk.
The badonkadonk.
I mean, that's her full length. Oh, I mean, wow.
She's pretty. Have you seen?
Huh?
Have you seen the Candace pictures lately? She's been posting.
Yeah, I've seen.
Yes.
She is so
They're
pretty.
very provocative.
She's very pretty though.
She is really pretty, but
she's gorgeous.
I don't know. I feel like a certain way about them.
You feel a certain way about what?
The pictures that Candace's been posting.
Why?
They look like professional pictures, like somebody, you know, like when you go get pictures made.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them?
I just think she looks like kind of provocative.
Just trying to look sexy.
Yeah.
No, listen. Okay, none of my business.
Hey, what's wrong with that? She probably trying to.
Hey, look, she's been working out. She's been doing her thing.
Trying to show
She's showing off what she got.
Trying to show out.
She looks good.
She does look really good.
Yes. Yeah, she does. I'm not commenting.
So who's that woman, Denali?
What woman is that?
The one we just saw.
She's on the show Pop the Balloon.
I don't know that show.
It's on TikTok. It's like a host and, you know, single people, and then you pop the balloon if you don't want them, and, you know, it's a whole little thing.
It's a new concept. It's a new dating concept.
Yeah, this girl is just, she's super attractive.
Hey, she in Atlanta, right?
I don't know if this is in the, no, they filmed
Shows in Atlanta? I know a lot
They
of them.
filmed this in Phoenix.
Oh, so she's out here, money.
She's the host.
Yeah. So in this episode, because I was fascinated with this, and this is probably something I would never do.
Okay.
So she has 2 guys left, right? And 2 guys have the balloons, and then she has to make a decision which one she's gonna pop. So she popped this one guy's balloon.
Yeah, if it's on an everyday basis, like if we were to be living together, I think it would just, like I said, my daughter's young, so coming home would be, I'm probably cooking dinner. I just got some ducks and a chicken, so yeah. So right now, I've just been taking care of them. I've been hanging with my daughter, making sure that my house is in order. I own my house. So just taking care of all that kind of stuff, and kind of pretty chill for the most part, unless we're going out, in which case I want to go out.
Okay. Cool. Thank you guys. All right, it is time to pop a balloon.
You gotta pop 2 balloons. I mean, 1 balloon.
Okay.
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 Now, in the video, the guy, he doesn't want her to pop the balloon, so he kind of like pulls the balloon away. But she wants to get rid of him. So
back, sir. Go ahead.
Now I don't know.
All right. So why was your balloon unpopped?
She's beautiful. I love the curly hair. I love that she's career oriented. I liked a lot of the things that I heard from her. I'm a single dad. I do have a 10-year-old daughter. She lives with me full time. So I think we kind of could connect there. Could have. But you popped my balloon, so. Yeah.
And why'd you end up popping his?
I really was just like, I'm gonna try something new. I lived in Florida. I love Florida. Like I said, I go out there a lot. I think everything that you said was pretty dope. I didn't know that you had a daughter. I wish I kind of knew that, because that's cool.
Should I get my balloon back?
Somebody got to get popped.
This is true.
But yeah, so he has beautiful eyes. I like how he talks. He's very intentional. He makes great eye contact. Like, I don't have anything bad to say. It was just, yeah.
I hear you. It's all good. I appreciate you for even considering.
Yeah.
Who knows what may happen in the future? You never know.
Thank you. All right, I'll have you join us up here. Come on up.
So now there's one guy.
All right, so you'll stand on this side of me. Okay. Any final questions between the 2 of y'all before we determine if we got a match?
How do you feel about like men with kids? Because I have 3. They're all older. My oldest is 17. My daughter is 12. My other son's 14.
I'm probably going to have to pop on that.
I understand that.
Okay. That's... Okay. And why was that a pop?
I want to thank you for that, because if you would have told me to jump today, I wouldn't have asked how high. I would have said, how long do you want me to stand up there? So thank you.
Okay. And why was that a pop?
It wasn't that you have kids. I think it was just the age. I think your kids are getting older and kind of like out the house, and my daughter's still young. And so I don't want to like hold anybody else back, and I still am in like family mode a little bit. So I think that's.
Can I say something?
Sure.
That's all. None of my kids live with me. They all live with their mom, and I want a family. So that kind of hurt to hear a little bit, because I do want a family. I actually want more kids, because I was raised in a 2-parent household. My parents were married until my mom passed away, and I don't have that, and it bothers me that I'm raising my kids the way that I do. So I am looking forward to having a family one day. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. You can head on back.
What's supposed to happen, she just walks off because there's no match. But listen to what happens.
Uh-oh.
So this guy didn't want to pop. He gets another balloon and tries to put himself back in the running.
Come on up here. All right. So I'm glad you brought your own balloon. That ain't never happened before. Now, are you here for it?
I'm here for it, yeah. Okay. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Me too. I'm here.
All right.
I ain't going nowhere.
Okay, well, this is the first time this
But I
happened.
do have one question though. How's your co-parenting relationship with your daughter's dad?
Truthfully,
The truth.
it's not great. It's not great. I wish that it was better. I wish that things were different, you know. But I think in life, I'm really happy, and I hope he's happy. I think he's happy, and he's present in her life. So I'm not gonna, you know, I can't knock him. He's present in her life, so that's cool.
So no drama?
I mean, as far as what?
As far as like a new man in your life?
Oh, no. Him and I, yeah, that's been done. Yeah. No.
I hear you.
No, thank you.
All right.
You good?
I'm cool. I'm good.
Okay. Well, let me ask my final question then. Is it a yes for you for her?
Hell yeah.
And is it a yes for you for him?
Yeah.
We got a match. I'll take this mic.
All right. I would never have done that. Never.
What, come back with a balloon?
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you mean? You didn't pick me. So what, I'm going to double back now?
Well, the first guy that she popped the balloon, I didn't even see what they looked like, but I would have popped his balloon too.
I know, but I'm not going to double back. You made your decision.
Because I would never
Made him look thirsty.
My schedule and my time.
Balloon back.
I would never date a man that had a lisp.
And new. I lived in.
That had a what? A list?
A lisp.
What's wrong with that? I mean, oh, come, really?
Everything that you
Yeah.
said. Nope, I didn't know the match.
Didn't it make him look thirsty?
Well, that's the guy with the kids.
That's not the one that came back, is it?
No, that's the guy who had the kids.
All right, what's the other one look like?
And then
Kind of hurt to hear a little bit. How's your co-parenting?
I'm glad you brought your own balloon.
He's present in her life, so.
Oh yeah.
and that's him.
Oh, I'd have definitely went with the other one.
Right, he had the kids.
The 12 and 14-year-old?
17, 12, and 14.
Yeah.
But she didn't want, he had 3 kids.
So, that...
I mean, it's a preference. You don't want to date somebody with a list. You don't want to date somebody who had 3 kids.
But he said they didn't live with him, though.
I didn't. When I was dating, I didn't want anyone with with young children.
Anyway, I would never have went back. Like, if she picked him, I'm like, okay. Oh, well. I don't know. That's just maybe I'm just nuts.
I would have never gone back.
Me neither.
No, because if I get rejected once, it only takes once.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah. I mean, somebody's got to lose. I get it. But I'm not going to reinsert myself into it. You picked who you wanted, and it didn't work out. So sorry. Bye-bye. Although she was gorgeous. Oh, boy. Woo.
He must have felt a chemistry with her.
I mean, obviously. He's like, you know. And then he said, I'm not going anywhere. Oh, my God. Please, bro. Like, act like you got some before. Please.
So who put the men in this picture?
Oh, no. I did that. That's my new design.
I'm still down in the fire, Gen X, the 8%. I'm still down there.
That's my new, I redid it.
Mr. You still in the fire, too?
Well, that's fine. To represent the 80% of men that were not represented in the original picture. Right, boy? All right. Anyway, listen, we got to get out of here. Otherwise, we'll be until 8 a.m. We got to go. So that's it. Everybody have a great night, great morning, whatever it is. And we'll be back tomorrow with more great show and everything else like that. All right? See you guys later.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right.
Good night.